351 Rare Good News. Since Alan Hill invented the first telegraph, the electromagnetic environment of this planet has deteriorated day by day. Alanxia have been in building their own communications network, from the telegraph to the telephone, from cable to fiber, from some kind of meaning on meaning in terms of communication is the future of humanity. Connecting the wisdom and experience of countless people through the communication network, so that wisdom can be improved by hundreds or thousands of times, is the direction that mankind is pursuing for continuous development. Not two. In this world, this is called the world of magic. Chris Planet, where magic as ether material substance, is an energy and a special air parallel existence. The control of these energy magician who actually ran some non-radiologic body mass. Therefore, some magicians in the Holy Demon Empire heard the so-called voice of the gods from the day when Alan Hill started using the telegram. The Holy Demon Empire naturally did not dare to conceal this discovery of the future of magic, so it reported this phenomenon of voice of the gods to the Puppet Empire and Griken. The tolerant Griken went to Alan Hill, traded the equivalent gold for the radio communication system, and created a Griken-Alan Hill alliance. Xenophobia and solid execution. Puppet Empire, then go all to hear God's voice. Magic teacher. God immediately sent a puppet killer. Of course, God puppet most eventually failed, but the sound of God for the study, along with Alanxia radio communications technology, gradually open, a little bit on the right track. The Puppet Empire has been trying to decipher the voice of God, hoping to suppress the communication system that Alan Hill is proud of. From its birth to the present, Alan Hill's communications have always been world-leading and have never been disturbed. Even this communication system helped Alan Hill build an efficient and convenient intelligence network. This time at the moment, the capital of the Puppet Empire, a giant centipede head of the city of Istanbul Crane, the largest of the Magic Tower. You are to say, the kind of interference from Alanxia, finally suppressed, is due for frontline defeat of things. Annoyed Tel Dervis Large Magister, with his eyes glanced magician reporting that one, opening asked, "No, just so, Mage you we can use this device to interfere with the opponent communication." That magic teacher proud to report said, "The other side if communication is disturbed, then we will in some local areas, again regain the advantage." Obviously, this statement made Travis very interested. He ended his indifferent appearance and asked, "You mean, this device can suppress all radio communications?" For most of the radio communication, it has a certain deterrent effects. And very far away, if nothing else. Then, after we enter the magic, it can cover a tenth of a Puppet Empire. That magic teacher looked at Tel Grand Magister Vish replied, "Good, good." Tel Dervis smiled to his face. If he can give Alanxia a surprise, that he might really possible to restore the tide front line. This is indeed good news, especially when the front line is defeated and the Puppet Empire has suffered heavy losses. 3 god puppets have been lost, and 3 lines of defense have been lost. This news is indeed inspiring enough. The current Puppet Empire needs so much good news. Since the outbreak of the war, the failures have been repeated one after another, and the entire empire is filled with a sense of defeat. No theory is advanced magician, or the most ordinary civilians, have lost confidence in victory. They are now the topic of discussion has been how to win victory from Lee, becomes how to exit a decent war. At this time, any kind of weapons and equipment that can change the situation of the enemy and thus on the front line can excite the Grand Magister of Travis. He stood beside Fred Lensberg, actually very interested, compared to those high magic puppet of the Empire, because of his experience of research, but added to this combination of magic and science very body center. Noted that his disciples love thread. Tel Dervis dragging its opening tone cautioned, Ephesians. Lensberg these studies eventually heretical. You are my disciples, have more time to study advanced research magic, that has real power. Yes, tutor. Fred Lensberg quickly convergence from his face, he bows down promised, feel. Thank you inculcate mentor. Although he felt that if he could study the knowledge of these magic combined with technology, it might be smoother, but he really didn't dare to disobey his mentor, Travis. Teldervis has 3 apprentices. He is the latest coach of that one. Accepting the Dulhim as his apprentice was originally just a condition for defecting from the puppet empire. Therefore, if you don't cherish the opportunity in front of you and make Travis remember to hate it, then this hard-won best time to learn advanced magic is completely wasted. That is why, as such, Frundsberg had to hide their favorite things, which makes him very uncomfortable. His order to approach a more powerful force came to Istanbul Crane, betrayed Alanxia, also leaving his apprentice William. However, he now vaguely discovered that the combination of magic and technology that he had been exposed to seemed to be the real strongest path. This makes people a little depressed, Frundsberg even shaken. He is not sure whether his choice is correct. He is lost in the world he has built. The installation of magic growth means then immediately put the device ship to the front. Test results. With new weapons mounted equipment, Teldervis Mage obviously good mood. He stood up and went to the senior magician front, hand patted each other's shoulders. Bladder. All the news he received recently made him very upset. For example, the number of god puppets in Alan Hill has increased sharply. For example, Alan Hill has broken through the northern defense line of the puppet empire. For example, say the other MiG-21 fighters began to emerge in droves. Its advanced fighter aircraft production rate is steadily improving. Another example is that Alanxia striker troops are close to Longsec, the southern city that is the Eternal Empire, but also do not want a puppet of the empire is very important transportation hub abandoned. Teldervis Mage opinion, that cannot be discarded in any case, because once abandoned there, puppet troops in the territory of the Empire, Eternal Empire and Normu Empire, about to be Alanxia head split. 1.42. No, regardless, we have to hold transport hub Dragon Shirk. Teldervis narrowed his eyes, overcast fiercely muttered. At the same time, the first one sets the commander-in-chief of the group Army Group Walter staring at a map in front of him, opening on their side of the staff, who said, "No, regardless, we have to win the Dragon Sec. Cover the first flank." 3 set group Army Group 352 Ronchek. Ronchek is the southern important town of the Eternal Empire, where a fierce battle broke out. About 7,000 soldiers Eternal Empire, in here against about 31 puppet soldiers. It was a field of desperate fighting. The end result is a puppet of the Empire occupied the Dragon Sec. But here in the battle in ruins. Yes, when the puppet empire got this city, it was already in ruins. And now, this city that has endured countless sufferings is undergoing more sufferings and trials. Now, at this moment, in this ruin, the host and the guest are transposed. The soldiers of the puppet empire have become the defender of the city, and the army of Alan Hill has become the attacker. Alan Hill's offensive method was 10 times more brutal than the puppet empire, 100 or even 1,000 times. The carpet bombing baptized the city before the ground offensive began. Numerous bomb explosion in the city, the original city already in ruins, blown more beyond recognition. He had also vaguely seen the Mage Tower, towering walls of bears breaking of magic, and now have almost less peacefully. To everywhere huge crater, everywhere from the billows of smoke. It was not able to keep the armor owner's life. He is still alive, carrying bags of light soldiers. Surprised a moment, and then you see that twisted beneath armor, a face appalling. He was shocked, almost fell into the crater inside. Although he had seen many dead people along the way, this one was still the most miserable one among the dead people he saw. I am afraid he's better when he's alive, and he always likes to joke. He is from Berkland, but he is a decent man. The magic soldier in the crater smiled, and introduced it with a serious deal of attention. In Light Pale people feel they have to spit it out, so the addition was handed a bottle of magic supplement each other. Do not say beg, you really cannot say damn, hell. His wolf-tight corner left the crater, did not take 2 steps away. I heard the gunshot. He shrank his neck subconsciously, and quickly found a cover to hide, before daring to look back and see what happened. Then, he saw a soldier of the Magic Legion being hit by a bullet, and there were many people around helping him to retreat to a safe position. Spy Hitter has the other sniper Chaos on the front. Many soldiers are on the run. The original quiet position immediately became flustered noisy. As a doctor, someone in the gun behind the bunker was screaming loudly called, "Oh, wait, but is Alan Xia?" A new round of shelling. An artillery shell landed behind the ruins of young people behind, sending magic replenish. The young soldiers feel the earth beneath suddenly shaking a bit. Then, before he subconsciously covered his ears, the loud explosion swept through, making him involuntarily frowning and narrowing his eyes. There is a battle begins. Do not know that sniper hit the magician. What will not get proper treatment. Now no one cares about any injured comrades anymore, because the cannonballs, like raindrops, have already fallen. Long Ling's body is almost good, and he will start to make changes tomorrow, so stay tuned. My Empire 353 disabled. Listen, said the ban on the use of cluster bombs to attack Longsec. Do not know how. Rocket part on the team's position, and asked artillery around the message. Better informed comrades rode. Just now, the Guardian rocket fired a salvo to the enemy's position, and a lot of the dust blown up by the rocket tail flame filled the surrounding air. The large rocket launcher has a very important position in the artillery of Alan Hill, on the one hand because its firepower is strong enough and the suppression force is strong enough. On the other hand, it is because the rocket launch vehicle has a wheeled carrier, which can keep up with the advancing speed of the armored force. The highly valued rocket artillery unit is also equipped with many dazzling types of rockets, including large ground-piercing bombs, ordinary rockets, powerful cloud bombs, and famous cluster bombs. Not over. The Dragon in the attack sec battle, rocket forces is strictly prohibited the use of cluster bombs. There is still heard at the highest command headquarters. You can be regarded as asking the right person about this. Didn't I go to the regiment headquarters before? I heard from the head of the regiment that there was a problem with the cluster bombs in Ferry City. All cluster bombs must be checked. The well-informed soldier replied, "It's real." Say this thing is also very silent, people. The city that is in the ferry operations when Alan Xia artillery troops to deal with the devil, use a lot of cluster bombs. In time the effect is good against the devil. Cluster bombs may have a fatal flaw or shortcoming cannot be said, but a feature. This feature is that part of the scattered submunitions of the cluster bomb is easy to fail to detonate normally. This probability is probably between 20 to 30%, that is to say, 100 submunitions scattered. There are probably 13 bomb cannot explode on the spot. As a result, these bombs will turn into booby traps that will explode at any time, becoming an unstable security hazard. Reconstruction of the ferry in the city, one that is not when detonated cluster bomb submunitions exploded, killing 3 construction workers, also wounded other 4 people. This incident has attracted the attention of many people and has also delayed the reconstruction of Daku City. Therefore, Chris had to issue an order to order Wagram to use cluster bombs with caution, so as to avoid the vicious accident of being accidentally injured by his own ammunition after retaking the enemy's area. As a result, Wage Long ordered, allowing troops to reduce the use of cluster bombs, especially in the frontal attack on one zone in accordance with the plan of attack. These places will soon become as a channel to ensure Alan Xia Buster's southwest attack. Leaving hidden dangers is to trouble yourself. Fortunately, there are other types of ammunition available for Alan Hill's rocket launchers. At least, Cloudburst is a high-power type of ammunition that is not banned. When the 2 people were talking, the loading truck behind them was busy, and the robotic arm was loading guard rockets into the rocket launching nest. In the more distant places, traditional artillery, hundreds of cars passed as self-propelled guns, the ammunition being kept pouring into the enemy positions. These have no turrets, and the combat compartment is an open-type WI self-propelled artillery, and the performance is actually only average. However, there are too many 4 tanks produced by Alan Hill. Transforming into a self-propelled artillery for artillery who lacks motor vehicles is obviously a good way to use waste. So, now, although 4 tanks of raw production line has not been discontinued, but it produced 4 tanks, have been not equipped with tanks of up to Alanxia. Part of the 4 tanks were exported to the Eternal Empire and the Normu Empire, as well as the Palak Empire, a servant country of Alan Hill in the south. This part of the tank is sold to allies as war aid materials. The purpose is to help these allies, as much as possible, to stabilize their own front. There is a part of production out of 4 tanks, only 4 bottom tank dish. These chassis have been modified into emergency repair vehicles, engineering vehicles, rocket launch vehicles, and most importantly self-propelled artillery. Artillery who lacked self-propelled artillery were of course willing to take over such modified weapons, because if they did not accept it, there was no newer weapon that could replace the priest's self-propelled artillery. Therefore, such self-propelled howitzers with average performance, inferior protection, and small caliber are becoming more and more in Alan Hill's troops. Think this is indeed a dumbfounding thing someday. Among Alanxia armor, there may be a very interesting combinations appear. Pastor of World War II self-propelled howitzer, cover T-72 tanks for war. Of course, stylish Air Force also heavily loaded equipment with EL-2 attack plane hit and B-25 and B-17 bomber. The Army have nothing to complain about it, sir. The artillery of next firing position, dug inside a temporary shelter to an officer, is to report the consumption of ammunition to their supreme commander. I have already played 17 times salvo. Estimated count of the enemy: no one will be alive on the ground. In the small half before when their own artillery observation post on a message passed back, said the Puppet Empire, inaudible sound of artillery returned fire. In fact, the artillery of the Puppet Empire indeed gave up the struggle more than half an hour ago. After being pressed and beaten twice, they finally realized a very serious and very real problem. It seemed that they really couldn't beat the huge artillery force of Alan Hill. Rest assured, those enemies and mice similar, no matter how you shelling, and finally there will be many people survived. Artillery refers in the bunker commanders seemed more experienced. With a smile on his men, Commanded Road continued to fire. Not far from this headquarters, a priest's self-propelled howitzer suddenly stopped back, and the muzzle expelled an intertwined fire and smoke. In the open battle room, after a loader waited for the artillery to return to its position, he opened the breech bolt, letting a hot shell of a cannonball roll onto the floor, making a clanging sound. Then, the other ball loader, until cooled down, put the early registration. The prepared shell is pushed into the bore of the inner, and then pulled with a flow smoother motion closes the breech. At the same time, next to the car self-propelled artillery passed through of another car, Animal Husbandry Division, the same kind of played a shell. This kind of firing seems to be regular, charming, and has its own unique rhythm. In the distance, Ronsek shivered and trembled amid the rumbling of Alan Hill's cannons, and it was already a thick smoke that the Alan Hill Grenadiers were familiar with. My Empire 354 Ming car. It specializes in the production of luxury cars. Mansfield Nagel Motor Company, dedicated to the production of special high-level automotive. Empire Malibu has launched 3 generations. 3rd generation gasoline engine capacity car, amazing 100 meters to accelerate the outstanding results. Even more valued is this large luxury car's back, and enjoyed the ride enough to make the process of luxurious interior. Since specifically for the royal family provided by the Imperial Series, never sold outside, that Malibu Series Hawa sedan became synonymous with luxury. Noble joke. If the Emperor Series can easily purchase, it is also what is called Emperor Series. In order to meet those who have money, do not have to know exactly how much money is really gentry. Mansfield Nagel Motor Company will Arcadia Series steam car broken down into 3 grades, in order to give users separate the 316 in weight. The lowest level of Malibu luxury steam car, as long as money can buy, the price is considered very close to the people, and requires only 300 million gold coins can be purchased. In fact, the price is enough to make some of their own money to rich people feel discouraged. Who can imagine that in 5 years the money, all the cash allowed, nor to the 1,000 gold coins? Even so, Malibu luxury steam car is also sold territory. Alanxia 2000 Duer vehicles, So open a Malibu luxury. In addition to proven owners have money outside, nothing special meaning. As said, mid-range Malibu respect expensive. It is not the average person can buy up to. In addition to being very rich, they must also have a certain social status. Generally, ordinary little nobles can't pass the assessment of Mansell Company. Only those real famous families are eligible to buy. Of course, the name of the mayor may not be bought, because the price of this car, more than 1,000 million gold coins, is definitely the most voluptuous true reflection. Drove this car to go out. It's the same as the name of the car can be amplified. Respect for expensive up. This class has a record of each car, enjoy preferential treatment in many aspects. To some of the senior clubs and restaurants, there is always a berth parking. The last Mansell launched the Malibu Eternal is the legend class existence. Mansell Automobile Company has sold only 17 of this kind of cars, and the owner of each one can definitely be said to be the godman at the top of Allen Hill. Eternal steam car. Every car must be custom made. Each one has a slightly different. More frightening it is that each one Eternal steam car enjoy free maintenance service for life, with a special repair personnel. As said, the price, it is more interesting. Chris was honored to be bestowed with a Malibu Eternal steam car of Defense Minister Higgs. Archduke Kastner had been described as the image of the eternal price of the car. Buy one. The money for a car is probably enough to equip 3 armored divisions. This time at the moment, a Malibu respect your steam car parked in the lawn, a man sitting on the spacious rear seats enjoying Warcraft leather hand-sewn seat. It is regrettable that his own with his hand drawn from the chest of the little star next to him. He picked up the cigar from the table in front of him that could buy an ordinary car at a price. His body side of the female star to help him cautiously struck a long match. A good cigarette points before shaking off the match in his hand. Put the garbage inside the storage compartment side. It's really disappointing. The man snorted. The car door beside him was opened by his bodyguard. He glanced at the fairly new actor. His impatience turned into an obscene smile. Little wave hoof. I'll go, just go. People wait for you. Clothes have been slightly messy. Flirtatious female stars such as Silk, sweetly promised, dear. This man drilled the car. The secretary would have stood, pushing his spectacles on his nose, put down the latest mobile phone at hand. Opening report said, Empire Set Group and throw away 0.27 shares. Enjoy. Does the Empire Group have any unprofitable businesses? Of course he bought as many as he sold. A fool would not buy it. His Majesty the Emperor is a hen laying golden eggs. He is now in trouble, so don't take advantage of this. When reached into those in the industry to make money, so what time? A while talking, this man while sucking on a cigar, tangy eyes narrowed. Then he tucked gently nodded his cigar fingers forward, motioned his men forward were open, and stopped in his Malibu respect your steam next to the car. Turned out to be a row of 5 more valuable luxurious Master Eternal. In Allen Hill, there are many people who have their own castles. Too many to count. At that time, it was popular in the world to build castles. Some were used as defenses, and some were purely for residence as villas. Not to have their own castles in Ceres, it must be that rich of home. After all, Ceres today is really a place for every inch of gold. Want to be neighbors with His Majesty the Emperor is naturally a true nobleman who is rich or noble. The castle in front of you, not to mention the city of Ceres, still occupies a lot of space, and the style is also novel. At first glance, it has the simple and fashionable style after the rise of Allen Hill. Of course, everyone who is familiar with this castle knows that this castle also has a resounding name, Long Tate Manor. Able enough, or are eligible to enter the Dragon Tate estate who are absolutely rich. This is the Holy Land in the hearts of Allen Hill businessmen. The second richest man in the empire lives in the castle in this manor. Morbost Jang is the main Dragon Tate family's new home, sitting on billions of assets of the super rich, known as Empire Uncrowned Prime Minister. The only people who this year has just 24 years old, younger shocking. At this time, the owner of the manor, the young Long Tate Desire, was sitting in his place. elbow propped on the huge desk close to 5 meters wide in front of him, holding a black and white photo in a daze. That picture, he and another young man shy smile with. His expression was born immature astringent, while the young man was a look of relaxed smile, looks very warm. This is the photo, the first photo in the world. At that time, the camera was just invented. The image left by the experiment is naturally precious. One of the people in the photo is him, and the other is His Majesty the Emperor, so the content is extremely precious. And in this huge study room, which makes people feel empty, there are precious books of various categories on one side, and some huge glass cabinets on the other side. The cabinet displayed some incomprehensible things: an old wooden lathe, an oily steel machine tool, and some weird but worthless tatters. Dang dang dang. The heavy door with the relief sculpture of falling Dragon City and the dragon slaying battle was knocked, and then 2 waiters pushed open the door one by one, and the man in a suit holding a cigar stepped forward unidentified by his 6 relatives. Walked in like this: "Nephew, you want to kill me, uncle?" The man grinned as soon as he entered the door, and he opened his mouth very flatteringly. He didn't see his displeasure at the door. "You don't see any meat. Are you too exhausted? The food is not good. Would you like your uncle to introduce you some good cooks to try?" Germany Purcell slightly wrinkled his brow. He was very unhappy someone spoke in front of him that people irritable cigarette products. Kiodiao. Germany Purcell zashu a moment, then quickly looked around to find, "I want to get into the hands of those expensive cigars disposed of." Unfortunately, Germany Purcell is a non-smoker, and his office, naturally, will not prepare an ashtray. Even the defense minister, interior minister of such pipes, and no one would smoke in front of desire of ignition. Therefore, after the clan uncle looked around, he found himself completely embarrassed. He can't put his cigar on Dissel's desk tabletop, can he? Throw out. German Purcell put that picture back on the desk, and cold opening that Zussu catch tight to the window, pushed open the window, put the cigar Flanagan neatly threw out the window, for I am sorry. Cigarettes have only become popular on a large scale in the last year. Cigars have been popular for a shorter period of time, but they are more popular with the rich. The uncle did not know that Desailly did not like this kind of rich stuff, so this was a taboo. Although he is Desailly's uncle, although Desailly is 20 years younger when he is older, he is already an out-and-out super rich in the eyes of outsiders, but in front of the patriarch of the Longdayite family, his courage is still very limited. You know, the young patriarch in front of him is a very different character who has cleaned up most of the Dragon Tate family. Time has just passed a few years. Who dares to forget the sight of blood flowing into a river? You remark as early as the German Purcell did not get up, across a huge desk coldly staring at each other, spoke and said, "You are responsible for the recent talk about the company, as well as investments on the stock market?" This is not the end of Hua Jiang. This is not the time to do it. Eyeball were rolling a turn. Desires Afsu pile out of a reluctant smile, opening gingerly explained, "I have a family, do not always all you nurturing starlets can I a Tibetan Johnson am not interested to control you. Your company deficit of 1 million gold coins, my gratitude then you lend me the 10 million gold coins, did not want to pursue." De Purcell still cold voice, "If you are worried about this, you would underestimate me." Desai cushions toot swallow a mouthful of saliva, the tertiary embarrassed expression on up. He took out his handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and took the opportunity to start calculating his own business in his mind. If Desaias said nothing about corruption, his biggest handle would be gone, and the rest would be trivial matters, so I don't need to be so scared, right? 355 The Wolves. Think of this place. He quickly put away his handkerchief, embarrassed smile, "That, nephew. Call me master of the house." De Purcell glanced at each other, quietly corrected him. That Zussu more embarrassed, coughed, opening again and said, "Master of the house, since you are, by not intend to pursue that 100 million coins things I recently did not do, anything out of things are." Ha! De Purcell laughed like a general ha cry, and then raised his chin. squint at each other, then I'll say it. I heard you the acquisition of shares in Imperial Group? Yeah, there is such a thing, but it is a good thing that you can't buy on weekdays. I buy some on the bottom and it will definitely appreciate in the future. When this matter was mentioned, the clan uncle became proud. I was ordered not to buy shares of Empire Group. That group meetings, it seems you are. De Purcell eyes became cold, asked. That sense thus you feel to a share cold, still open argues. Nephew, too careful. It troubled Empire now. We do not take the opportunity to seize the opportunity to make money, it would have been beyond the hour. He has this opportunity that, in fact, now some insolvent Chris, was dragged into a continuous water things in the vortex of financial difficulties. Due to the continuous military build-up fighting, Alanxia loss is growing. On the contrary, war income is declining, and many large consortia are withdrawing funds and no longer support Alan Hill's foreign wars, whether it is said that these consortia are selfish or short-sighted. Anyway, these consortia are all redeeming the war bonds issued by Alan Hill before to run on Alan Hill's national finances. For this matter, in recent days, the Minister of Finance of Alan Hill has successively met with the actual persons in charge of many consortia. However, because of the huge amount, such an appointment has little effect. In order to solve the financial difficulties, the Imperial Emperor Chris began to sell the companies under the royal family, trying to support this protracted foreign war with his own efforts. So, Empire set before almost never sold shares in groups, have been placed in the auction house. I began to pay high prices to people who are willing to sell, from military enterprises to banks, from technology companies to patent rights, everything, more to the numerous. Chris also wants to use this time to auction shares and technology, share the dividends of technological progress, and allow private funds to flow. Not over, recent consortium eyeing these valuable things, began to privately share purchase Empire Group, attempted to His Majesty the Emperor overhead, misappropriation of Empire Group, to carve up the largest piece of cake empire. In modern warfare, gold coins are fought, and victory always belongs to the side with enough gold coins. Alan Hill's invincibility on the frontal battlefield is nothing more than because it dropped enough gold coins. Every battle costs a lot of food, oil, rubber, and steel. These things are real money. With various other products, gold coins are scattered like running water. Although part of it became a tax and was recovered, most of the money still went to the hands of the big chaebols and nobles. Coupled with various policies to benefit the people, the situation of Alan Hill being unable to make ends meet is now quite serious. The fiscal deficit has been 5 years in a row, and the previous years were considered good. After all, the base was not that huge. In the last 2 years, billions or even tens of billions of fiscal deficits were enough to crush any country. But even so, Alanxia troops still remain at 1,000 million or more. The size of the army is still constantly updated with their weapons-loaded equipment, and these weapons and equipment, advanced precision year after year, naturally more expensive. Originally provincial money, now as a navy swallowing gold monster in general, to breath into the water up to 100 warships, of which there are expensive battleships and aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines and so on. Air forces over there in urgent need of F-15 and F-16 for changing old fighter, bomber for the demand never stopped. The army, too, dozens of armored divisions queue to replace T-72 tanks, as well as half of the troops took the Mauser 98K step gun wistfully look forward to their AK-47 yet. To the point where money is everywhere need funding construction. Alanxia control of every city are expanding. Hospitals, schools, railways, roads need to invest in the country, which one looks is very important. In order to get enough gold coins, the imperial concubine has already gone out to perform fundraising. At this time, Desaiur unexpectedly discovered that his tribe wanted to buy the shares of the Empire Group and tried to take Chris. He really wanted to pat the other person on the shoulder and praise the other person, talented. He also wanted to personally chop the opponent's neck with his long sword. and try to see if the opponent was really King Kong. Not bad. I have long Tate family are today, because of what you know is right. Der Purcell hands hold a table. He stood up and asked, nephew, I did not this make you say uncle, your stuff is obsolete. We businessmen are, sense of obligation to lose money. Lose money, it is not a businessman. That's a face lessons desires expression. The times have changed. Become Der Purcell eyebrows, good-looking face showing a hint of a smile to Yinzi. You really dare to say to this empire is not so much the emperor's as it is our Busy Nesman's. If we don't lend him money, how can he rise in such a short time? The uncle of the clan felt that he had moved Desailly. Still talking endlessly. Germany Purcell nodded. You have not thought about, if you do not lend him money, our family, but where's the opportunity to become such a monster today? He does not still the emperor well. That is not to tertiary is then said, I have money, power, he became the emperor went to his better world nominally him, as before us, living in this behind-the-scenes puppet. Enough said here on it. Der Purcell interrupted each other's words, almost, you surrender that to 100 million corruption. Then put your hand over all of the company to the Langteitema. He did not bother had been stunned there. Zasu continue telling their own stories, said, after the out, put your steam that woman strangled in the car, then turned himself into the police. I will find a little better lawyer for you, so that you can live a lifetime in prison with good food and drink. Do not misunderstand, this is the sense. Thank you was in my most difficult time. Lend me 10 million gold kindness currency. Der Purcell said as he revealed a warm smile. His Majesty is also a nostalgic person, even if one knows those who break your thing, the estimated count will not go to prison to find your trouble. You cannot. I do this to me, but you Zasu the tertiary stunned for a moment immediately after the reaction over, and quickly spoke and said, what am I to do? What is not wrong is to buy some stock, and strengthening the Izar family. Grow Der Purcell mocking laugh. Stupid goods we desire family is built on Alanxia brilliant you even dare to attempt to split Taiwan Majesty's imperial group, His Majesty the Emperor overhead. He pointed to the other party's head, showing no mercy at all, you know or not. Even if your Majesty is standing in front of me and asking me for the entire Longteite family, I will give it to him without hesitation. How dare you collude with those idiots and try to take your Majesty? Then how about this is legal? Tertiary his face became gloomy, cold, said, before Longteite family because you rise now, your idea is outdated. It is the future of the Longteite family. Germany Purcell rage anti-smile. You? No kidding this parasite. Do as I say, or you will not survive tomorrow. You now have to die. That Zasu suddenly between reaching arms, pulled out a pistol small size, proud to show off and said, I did not think it did not expect to come here also with a pistol bar is not even more surprising. Can I get this kind of contraband? He was very excited and shook the weapon in his hand. This is a good thing. I spent a lot of money to get it. As long as I kill you, this family will return to what it used to be. And me will be the new head of this family. Think nice. Der Purcell nodded his head. Your hand out the moment the gun. You have a dead intention to assassinate state officials. You are so brave. My name. But in Alan Hill doomsday plan above. Nonsense really more. Go die. Nephew. Now that has been torn face, and that face has become tertiary Yinhan up, teeth pulled my trigger, a pistol in his hand but did not ring. Germany Purcell was very regrettable and shook his head. Sell you this pistol is my people, for this is my manu pistol bullets. Even those you sleep female stars are my people. Are you still dreaming about killing me? He walked calmly wall, remove the tools and try to look very old sword, King is heard pumping out above still press in coldness, a look that is maintenance very wrong state. Nephew. No, master of the house. Master of the house. You give me a break. I dare not. Give me a chance. I hear you. I hear you. Handgun is not a bullet, that there will be no any tertiary spleen gas, but he knew the German Purcell fencing. not to mention that he was emptied wine and women stuffed the body, that is the general master. It may not be the Selby opponent. I can cooperate, friends. Chung Cheng's men, obedient dog dragon Tate family leaving a shortfall of what you qualify are. De Purcell step by step toward the other side. The uncle was so frightened that he turned around and ran to the door. Help, help. Murder. It's a pity that before he touched the doorknob, a blade pierced his chest. He looked down at the blood-stained clothes, and then fell weakly. There. Clean up here and then let the bastard come under. De Purcell crossed the corpse, pushed open the door, biting cold tone told, a group of unfamiliar keep the wolf. There will be another update later in the night, and everyone can watch it tomorrow morning. 356 C. Cross Feng. Human greed is endless, so it is unfair to describe a greedy person with a wolf as a metaphor. At least, in this world, the wolf is divided into 3 rank or grade at least. Mr. Ulang family Borken, it is not happy joy. Someone unfamiliar with the support of the wolf do adjective. In fact, he and Vivian Ding cooked. Of course, Germany Purcell just a metaphor. In fact, he is no prejudice to the Ulang Drew Icon family. He had not even seen it, the kind of great size Molang. Almost the first Desaiya who followed Chris and witnessed the rise of Alan Hill, naturally knew how he rose. But he relies on investment capital. Chris this potential shares, only the ultimate success of the Dragon Albert Tate family of today. Moreover, as an imperial nobleman at the top of the pyramid, he also knew many imperial secrets that others did not know. The whole empire is built on knowledge of Chris, on knowledge, and knowledge Chris now has gone beyond this world. Support from the developing world. Magic division and mortal will speak truth. Even this mortal very money, the magician will not find this mortal different. The same kind of truth, either in law or in force. His Majesty the Emperor Alan Xiaokris has absolute power superior to others. What those idiots dare to challenge His Majesty the Emperor, is not suicidal. Both from Xu is a businessman, but in the end forgotten as a businessman, the most important thing in what is, sadly, not sad. De Purcell shook his head and walked back to his seat and whispered laments. In his view, honesty is the foundation of a businessman, earning the profits that should be earned, and insisting on doing what he should do on issues of principle. This is a qualified businessman. Only those guys clutched the money, but forget the moral person. Not a businessman. It can only be regarded as the gold money blinded slaves. Just like people blinded by magical powers, they are just poor enslaved creatures. Therefore, Germany Purcell felt that those who are corrupt magic temptation cannot be called magicians, and those who were enslaved money cannot be called businessmen. What's more, De Purcell sat stroking his position on behalf of their own Dragon Ring Tate family authority, gently rubbed the top of the family emblem. Even if it is to make money, real businessmen should do make the most profitable choice. He looked at the photo wearing a military uniform, a great sense of taste. Valiant young emperor, his face showing a hint of a smile. How to look, but also to follow His Majesty the Emperor, to earn the most money. Germany Purcell from hundreds of thousands of gold coins started before Chris invested in Says City, 5 years. Got the reward of 100 billion coins. If there is a power ranking for making money in the world, then the Long Tate family, who is truly rich and invincible, is definitely not the first, because Chris is the veritable richest man in the world. For Desaiya, following Chris is more affordable and more profitable than replacing it. Why should he take Chris off? Sometimes power is a good thing, but sometimes it is a reminder. For those who are not capable enough, too much power is a deadly poison. In Germany, while Purcell killed the dragon, that is not the Tate family's relatives in other parts of the world, but also other things happening. Alan Hill's naval squadron collided with a demon fleet on the sea, and a fierce naval battle broke out on the sea east of Piripi. 6. Su Alan Xia artillery torpedo destroyer fleet encounter with the devil. Then both sides want to test the depth of the opponent, so the two sides attack each other with long-range weapons. Most win over his opponent. Devil battleship was sunk 11 ships, while Alan Xia Navy lost 3 Su destroyers. After the war ended with Alan Xia Navy was forced to retreat, but it is also the endless sea of magic. Appears Alanxia Naval Surface Ship Force, the first front against the Devil Navy. Although the demon finally repelled the entanglement of the Alan Hill Navy, the significance of this naval battle was quite huge. First of all, it proved that the Alan Hill Navy is capable of fighting the opponent head, and secondly, it also proved that the Alan Hill Navy has begun to recover its combat capability, and that the 10,000 miles sea territory is no longer undefended. After this fierce battle, the rest of the Alan Hill Naval Squadron doubled their confidence and began to go out to sea more actively. But the Devil, with the backing of air superiority, and in a subsequent sea into battle, proved himself strong. Employing troops such as the Devil Dragon and Demon Bats, the Devil wiped out a squadron of Alan Hill in the second encounter. All 4 new destroyers were sunk by the Magic Dragon, and the Alan Hill Navy lost hundreds of troops as a result. Although the 4 destroyers were sunk before, also sank 3 Sioux Devil warships, may on the whole, Alanxia still lost the second naval battle. As a result, the balance of power in the maritime battlefield was formed, and Alan Hill was afraid of the opponent's air force and had to be cautious again. For the Navy did not form a temporary scale, the loss within a few days 7 Sioux destroyer is already a very unbearable thing. Before getting support and getting enough warships, either Lawrence, Baccaroff, or even Emperor Chris, were unwilling to send their own warships to the loss. And the more their opponents feel powerful demon navy, more cautious, not easily near the coastline, seeking Alanxia front of the naval battle. Prince Salux believed that with the support of the Eye of Magic and a steady flow of troops, the demon's advantage would continue to expand. At this time, frequent battles with Alan Hill were indeed an unwise choice. After all, there was a good news from the other magic eyes. The elves and dwarves could not withstand the attack of the Devil, and they had the chance to win. Short-lived 2 encounters flicker outcome, but with the proliferation of submarine interception, south transportation route between the Devil and the Magic of the Eye, was Alanxia blow. Austrian submarine Sarno frequently kill the demon fleet of thing you do not have to mention. More and more ordinary submarine, let the Devil Senior headache. It began as 2 ordinary submarine attack hit, was developed to the 4 vessels. These ordinary submarines that haunt the Devil's route caused huge losses to the demon forces. On average, a demon fleet will lose about 20 warships when passing through the Alan Hill submarine blockade, which is much more efficient than Alan Hill's surface fleet. Although the demons were also trying to get rid of the submarines that made them very uncomfortable, their efforts ultimately failed. The demon navy had no decent anti-submarine capability, and now it has no clue to the submarine force of Alan Hill. Most end. Prince Sal Alex had orders for the southern region Alanxia, conduct an attack. For the direct purpose of war is to destroy the naval port Ozar. Worst, can also destroy mankind naval base in the harbor Ozar, diving to stop the other to send the kind of weapons, harassing our fleet south. Sarluk Prince C stared at his men and said word by word. He pointing Austrian Tsar position, standing on the front of their own, a burly and very muscular generals, give you 2 floating castle there. 300 Sioux battleship. Speaking of this, Salux squeezed his fist confidently, take Ozar. Or, destroy it completely. The loss of 1 month in a row has made him forget the fiasco of Dooku City. What's more, in the eyes of Prince Sarux, the fierce battle in Ferry City may not necessarily be the Devil's defeat. After all, he didn't know how the loss of Ferry City had dealt a heavy blow to Alan Hill's naval construction plan. If he knew, then his plan to attack Ozar would be more determined. Even so, this plan of attack has a very large. Sal Fox intends to build 300 Sioux warships, 3 Wanming fine auxiliary materials sharp Devil soldiers, as well as excellent weapons. What's more, there are 2 demons castle cover, as well as those forces 500 Sioux warships cover, Ozar attack a port. It is really too simple and too simple. However, the warship that was under investigation was sunk, and the Philippi Island outside the port of Ozar, which was as obnoxious as a nail, became the primary target of the Demon Forces offensive. He who did not want to attack the port of Ozar in time, before and after the attack defenders Philippi Island. Therefore, whether it is the demon general who is in charge of the Ozar landing battle, or the commander-in-chief of the southern demon, Prince Sarux, both think that attacking Philippi Island first is a very correct choice. Autumn, the sea has become cold. At this time, the Devil Fleet 300 ships, warships began gathering to the north, ready to attack the island Philippi, and then to the island as a base to attack at close range as our naval port. Demon troops intended as a way to cut Alanxia Navy supply, so that those who cross the flight line diving all weapons out of action. In order to achieve this goal, the surrounding demon fleet will assemble and prepare to attack Philippi Island, and learned from the reconnaissance satellite that the demon fleet had begun to move northward. Lawrence led his fleet across Philippi Island and Ossa, ready to take the lead in finding a good position for the demon fleet from afar. The heaviest blow. On the second day after the Devil Fleet left the port and headed northward, Alan Hill's main fleet departed from the port and gathered on the sea. For a time, the endless sea was overcast with clouds, and an unprecedented large-scale naval battle was about to break out near Philippi Island. 357 quasi-prepared. Emergency combat preparations. Urgent combat preparations. All officers and soldiers cancel their vacations. Immediately stand by at the combat post. Immediately stand by at the combat post. On the school field, the horn broadcasted the combat commands from above in a loop. Person staff are finishing their weapons as well as equipment. Marines 1 Division, Marines 2 Division, a total of 3, more than 10,000 soldiers. This time at the moment is Philippi Island combat readiness work. Satellites have confirmed that a large-scale demon fleet has begun to move north. The combat target of this fleet is either Port Osa or Philippi Island. Therefore, everyone must be prepared to fight a tough battle. When Langklatter tank crawler belt at regular scrolling emitted sound, out of disguise, barracks has been cast on the good of the fort, a Yemen huge gun ripped off the disguise BR. Soldiers began to enter the pre-designed defensive positions. These defensive positions began to be reinforced a few months ago. Massive amounts of cement were used in each section. The dense bunkers filled them, and the K9 teeth formed a complete killing system. Has the reconnaissance plane come back? The Naval Aviation Commander asks his adjutant with a heavy expression in the field airfield headquarters on the island. Walking in his bodyside's aide to help him open the door in front of the busy command hall appeared in his eyes. Colonel B-17 returns the message and found no trace of the Devil Fleet. Then give me continue to find. Find so far. Led by Colonel walked into the hall in the command. See, the lady officer marked the position of the demon forces that make her are working on a huge map. Very depressed, reached the middle of the hall in front of the sand table map. In the outer side of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, a C-130 transport aircraft parked just down on the runway. The huge tail hatch slowly opened, and a line of heavily armed soldiers descended from above. After knowing the Devil's attempt, it became the consensus of the top Alan Hill to reinforce Philippi Island. An airborne division was transferred to Philippi Island. The dock on the island was also busy. Heavy weapons and more soldiers were sent to the island. The same kind, Ozar Hong Kong as the most important naval base. Alanxia warship building has also been the focus of attention a lot. In addition to the Fleet Genesis General, the Ministry of the Shore Team has also been enhanced, considerably exaggerated. At least 3 divisions of troops stationed near the Ozar. Countless new weapons are the focus here. The first 704 of the Team's EL-2 attack plane hit had just arrived on the island. Attack machine has more than 70 shelves. Count B-25 and B-17. I have the number of aircraft can take off an attack. There are about 175 much. Adjutant pointing to the 3 field airports on the island with the pointer, introduced to his boss. According to the beachhead attack plan you made earlier, these airports will attack the beachhead enemy forces in 3 batches, delaying the opponent's attack speed as much as possible. At this point, the adjutant stopped the introduction and looked at his chief officer. The colonel commander of the Naval Aviation Force clasped his chest, still felt that he had too little power in his hands. He has about 20 P-51 Wild Horse fighter, 90 frames Iraq Sol 2 attack aircraft, as well as 35 Stand B-25 bombers, and 30 B-17 bombers. Most of the pilots of these aircraft have experience in naval attack training and can attack the opponent's naval fleet. In addition, he also 15 often prepared at the airport of reconnaissance aircraft. These aircraft can provide early warning for him. Plus deployed on the islands for radar stations, its real strength of his battle is still very substantial. However, he watched the record of the offensive and defensive Battle of Transition Couching, so he was still very worried that his forces would be stretched during the war. On the other side of Piripi Island, near Ozar Port, naval aviation is also urgently assembled. Although the newly deployed Figure 22M backfire bombers only had 6 pitiful planes, 4 were still deployed to perform anti-ship missions, along with the set of nodes over, and fight for air supremacy in charge of 100 MiG-21 fighters, 30 GA's latest F-16 fighter jets, as well as 35 GA powerful F-15 Eagle fighter. Far more than 200 is frame B-52 bomber, 200 is frame B-17 bomber, 100 frame B-25 bomber, 140 RAK Iraq Sol 2 attack aircraft, 10 RAK AC-130 gunship, and 30 RAK A-10 attack aircraft. Vigilant. On the sea, the main fleet of Alan Hill was ready for battle, and the warships under the command of Lawrence hovered on the sea like a dragon, with murderous aura. Hero, Conquer, and Victory around the 3 dreadnoughts. There are 20 cruisers of various types, and further behind are more than 30 destroyers of various styles. This main fleet to contain the demon responsible for fleet off the coast, in waters near the port of Ozar, equipped with only a few boats. Armed artillery pieces make up the other fleet. The fleet of any task that is cut into the Devil Ozar harbor before, blocked the opponent. Behind the defensive position on Piripi Island, an artillery loader used a crowbar to open a box of wooden covers full of ideas. Inside, the shells marked with the Magic Resonance Bomb logo are neatly stacked. The loader took these shells out of the box and placed them carefully next to their gun positions. Pile sandbags around the circumferential around also connected to the communication trenches of the artillery, and then one of a 155mm garnet projectile gun while rotating the handle of the gunner, a little bit of the coarse raised barrel. In around these cannons, quietly erected Hawk anti-aircraft missiles, a set of 331 group, pointing to the sky early and do battle quasi-fighting equipment. More far away, a land-based anti-ship missile on a launch position, a huge missile X's sky. The sharp wings, like a sharp sword, reflected dazzling light in the sun. Standard attention. Austrian section of the city SAR 4 set within the overall group army group headquarters. Everyone stood up and salute, facing the direction of the door. His Majesty the Emperor 1-year-old. A middle-aged man wearing a military uniform to go after came back a military salute. We made a casual gesture. His Majesty the Emperor 1-year-old. Everyone began their busy. A military officer came up and handed him a picture. Facing a middle-aged man spoke and said, Mode I sold to the military, which is 17 minutes before the Bell satellite images. The Devil it's heading west. Mode I sold will the military took over the satellite images, dropped his eyes and looked at it on the track is not clear above sea level, then the photo and handed back to the other side. He who would change the route. You mean, the other party won't land on the southern coastline? Surely they will go north again? The officer was taken aback for a moment, and then asked in a very incomprehensible way. Yes, the other goal is not to Piripi Island, is the Ozar. There will be no other possibility. Mode I looked at the wall hung a huge map of the area. He said absently. Why? The other party still didn't quite understand where Modler's confidence came from. Because for me in the Ozar. Mode I Sol coldly replied simply, I'm not non-cola, not Levin Soul. I was in the Austrians are. This can be regarded as Modeler's resentment. From the founding of Alan Hill to today, this general who joined the Alan Hill system earlier seems to be an enviable general. His ministry team was transferred here and there, but few have experienced a real battle. Before Trinity, fierce fighting in the Empire, commanded by Maud Lyle Fawcett's regiment army, but did not participate in a battle. Before he entered the territory of the Holy Demon Empire to participate in the war, he was transferred back to the country and transferred to the direction of Ozar to take charge of the defense work. He was originally very experienced in combat and had long been famous, but now in the Alan Hill military system, he is not as good as a group of 20-year-old juniors. For the time being, Wagram like this, whether Walter or Lester, even Courier seems to be more famous than his middle-aged uncle. So, Modley Isol this time, really do not want to miss a fight. In any case, he must use an upright battle to prove himself. Backfire bomber carrying KH-22 missiles, nuclear warheads are not ready. Okay. Modley Isol to look at his body with consultant's officer of the rank of a lieutenant colonel Edges, he asked. A little before when I had just confirmed. But also nuclear warheads at least 3 days before enough is produced by nuclear plants. Side of the news. If we fast, it is possible to produce an accident. The advisor said the officer regrets. May be necessary to use in my day. Modley Isol shook his head. It seems the battle of nuclear weapons. Bizawang Bushang. Not 2 is not without good news. Compared to the War of the Ferry, he is now in the hands of the magic number of resonant shells can be more than doubled, the number of armor-piercing steel core even in the hands of soldiers more, conventional weapons. Loveland Hill can already be said to have changed shotguns. Moreover, several small within the time, T-800 reinforcements department team will arrive, Boeing 707 delivery speed a few passengers, which was faster than their reinforcements of thousands of people. A lot of. Rest assured, His Majesty's ministry team will soon arrive. I have in any case occupy advantage. Demon attack this time, not meant to account for what is cheap. Modley Isol to put aside the resentment of a nuclear bomb, cheer for all the commanders around him. Austrian on more than 100 kilometers west of the airport Saar, Aulank holding his new helmet, wearing advanced anti suit. Step by step towards the Eagle his own. Fortunately losses here are fully equipped airport, thanks to several Den C-130 transport airplane to the various ancillary equipment as well as vehicles, and that makes the front of the complex and expensive F-15 fighter. Successful transitions came to the Ozar theater. It is also due to this, the various defects such improvements. The birth of a new fighter will tend to perfect order here, the first time debut, to its enemies to send a surprise. 358 Sea Battle. On the floating castle, a group of black shadows appeared behind the demon general and reported the news that he had just received. Report to the general and find the enemy fleet. I know that the blind can see Met, but also with you to report. I stood in the city devil generals behind the battlement's mouth. Frowning snorted. On the sea level in front of him, black smoke billowed, and a huge fleet lay across the route he wanted to attack. The other party seemed more like a demon's navy than him. The black smoke that obscured the sky and the sun could be seen clearly on the floating castle, and the unparalleled momentum made people very uncomfortable. Let 2 castle before the number, eliminate off those damn human. Bug Devil General opening told, fleet move on, stop all of us. All to be wiped out. And when the entire demon fleet was violently pressing on Lorna's fleet, several anti-ship missiles with extremely fast speed suddenly appeared in the sky. These anti-ship missiles locked on the number 2 floating castle, the largest target, and thunderously covering his ears, he hit the castle's magical defense barrier. The resonance effect of the magic resonance bomb suddenly destroyed the magic defense barrier of the castle. And then the missile behind it directly hit the foundation of the castle and exploded around the floating magic circle, destroying many magic inscriptions carved on the stone wall. Body huge volume devil floating castle began to tilt in the sky, placed in the castle inside track because of the demon pouring fighter hit with a violent explosion occurred. In among the general stunned the devil, and two how floating castle braved the smoke to reduce the height. Above the magic guide gun turret moved, but also because of the internal demon soldiers' Langbanshitty explosion, chaos everywhere. Not very stable magic guided artillery energy accompanied by shock of the explosion. A magic guide gun turret explosion flew to lift higher into the air. The huge boulders at the bottom of countless castles fell down and hit the demon warship sailing below. In a city Ferian kind, under strong ability to break anti-resonance magic bullet, it looks majestic floating fortress, with vulnerable describe no problem. Before reaching the human fleet, one of his demon fortresses was shot down. At least thousands of demons were lost, and hundreds of demon fighters carried in the castle were also completely finished. The loss was not trivial, but the demon general still did not feel that he should retreat. He was ordered to take Ozar, and if he went back with his tail caught in this way, Prince Salux probably wouldn't be able to spare him. There, Army General Badbad just the shadow appeared again in the Dust Devil generals. Complained the report said, to castle no. Severely damaged, seeing to fallen. I know it blind can see. See. Demon general's sharp fingernails into the inner battlement's brick walls. Teeth emphasizes. Get out of here. Do not take into account the energy reserves of the open multi-layered magic defense barrier. Avoid being shot down by the opponent. Speed up the fleet. Get close to the enemy's fleet. Countless demon bats and demon dragons began to take off. And the demon fleet suddenly appeared to be an ancient giant beast resurrected. Black spots like locusts surrounded the castle and the fleet. Above the endless sea, the demon navy still has the advantage of air supremacy. At least Alan Hill's navy has not yet built an aircraft carrier, and there is no way for its fighter force to go out to the endless sea to cover its fleet operations. So, in the face of human marines, when the devil prefers priority, Tiamat also dispatched their troops. Devil Bat, this is the last maritime war, summed up their lessons. Put down the hands of Wang Telescope. Loven's face touches a lot easier, so that his breath against the Fortress 2 fleet flying in the sky. To be honest, his pressure is still quite large. He looked at the body adjutant side, opening praise. You really do not say. And saw that it really is very powerful anti-ship missiles. Of 10 anti-ship missiles, put the fly in the castle in the sky to kill. It's up. Those anti-ship missile is shore-based launchers launch, but also the secret weapon Billy Pie defenders of the island. These anti-ship missiles are all supersonic models of the Soviet Union, and they are very powerful and bulky. Originally, these missiles were used against enemy warships. But on the radar screen in the missile radar car, the huge floating castle seemed to block the signal like a pile of shit, and it was very difficult not to aim. So those who have to be anti-ship missile attack warship, but it is ultimately the implementation of anti-aircraft missiles combat missions, directly locked floating castle, and implemented a very successful attack hit. Because as there is no electronic warfare, there is no interference and physical bait. So these missiles accurately hit the target. It's real. Have nothing unexpected. These are for shore-based anti-ship missile attack warship design, and manufacturing errors are probably 20 to 30 meters between. After the end of the radar guided power, error not more than 10 meters and can accurately hit the aircraft carrier's ship size of ship. The results of these missiles target this time is the length and width of more than 1 kilometer super-grade huge target. Radar lock as simple as people made. The hit accuracy is not a problem. Face of such a huge target. Anti-ship missiles if missed, that's a joke, is not it? Destroy falling leaf is calling. The opponent's fleet is accelerating. We are still 40 kilometers away from our fleet. An officer in charge of communications reminded loudly from a distance. Lawns nodded and ordered, power the shore-based missile force and tell them that the missile hits the target. Let them fix the other one as soon as possible, and leave it to us to keep heading. Quasi, prepare to fight. After he told finished, they looked to conquer the number waiting at the side of the captain of the battleship, continued loudly ordered, to inform all warships, against. On the deck of the battleship Conquer, the heavy steel plate-welded turret began to turn slowly. Thick 305mm caliber cannon, pointing to the side of the ship's side. These artillery guns were aimed at the south, and then their barrels were raised high. Line drive in front of the conquest of the battleship HMS Victory also is rotating their turrets, the dark muzzle pointing to the direction of the enemy resides. The battleship Hero, which is behind the battleship Conquest, is doing the same thing. Farther away, the artillery on the cruiser has also been rotated, and countless barrels have raised their proud heads. The most distant sight, ready to fire. Every one warships, weapons officer standing on hands behind their front position, gave the order to prepare the attack. The distance between the two sides is approaching bit by bit. Everyone is waiting nervously, waiting for the war to start. I think you need support. Silent, no radio channels inside. A voice rang unexpected. Then, there was an unbearable laughter. Not too thick cloud into the layer. A MiG-21 fighter rushed out and brought out a white cloud behind traces. Then, the second MiG-21 fighter jet rushed out, followed by the third and the fourth. I thought you do not come out yet. Empty military liaison officer's face suddenly relaxed, grabbed the intercom, quipped, "Those in heaven." "Damn devil handed to you." "No problem." "No radio." The voice that is just very confident replied. Then, cloud within the layer, more MiG-21 fighter washed out, the same general transit thickly as locusts. Then, more strong view of the scene. So there have been countless missile out from under the wings of these fighters. A section of white tail flame pierced the blue color of the sky. With the scream of the rocket engine after another, the long-range Sparrow missiles took the lead in launching an intensive attack on the demon forces. There are at least 60 missiles heading for the devil in the distance, behind these missiles, as well as at least 40 closely followed by missiles. Who could have imagined that in just a few years, mortals have evolved from a state of no air power at all to where they are today? Wow! The remaining MiG-21s also launched missiles. In order to cover the decisive battle of the naval fleet, the Air Force dispatched 60 MiG-21 fighters in one go, in order to eliminate the Demon Air Force as much as possible and fight for more for the fleet. Time. Far away in the sky, exploding fire vague emerge. Between the hordes of demon bats and the dragon, missiles exploded one by one, devouring the lives of the surrounding demons. The prefabricated fragments are countless steel needles. With the explosion of the missile, these steel needles will form a huge fan and penetrate all the obstacles ahead. This design was originally designed to ensure that the missile damages the aircraft, but when facing the devil's body, the attack effect is surprisingly excellent. Countless demon bats and dragons were hit by missiles and fell from the sky into the sea. In long-range attacks, Alan Hill's MiG-21 fighter still has an absolute advantage. However, those flying demons quickly became entangled with these silver-gray painted MiG-21 fighters. In fact, Alan Hill's new paint is mainly for the purpose of identifying friend or foe in a fighting state by color. Originally the Alan Hill Air Force was painted in black, and the Devil's Air Force was also dominated by dark colors. The two sides fought together and it was very difficult to distinguish. Therefore, Alan Hill finally changed his fighter camouflage, which made a clear line with the enemy. When the silver-gray fighters and the weird dark creatures were entangled, the entire sky appeared chaotic. The air defense weapons on the Alan Hill battleship also kept firing, and the tracer was woven into the sky into a fire class. The first large-scale naval battle between the Devil and the Fire broke out in the waters near Piripi Island. Delay one day today, continue to make up tomorrow. 359 artillery war began. Sighting head marked, accompanied by a crisp cry. Battleship guns to conquer. The numbers were slightly adjusted. Although in the history of the Earth, the Dreadnought-class battleships were not equipped with advanced equipment such as radars, but these battleships that served in the Alan Hill Navy also used some different advanced equipment on them. The first point is that Alan's Fearless ship were equipped with radar electronic devices that are not modified after the security installation. but in the original design of the time there is. In order to install these radar equipment, the center of gravity of the dreadnought was slightly increased, and the superstructure was also modified and designed. Great diameter over 5 meters, internal gear driven by the motor to drive the rotation of the turret. Careful. These gears are neat and orderly, like brilliant flowers blooming in the industry. The inner wall of the huge artillery has charming rifling. These riflings rotate to the tail without any deviation, ensuring that each shell can fly out of the barrel according to a predetermined trajectory, rotating and flying to the target stably. Quasi-prepare to fire. Sealed within closed turret. As soon as this command, the atmosphere suddenly tense between. Everyone is waiting for the next command. This is the first time they face potential R-force powerful enemy of the enemy. The gunners standing in their positions. The heavy, hundreds of tons of artillery are ready. The gunner in charge of firing had already pressed the button of the firing device. The officer in the turret held his chin, his eyes full of firm light. He held the phone in his hand, waiting for the sound of the command to fire from the phone. Although he couldn't see the enemy here, he could still feel the tension of the war that was about to erupt. On the bridge, everyone saw the demon fleet on the sea in the distance through the thick glass windows. The black warships are getting closer and closer, forming a black straight line on the sea horizon. Lawrence held it up again and again, and put down the telescope in his hand again and again. How is the distance measurement? The newly installed rangefinder shows that we are 16 kilometers away from the enemy. An officer replied immediately! Command artillery began to fire. Hit. Then the actual shooting state. Adjust shooting parameters. Genesis, eager to have a little bit of his command of the first naval battle in the true sense, gave the order opening the sights. The next second clock, weapons officer grabbed the phone in front, loudly gave the order to fire. Fire. Boom. Almost at the same time, the cannons on the battleship Conquest began to roar. With this roar, all the cannons moved back slightly, and then slowly returned to their positions. Immediately afterwards, the muzzles of these artillery blasted out a large amount of thick white smoke. At this time, all the shells fired were still flying. At the same time, the hero traveling in front of HMS-4 on the turrets. 8-door gunfire also discharged dazzling 8 and 305 mm artillery shells on the volley into the distant enemy. After only a few seconds, the 8 main guns on the battleship Victory also fired. After a row of shells were fired, they entered the stage of loading. A dozen kilometers outside, inside the Devil's fleet, being a demon officer in his own sword, clamoring to give humanity a little color to see the Navy, come Quasi. Prepare magic guide gun, he'll make them pay. Yes, sir. We are ready to fire, as long as they are in range. They will be finished. An ugly demon replied sharply. Compared with other empires, the weapons and equipment of the demon fleet are not at the same level. They have magic cannons, which are powerful and have a long range. Therefore, compared with Alan Hill's fleet, they are not completely at a disadvantage. This kind of contest is more evenly matched, and naturally everyone has their own dedication to victory or defeat. You can't expect to rely on a fleet of sailing ships to defeat the enemy's steel battleship, but if it is a battleship fighting a battleship, it feels different. Just as the demon fleet was preparing to fire and attack, the shells fired by Alan Hill fell first. These shells slammed into the water, and after the explosion, they stirred up a water column as high as dozens of floors of buildings. The huge explosion suddenly calmed the noisy demon army. The demon soldiers on the deck looked at the magnificent water column, and for a moment forgot that they should roar and strengthen their momentum. After an instant, more water jets rose into the sky, and a demon touched the sea water splashing on his cheek, and then realized that the terrible human attack had already begun. Raise the magic defensive barrier. The demon commander headed by loudly issued an order to fight. In his shout, a water column tens of meters high rose from the side of a huge demon battleship over 200 meters in length, which looked spectacular. See situation in war. The first volley to hit the enemy really is rare. Too many factors restricting the hit rate among the naval battle, So most of the time, even with advanced naval warships, naval contact with the enemy will also choose to fire as close to his opponent as possible. In short, Alan Hill's first round of volleys, in fact, did not hurt the demon fleet at all. And Alan Hill's navy was not at all affected by the ineffectiveness of this round of attacks. The Alan Hill sailors who were responsible for loading the artillery with ammunition could not see their combat results at all. They could only confirm that their artillery had fired on the enemy through the dull explosion. Then, he who cannot see any enemy, just inside the cramped turret, just repeat once the filling work. The mechanical loading equipment will transport the shells out of the well-protected ammunition compartment, and then take the shell elevator to the turret. Immediately afterwards, the propellant is transported to the designated location by a similar device, and then the semi-automated loading will begin. Soldiers use a motor to control a push rod to push the shell into the barrel. Then, the push rod works a second time to push the prepared propellant into the barrel. At this time, the loader can close the breech block and prepare for launch. When two after artillery ammunition have finished loading, filling the entire work is complete. The returned artillery will be adjusted to the angle before reloading at this time, so that it can attack again with higher accuracy. Microtune 0.31 degrees. And fire through the data over the phone delivered to all turret gunner responsible for adjusting the angle of elevation of the gun began responsible for their own artillery according to the data. After adjustment, the accuracy of the attack this time will be greatly improved, and basically the second time can create a crossfire situation. Once the case is now in the crossfire, it is not far away to hit the target. If the opponent is also a master of naval warfare, he will adjust his course or change his speed to interfere with the opponent's shooting estimation. In all quasi after the preparation is ready, all the Alanxia warships broke for a few minutes of quiet. Another salvo of artillery began. From the battleship Conquest to the end of the battleship Victory, 24 305mm caliber cannon artillery shells once again fly to their target, but this time the Devil's Own fleet has not yet entered into striking distance of it. The attack range of the magic gun is actually very long, and it is not much different compared to the large E-caliber artillery. But Devil's observation and aiming system is too backward. So in order to ensure aiming accuracy, they can only wait patiently and wait for a suitable attack distance. The second round of salvo came in an instant, and those armor-piercing projectiles filled with magic spar accelerated in the air to a critical point, and then fell and dived and rammed the target. The projectile has burned red due to friction, and the internal charge has become extremely unstable. Another water column rushed straight into the sky in the middle of the demon fleet, and the demon warship that had supported the magic defensive barrier, felt the powerful attacks from human beings. These damn human. A demon officer looking through his own front provoked days of water. Hate cut teeth road. He could not tolerate the fact that the advanced weapons provided by the source of magic were comparable to those used by humans. Unfortunately, they cut his teeth in the tooth when a 305mm caliber cannon shells penetrated the paper as fragile as magical defensive barrier, directly smashed through the deck of a battleship Devil. Before everyone could react, a huge explosion exploded inside the demon warship that had penetrated the deck. The destructive force suddenly shredded the hull of the demon warship, and the twisted and deformed steel plate broke apart, torn apart with the hideous barbs on it. Then the next second, the seawater poured into the cabin, submerging everything it could submerge. No one would have thought the volley, Alanxia Navy to break out of the shell, can accurately hit a target. Therefore, this shell greatly encouraged the confidence of Commander Lawns, who was watching the battle. He now felt that his fleet could wipe out the seemingly huge demon fleet in front of him. Its real naval shooting ability is not Alanxia how accurate, but because these demons' battleship is too much, even a probability problem. So many demons warships arranged together, the probability will be doubled up to a very promising degree. In addition, the Alan Hill fleet has been fighting south, and it has indeed trained a very capable navy. These naval gunners usually attack the enemy's fortresses, attack the city, and control the artillery to a very proficient level. Therefore, I do not sleep in, Alan Xia Navy, in fact, gunnery level than they already own estimate, higher than a large portion. 360 Transformation. Let destroyers and cruisers outflank the past. Preemptive attack enemy wings. Play speed advantage. Battleship forces to tackle the. Continued to fire. Once again laid down his Hope telescope. Genesis changed their fleet's formation. The lined-up long snake formation was immediately divided into 3 subcompartments. Battleships and some cruisers with relatively large gun caliber remained on the front, while some light cruisers began to accelerate forward. When these cruisers were built, new technologies were used to varying degrees. The coal-burning boilers were eliminated and replaced with oil-burning power systems. Because of this, the speed of these cruisers is much faster than that of the old cruisers. The speed of a single ship of many cruisers can even reach an astonishing 50 km per hour, which is much faster than the Dreadnought. Not only before, and when they Dreadnought fleet together, their speed is restricted. Now, they are ordered to act alone, which is equivalent to lifting the seal. Therefore, these warships with small artillery caliber quickly accelerated away from the slower main fleet. At the rear of the entire fleet, the destroyer fleet following in the distance also got the order at this time, began to turn its bow, and chose a more aggressive route. I may not so much what the textbooks. I know a book. Tactical Chaos Boxing killed Old Master. Genesis grinned, smiled and stood beside his own aide, said, such as the fight played a bayonet. I look at the Devil's fleet, what is it capable of? He is now almost in a state of confidence, backed by the Ozar military port. As long as he buys enough time, the Devil's fleet will become more and more disadvantaged. Soon, Alan Hill's new destroyers will be put into service. Those destroyers equipped with missiles will have much more combat capability than the warships in his hands. By that time, Alan Hill's navy was no longer a defensive navy. He will command his fleet to go to the Endless Sea and take the initiative to find the Demon naval fleet for a decisive battle. Therefore, Lawrence doesn't care about the loss at all. He only needs to do his best to fight the battle before him. Keep firing. Let the group of demons focus their attention on the front. It is important to give them a little bait and let them bite the hook. Lawrence scattered his squadron and came a crescent formation. Both sides fronted, stopped in the middle and put on a posture of attacking the demon fleet on 3 sides. Inside the floating castle, seeing Alan Hill's fleet begin to divide into 3 groups, the demon general snorted and raised his mouth. You want to eat my fleet? I have a big appetite. I want to see it. Is it your wings outflanking faster, or my central breakthrough faster? Its real impact of this is on tactical arrangements, who sometimes are not stupid idiots who do not know the enemy from outflanking the wings themselves, caught in a dangerous situation here. Sometimes, the side that divides the forces is actually the side that takes the initiative to take risks, and the concentration of forces to defeat each one is a more reasonable tactical arrangement. Seeing that the demon fleet did not divide its forces, but instead picked up the regiment and rushed directly into the encirclement of the Alan Hill navy, Lawrence knew that the enemy was going to fight himself. After all, the devil knew that he couldn't afford it. The kind of nuclear weapons that would fly anytime and anywhere without knowing when was the sword of Damocles that really hung over their heads. The pursuit of speed, battle, quick decision, demon fleet. The central breakthrough with this tactic is absolutely reasonable. Moreover, from another perspective, the demon fleet's strategic attempt to go north is to land and destroy Ozar, or to control Piripi Island. If the sea war protracted, Alanxia pre-war preparations will be more complete. Attacks on 2 places of a sudden it disappeared. Therefore, no theory from which direction to look. Quick, out in front of this as quickly as possible to destroy the human fleet. The fleet is a strategic task Demon had done. Boom. The 3rd salvo of Alan Hill's navy began, also with 24 rounds, which also fell within the demon navy fleet. This time, the accuracy of the hit was higher. 3 shells directly hit the demon warship, sinking 3 huge black warships in an instant. The demon battleship is not a battleship in the true sense. It looks majestic and a strange battleship covered with bar beds. Although its defensive ability is much higher than that of a sailboat, it is not as strong as it looks. It is mainly to enhance the body's defense. Now there is magic shell steel defensive barrier on both innovation. It's a pity that the magical defense barrier is still reluctant to deal with small caliber artillery, but it seems incapable of dealing with large caliber artillery. At the same time, have never been armor thickness is generally steel hull, to 300 or more large caliber guns a projectile. The physical properties of defense is very limited. Therefore, it is not surprising that the hull was penetrated all at once. Ever since 3 demons warships broke an explosion, little children do not adhere possible. And the hapless demon battleship that had penetrated the hull earlier, has now completely disappeared from the sea. After all, these warships are powered by magic. This kind of power system is very unstable, and large-scale explosions will occur as long as they are destroyed, which is similar to the principle of the explosion of a tank's gasoline engine. Not only before, in front of these demon ships, the smallest have 150 dm long, really huge volume, up detonation. Detonation spectacular than tanks also too much. Chirp. Another on the side, has been vulnerable to attack warships of the devil. That strange moment there is a huge magic guided artillery ming consisting of the turret, also emitted a great energy. The demon fleet began to fight back. They could not take care of the problem of aiming, and could no longer bear it, and started a frantic attack on Alan Hill's main fleet. The demon fleet, which has an absolute advantage in number, fired dozens of warships in one breath, and countless magic-guided artillery energy shells flew towards the target. For a time, Alan Hill's fleet was shrouded in artillery fire. Some of the blazing energy directly crashed into the sea water next to the Alan Hill battleship, and also aroused a water column as high as tens of meters. Some of the energy was far away, and they passed directly over Alan Hill's fleet and flew far away before falling into the sea and exploding. This round of crazy attacks also did not cause any trouble to Alan Hill's fleet. However, this gorgeous attack also made Lawns, who had never seen this scene, feel the strength of the enemy. Unlike previous enemies who could not fight back, or fight back at all, this time the enemy was not the target. So Lawns instantly felt the pressure on his shoulders. Regrettably, his tactical arrangements have been implemented, and now he can't change anything. What he can do is just wait and wait for a result. His Majesty the Emperor Chris has been said that the Navy military services is a very tragic, because it is the only one. You can lose the whole war in a morning of arms. Before, when Lawless Navy was invincible, he used to disagree with this sentence, but now, at this moment, he truly agrees with this sentence. Grasping tight time-filling distance for us, Genesis urged his men were a bit. The whole bridge a busy atmosphere. Boom. As the distance between the two sides kept getting closer, following the cruiser behind the battleship, the main gun began to roar. These 203mm caliber guns joined the ranks of the roar. This time, not only the 305mm main gun was fired, so the number of shells that flew into the enemy camp was doubled. As dense hail of bullets shells falling, the Sky Demon fleet, those huge big magic defense barrier method array, shells struck by these splashes of ripple. The magical resonance bomb destroyed these defensive barriers, and then more shells fell and hit the deck of the demon warship. The seemingly sturdy and heavy demon battleship, hit by these long-range artillery shells, soon ignited a big fire, smoked, and turned into a steel coffin. The poor demons on these battleships had not had time to show how powerful and fierce they were, and along with their battleships, they became food for all kinds of creatures in the ocean. Many battleships collided with each other in the burning and explosion. Those demon battleships that were gathered together and looked magnificent were in chaos at this moment, and even the most basic order disappeared. The reloading time of the magic gun was too slow, and the interval between one attack was too long. After Alan Hill's naval battleships fired another round, These demon battleships that fired in the first round had not had time to hit their second volleys. If he is not on their head, there is the floating castle. Possibly this naval battle, it will turn into a one-sided massacre. Seeing that his fleet had lost dozens of warships in one go, the demon general standing behind the Kremlin was a little uncomfortable. You know, his fleet is not all sea military ships. These ships, as well as to the demon army landing it. If he fights with the human navy here, where will he go to find the landing troops to destroy Ozar and land on Piripi Island? He will need as quickly as possible to destroy the human race in front of the navy, then in time before humans drop the atomic bomb, stir together the enemy landing on the beach, and this is the beginning of his plan. And now he still think this plan is the best plan of action. Let the Demon Dragon Force advance. Take off the Demon Fighter. Cover the floating castle. Prepare all the magic cannons on the castle. Target the human fleet. The Demon General commanded the Black Shadow behind him word by word. 361 Watchtower. Austrian airports are west of the huge volume of Figure 22M bombers below, by means of ground staff are dedicated car mount. To this fast bomber, just mount produced by the air-launched anti-ship missiles. The KH-22 missile is huge in size and time-consuming to mount. This kind of anti-ship missile developed and produced by the former Soviet Union, to put it bluntly, is almost an airplane equipped with a guidance device. Weighing nearly 6 tons, anti-ship missiles can be installed over 1-ton warhead. To ensure the destruction of any kind of ship, it can fly to more than 4 times the speed of sound, so intercepting such missiles is almost impossible. Especially for demons, their magical defense barrier is almost powerless against attacks of this speed. Be careful. Be careful. Check each connection point. Missiles and bombers are very sophisticated equipment. Must be very careful job. A man ground officer members repeatedly stressed that the security practices. He must check every link and keep the entire aircraft and the entire missile operating normally. As weapons have become more sophisticated, this kind of inspection work has become more and more. The current missiles are expensive and extremely complicated, and a slight mistake will result in hundreds of thousands of gold coins being wasted. In order to avoid this loss, strict operating rules and regulations are an indispensable reference. Deployed in this all in the Figure 22M bombers will take off soon. They carry anti-ship missiles, will ensure the destruction of at least 10 Su Devil warships. Continue to reduce the number of advantages Devil fleet. Notify the pilots that they can take off at any time. After touching the bolts that fix the missile with his hand and confirming the strength of the fixation, the ground crew commander gave a thumbs up to the men on the side, indicating that they are not working. There are any problems. Soon, these bombers will take off with anti-ship missiles, arrive at the battlefield and then easily kill the demon warships. Before these bombers took off, the more advanced F-15 fighter jets had formed 2 huge formations with the F-16 fighter jets for air combat. Austrian Franksat F-15 fighter that is not spacious, but very reasonable cockpit designed to monitor a variety of battlefield information on the screen. There are identification signals on the radar screen to distinguish the position of the enemy and his own. He can easily distinguish the friendly forces that are fighting with the enemy. First into the electronic device to let him firmly in the situation over the battlefield, and next to his cabin, but also spraying a dazzling record belonged to him. And today, it is clear that his record has a chance to add some more. I cannot believe this cabin, so I have a very unreal feeling. Austrian Frank by radio to his wingman laments. He made us an ace pilot, starting with the driving P-51 Wild Horse fighter, and later he was specifically drawn back from the front line, start flight simulator F-15 fighter jets, until a few months ago. Received F-15 fighter so far. If it is not known knowledge magic ball, he may now have no way to have complete control over this complex and sophisticated advanced fighter aircraft. There are hundreds of operating buttons on this plane, and 2 extremely complex engines. The most exaggerated is that this is not the most powerful part of the F-15 fighter. The most powerful thing is that this fighter has a complete combat data link. This data link is the key to the F-15 fighters truly surpassing the MiG-21 fighter. With this command system, F-15 fighter jets can control battlefield information, complete the most reasonable tactical scheduling arrangements, and easily attack the enemy's weaknesses in the most vulnerable places of the enemy. MiG team had almost no ammunition, rest of the things we must to us, and F-16 in the team it. Austrian Frank Wingman saw the information on the screen, then said calmly. Austrian Frank kept his altitude, then checked the data link status, looked to fly around in their own wingman, confirmed the opening, said, "A few minutes after the bell, we will enter the battle space. Ready." Nothing. Report of the lead plane. Missiles state self-test is completed, no exceptions. Ready. Wingman pilot Jack checked the weapons control system integration. Opening report wrote, "Although both people like to make 2 jokes when they are relaxing, they have never been sloppy about this kind of formal preparation for battle. At this time sloppy is irresponsible for one's own life. Casually at this time, that is joking with his own life. Open the security risk. 1 minute after we entered the theater. Call ground tower. Call ground tower. Ima kill by 1 number. Ima kill by 1 number. Application please transfer scheduling command." Austrian Frank changes the communication channel. She opened her mouth to apply headphones and soon came the ground control tower of command. Approved application please after entering the theater. F-15 command to kill the squadron transferred to the air command center. Kill Osu squadron. Kill Osu squadron. Ima fly I-2 number. I am a compound I-2 number. Take over Yuhu command. Password 458911. Finished complete. On the ground control tower does after recognition 2. Another voice in Aulank. There was a ringing in his earphones. An E-3 watchtower early warning aircraft modified from Boeing 707 that has been hovering on the edge of the theater is the data terminal of the Eland Hill Air Force Battlefield Command System. It can be said to be a radar flying thousands of meters in the air. It's a mobile computer stuffed with hardware. It only took a short time for the 2 E-3 early warning aircraft to develop. After all the technology uses the radar technology that Eland Hill has stocked. Eland Hill has not slowed down its development, and computer technology is even more important. The most important development direction of a Boeing 707 aircraft already in service, the 3QA technology ADUP, E-3 Belvedere-borne early warning aircraft, will come out ahead. Because as with E-3 mobilize early warning aircraft, MiG-21 fighter force can only be methodical fighter now. It is precisely because of this AWACS command and control, ALANXIA Air Force air combat performance in this time, more than it was stronger before at the Battle of the Ferry. The MiG-21 has not been supported by the supporting data link, and it has improved so much. With the support of the AWACS terminal, the F-15 and F-16 fighters with supporting software have improved even more. I was killed by squadron. The squadron who I kill, password confirmation is completed. Kill those 1 numbers. Listen to disposal. Austrian Frank, looking down at the front of the thigh transparent pocket, goes only to tear off before writing responding to the confirmation note with the dispatch password. I have been to coordinate the transfer to you. You can use the automatic assignment, decide on their respective targets. On AWACS, sitting in front of a computer, a dispatcher with headphones, staring at the various on-screen the data coordinate parameter said. These are the most reasonable and effective attack methods that have been precisely calculated by the server carried on the plane, compared with letting the pilots make decisions on their own. This calculation of reasonable allocation of attack targets is more scientific and more direct. I have been received. Looked at his battlefield situation emerges on the screen in the aircraft. Aulank think this new operational model is too convenient. He turned on the radar lock mode, and the other F-15 locked targets. His radar could no longer be locked. Compared with the previous manual division of attack targets, The time and energy saved are too much. My radar has been targeted. Can launch missiles. Wingman's voice came over. Aolank not even see any enemy at this time. F-15 fighter jets mounted AIM-120 Ato air missile is a small size. Power of big new air missiles is quite a long time to come. Aolanxia Air Force. The Air Force Standard BVR Combat, the main missile. This missile through a lot of optimization, compared to the previous Sparrow missiles, and not their remaining production over the Phoenix missile, has a great advantage. Due to weight loss, the volume is reduced. The missile F-15 fighter can carry 12 much. It also allows F-15 sustained combat fighter substantial increase, compared to the MiG-21 fighter is simply a qualitative leap. As typical representatives of 3 generations of machines, air superiority fighter F-15 combat performance, but also than the second generation MiG-21 is more excellent. Therefore, when it fights more demon air forces, its performance is more powerful. This time at the moment, not only have reached the theater Aolank, they are driving F-15 fighter jets, as well as a considerable number of F-16 fighter jets. The F-16 fighter jets can mount Sidewinder missile combat, as well as AIM-120, can carry up to bring a full 6 AIM-120 missiles. Combat can barely reach the F-15 half fighter. Tactical Aolanxia Air Force and the U.S. Air Force's combat tactics about as they battle plan also relies on powerful F-15 fighter disrupt each other's defense, and then rely F-16 after continued to keep up the attack. Build on this. Dozens of third-generation fighters are dispatched, and the problems that can be solved are far more than the dozens of second-generation fighter MiG-21s. Therefore, when these fighters appeared on the edge of the battlefield, the MiG fighters began to withdraw from the battlefield. Some magic dragonfly pilly by trying to wreak havoc on the island, but they will soon be anti-aircraft artillery as well as anti-aircraft missiles to disperse. After losing a few dragons and dozens of demon bats, the demon forces finally realized that the air defense of Piripi Island was stronger than they thought. The Su-254 self-propelled air defense artillery has a fairly strong air attack capability, coupled with the strong supplement of air defense missiles, to provide a stable air defense cover for the Alan Hill troops on the island. Just after the Demon Air Force withdrew from Piripi Island and ended the first probing attack, the fighter force led by Orange appeared on the flank of the Demon Air Force returning home. The roar of a jet fighter engine once again echoed in the sky, and the sea, between the real man of the gun must, still continues. 362 turn. The battle line of the Alan Hill Navy was laid out from south to west. To be more precise, they were driving southwest before, and then after contacting the Demon Navy, they began to turn to the northwest. Lawrence hopes to ensure the distance between his battleship and the Demon Navy, but he has already seized the T-shaped favorable position, and it is difficult to avoid the naval fleet that is sprinting closer in the end. This is something that can't be avoided. After all, he grabbed it, or the Devil Navy didn't intend to grab the T-head position at all. Navy warships because the Devil Magic Guide gun turret of volume, not too many similar devices installed despite the apparent advantage in the volume as well as the number of warships. The actual on most warships Devil Naval Fleet just installed a Magic Guide the gunboat of the gun. To sum up the technical characteristics of the Demon Naval warship, the hull adopts Alan Hill's civil ship standards, is equipped with 1 or 2 Magic Guided guns, and carries a large number of demon soldiers, similar to the design of an armed transport ship. Its actual design is actually this should not be used to fight the enemy, when in fact the Devil Navy to build such ships, but also does not give such a demon fleet of warships at sea battle task. In the battle familiar to the original demons, the powerful aerial assault force composed of the Magic Dragon and the Floating Castle was charged and trapped. The opponent's magician can't break through the harassment of the dragon in the magical defense barrier of the Floating Castle, and the Floating Castle will become a powerful assault method for the devil. The Floating Castle will always float in the battle zone, serving as a nest of magic dragons and demon bats, and then continuously pouring its own magical cannon fire on the ground or the sea to destroy any resisting enemies. At this time, the Devil's naval fleet is actually mainly responsible for part of the cover task during transportation and landing, so there is no need to build it into a naval battleship. However, in the face when the Navy also of Alan Xia Air Force, this set looks very devil of a complete combat system, was completely torn. Look, no, Kennedy did not destroy Demon's floating castle, because Alan Xia hypersonic missile technology advances. It has become no longer safe. Therefore, the series of combat methods drawn up around the floating castle is equivalent to a joke. Floating castle from Care Too Busy did not support the ability to fight on the sea, which allows the fragile Devil warships. Had to face rough skin and flesh hit force also Super Alan Xia special sea control type warships. Whether heavy cruiser ship, or has very backward dreadnoughts, which rely on large E-caliber artillery combat vessels, can cause great trouble to the Devil Navy. This is why, in many wars, the party that has destroyed the system's combat methods will be completely tortured by the other party. For example, say, World War II. When the Soviet-German War, the Soviet Union was one of the original battle plan around artillery to develop operational plans, and the results early in the war by the Germans' assault lightning hit into warfare, artillery too late to get angry, the whole line of defense collapsed. Later, after the Soviet Union withstood the pressure and the defense lines of both sides began to be fixed, the German army began to suffer from the losses of the Soviet artillery units. And this was the case until the end. The same kind of truth to light machine gun fire as the main strong point of German infantry, artillery in the face of US military firepower as the main strong point, and a variety of weapons are sufficient when the late German combat troops would not come out to play. After all, in the face of the Soviet Union where the artillery theory is rampant, the German Air Force can provide some ground support to relieve the pressure on the army. But when faced with the more powerful US military, the Luftwaffe is overwhelmed. In the modern weapon system contest, the weakness in one link requires more strength from other links to make up for it. If there is no way to make up for this weakness, the entire battlefield will fall into passiveness and collapse. This time at the moment, when those old hands of Genesis armored cruiser ship in front of his own demons began to pour their warships 203 or 155 mm artillery gun when the bomb, they also tasted the Devil Navy landing troops the taste of the rain of bullets. Alan Xia fleet at a relatively close distance fired medium caliber artillery both in rate of fire, or in targeting accuracy, large caliber artillery than an advantage. More so with the 203 mm artillery as well as 155 mm caliber naval guns began to show off, and the Demon fleet's losses began to increase. For Alan Xia, its update gun shells also have certain rules, and more standard and easier to produce, is always 155 mm caliber of ease of gun shells, and the size of the production line. It is decided a truth that will not change. Therefore, a short period of time, a new shell produced, is 155 cannon artillery shells at most, 203 mm caliber artillery cannon shells, followed by 305 mm minimum new gun shells. That is why as such, Alan Xia produced for the Navy to grab time magical resonance bomb inside, but also the majority of 155 and 203 mm caliber artillery shells, 305 mm artillery shells, only a minority. Not over, though smaller caliber, but because of the reasons resonance magic bullet, cannonball damage effect of these demons is not a small warship, the slow rate of fire then the difficulty of targeting 305 mm caliber gun to say. They are more lethal. It is amazing. Do not underestimate these seem not large shells of the power of a 155 mm artillery gun shells. Hit the side of the hull of the battleship armor plate Demon, you can play a bigger circle than the hole in the door. After all, the Devil's battleship does not have any decent armor, and even the steel plates on the battleship have not undergone any special treatment. compared with the civilian ships of Alan Hill, they have not been strong enough. The damage effect of this kind was completely unbearable for the demon forces. Soon dozens of demon warships were sunk, and several other warships were partially flooded, struggling to survive on the sea, refusing to sink immediately. At this time, the main fleet of Alan Hill, under the order of Lawns, had already begun to turn the bow of the ship, confront the enemy with the tail, and started shooting at a distance. In the design of the dreadnought, the number of main guns that can fire at the tail of the battleship at the same time is actually the same as the number of main guns that can fire on one side of the ship. Therefore, this time the steering's firepower impact on the Alan Hill battleship is actually very limited, but for the demon fleet, it is a bit too heartwarming. His warships had no Alanxia speed warships fast speed. Now at full speed to distance themselves from each other, they are more. There is no good way. Not too soon these commanders on the Devil naval vessels discovered that their opponents are not turned away, but turned again after their broadsides aimed at the other side of them. Yes, Lawns was only worried that the position of his fleet was moved to the opponent's flank due to lateral movement, and after turning half a circle, he returned to the battlefield. However, due to steering for him, the Devil fleet also got a chance to some respite. Many demons warships crossed the Allied warships' semi-submerged state, continues to constitute a reasonable formation, rushed Alanxia fleet. Immediately afterwards, they fired again, causing the magic cannon to launch an intensive attack. This time, it was the third salvo fired by the demons in this naval battle, and it was also the first time they caused real trouble to the Alan Hill Navy. Amid the chaos of flying magic-guided artillery shells into, a magic-guided artillery shells directly hit accidentally turned Hero just completed dreadnought number U-turn. Tremendous energy hit near the tail turret of the USS Hero, destroying all the decks, also melted the armor of broadsides. With such terrifying power, the rear main gun of the battleship Hero lost the ability to aim and rotate, so there was no way to continue firing attacks. The dreadnought Hero was already slow, but because of the huge impact this time, it slowed down even more. The transmission shaft failed, and the propeller near the part hit by the magic cannon had no possibility of turning. So came all of a sudden, out of the main Hero battleship fleet had to slow down their speed, reluctantly followed the tail of the entire fleet. However, after being hit by the magic cannon, the armor plate was deformed but was not penetrated, which greatly encouraged all soldiers on the battleship. Until, a lightly armored cruiser was hit by a shell from another magic-guided cannon, which directly penetrated the hull and killed dozens of sailors. The demon fleet that has achieved the results is even more arrogant. They seem to forget that their fleet has lost an F-5th. The demon on the deck roars and vents their inner mania, as if they have won the naval battle. And with this same time, the head Alanxia Navy, F-15 fighter jets emitted AI-120 missile hit the target. Almost all locked. Moment between the Devil of the Air Force have crashed into the sea, and Alank driving his fighter, above the clouds and came demon fighter entangled together. The terrible fighting performance of the third-generation fighter jets suddenly taught the pilots of those demon fighter jets what is called the generation of weapons and equipment. He later had a similar driving. People speak of so-called rocket fighters, and those supersonic flight, but also the flexibility to do all kinds of turning action of the F-15 fighter, cannot be compared. Just a face-to-face encounter, Alank gained a crushing advantage in a tail-biting fight, and shot down a demon fighter in one fell swoop, so that his record soared to a terrifying 50 order of magnitude. At this time, the weight is lighter, the fighting performance is better, and the more agile F-16 fighters are also added to the battle circle. For a moment, the Devil's Air Force at high altitude has no choice but to face an overwhelming massacre. There is something in Longling's house today, and the second one is more likely to be late, or it may be added tomorrow. I would like to say to you in advance, I am very sorry. My Empire 363 torpedo. Jason Shiplong put down his binoculars, standing in its own bridge, looking resolute calm. He is an old sailor, a boat boss who has sailed for a lifetime. When he joined after the army was assigned to the navy, he witnessed the rise of Alanxian navy. From the beginning of the southward trading war, to the subsequent endless blockade of Hainan, he participated in it. At that time he was the captain, and now he is still the captain. The difference is that he is now the captain of a destroyer and the commander of a destroyer fleet. Keep your speed. The bow against the enemy. Check all the torpedo safety devices. The guns on the bow are ready to fire. The destroyer he is in charge of command is a standard American Fletcher-class destroyer with new style and strong firepower, high speed and excellent combat effectiveness. Another advantage of this type of destroyer is that the manufacturing process is relatively simple, and it can exaggerate production. In the Second War era, the United States has been in just 2 years, the amount of output for a full 175 Sioux standard Fletcher-class destroyer. A month on average 7 Sioux can be manufactured into the water above. Freighter-class destroyers full load displacement of 3,050 tons, ships approaching the length of 115 meters has been is pretty standard. World War II. The frigate. The entire fleet main weapon warships are 5 single-tube 127mm Goping dual-purpose guns. The performance of this gun is very good, but also the Fletcher-class destroyer is the main reason for the Navy fancy. In addition, this destroyer is also equipped with 5 air-mounted 533mm torpedo tubes too, can breath volley 10 torpedoes, have a stronger ability to damage large warships. To cope with the Devil naval air power, it also equipped with a large number of anti-aircraft weapons, including a double with 40mm Bofors cannon 3 seats, single pipe 20mm Oerlikon cannon 10 seats, can say very powerful anti-aircraft fire. Moreover, this warship also uses a relatively new technology power system, with a rated power of 60,000 horsepower, which can allow the warship to run at an astonishing speed of 70 km per hour. At sea, this speed is already very alarming. Destroyers can become future maritime hegemons and eliminate cruisers and battleships. Of course, there is a certain reason. At least, Alan Hill now likes this type of warship very much, because the speed of construction is too fast. Due to the success he predicted the endless outbreaks CI of Magic, so the Navy construction work is carried out in advance, and we're now at this time, just a group of new ships in service, but also quickly add a number of naval ships. The end of the Navy, the situation of serious shortcomings. Most of these newly commissioned warships are destroyers, and most of them are Fletcher-class artillery torpedo destroyers. This also makes it much easier for the Navy to train command personnel, dispatch personnel, maintenance personnel, and unified production processes. Freighter-class destroyers also live up to expectations, with its powerful performance to meet the operational requirements of the Navy. He became the main absolute Alanxian now among the Navy destroyer fleet. On the other hand, because it is equipped with radar and other electronic equipment, which kinds of destroyers with high accuracy can attack the opponent, but also be alert for air-to-air defense, is very comprehensive warships. That is why to this, when Alanxia has begun construction of a large-scale missile destroyer that did not stop production, but still a large number of construction and use. Bow of 2 127mm caliber aftergun pointed to the enemy, fierce fire at a distance of 5 kilometers. This destroyer fleet in the flank array occupy a favorable position. He began the tactics they do best. The demon warships naturally did not let off the enemies whose artillery did not seem so sharp. The warships on both wings also began to fight back with magic cannons, and water jets rose up on both sides of the destroyer fleet, and for a while the entire battlefield was boiling. Distance has been close to 4 kilometers. Captain. A petty officer looked at the front of a column of water, stirred up the water's fall, hit the bow-splashed tense reporting channels. HS 127mm caliber gun battleship lethal limited to the Devil, after all, in the obstruction magic defense barrier, hit the Devil battleship broadsides, can only result in the breakdown of non-lethal effect. Wanting to sink an enemy ship, such endless shelling is really anxious. Therefore, for the destroyer to quickly end the battle, it still depends on the torpedo attack. Therefore, the main reason Captain Jason is desperately pulling closer is to prepare a full turn at an appropriate time, and use the side torpedoes to cause trouble to the opponent's fleet. This is his relatively easy tactic to create victories, and it is also his assassin. To the back of Lime number and the number Sittingbourne signal. Left full rudder. Ready to launch torpedoes. Jason once again reach for his Hope telescope. He has looked at the close of the Devil fleet, commanded opening. This is a dangerous moment, because as his warship starts to turn, the enemy's attack will have a larger area to be aimed at. The next attack will definitely be more precise, or his warship will be sunk. It is not too decided. He must then determine the shift. Ready to put more guns. There are big kill torpedoes at the enemy ships. At almost the same moment, a demon bat descended from the sky, ready to pounce on the battleship to attack. Although its sharp teeth cannot cause damage to the main body of the battleship, it can attack the soldiers on the battleship. Many gun positions on the battleship, including the torpedo launch positions, are exposed outside the battleship. Once someone attacks, there will definitely be corresponding casualties. Chug, chug. Vessels above 40 Homie Bofors anti-aircraft guns began against bird-darted fire Demon Bat. Bat-Bird Devil soon shells penetrated the wings and plunged into the sea in the side. But another Demon Bat rushed over from the other side and directly hit the hull of the destroyer commanded by Jason. Side of the 20mm anti-aircraft guns in front of the fire Demon Bat, but did not immediately kill this monster, only to see it struggling a bit, using the angle to avoid playing its vital parts of shells, then bite the soldiers directly on a deck. She dumped him into the sea, flew weak around the soldiers, scared and quickly spread to escape. This monster head back and forth and flexible inserted in the slot on building warships, has been killed by the time the second sailor was playing completely dead. Black blood spilled over the entire deck of the battleship, and the corpse of the soldier who had been bitten into two pieces lay beside the mouth of the Demon Bat. The cruel picture seemed to make the stomach twitch. At this time, the Fletcher-class destroyers lined up in a row began to turn as a whole. The leading flagship, Anson, had aimed its sideboard at the enemy, and the Lime destroyer, which followed closely, had already begun to move quickly. Steering. Because as the speed is too fast, the destroyer's sharp bow cut the water, splashing waves about. What laws and beautiful. The naval guns on the battleship were still firing continuously, and one shell after another hit the opponent's magical defense barrier, leaving unhealable marks on it. Torpedo fan firing. 3, 2, 1. Volley. Jason seized the opportunity and gave the torpedo attack order. After the hull of his destroyer and the opponent's warship were in a relatively parallel state, he issued an attack order to launch a torpedo. Along with his command, it has been rotated to a broadside torpedo tubes. One breath all the 10 torpedo all play out. The compressed air pushed out the huge torpedo in the torpedo tube. Almost at the same time, a shell from a magic-guided gun was directly loaded on the bridge of the destroyer siding, which had just begun to turn. In just an instant, the huge energy melted the entire bridge of the destroyer, leaving a huge black hole on it. Then the destroyer siding lost its response and no longer made any steering movements. It lost control in this way, and in the midst of the raging fire, along its inherent course, it rushed straight to the direction of the Demon fleet. Sittingbourne no. Sittingbourne no. No radio operator holding a call. A call repeated over and over again. He seems to want to hear the answer. Sittingbourne number. Can radio in a quiet despair. The heavy attack directly reimbursed most of the upper structure of the siding, and even detonated the torpedo carried on it. After a few seconds, aboard warships launched only a few weeks, in the sea explosion became a mass of flames, then sank the ship. 353 were all encountered difficulties, spared. When the siding exploded and sank, the white tracks around it had begun to fade away. The white foam left by these torpedoes rode towards the demon fleet at an extremely fast speed. These vengeful ghosts underwater are rushing towards the demon fleet in the distance at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. And water attack hit different means. The specter of these underwater blasts than ordinary air explosion is stronger. Only one can directly kill or paralyze a huge volume devil warships. Those demons who stood on the ship's side and watched the Elan Hill destroyer exploded in the distance, also found these white trails that represented death. His white Tracon pointing to the sea are terrified, loudly shouted to his companions, those who underwater weapon. Weapon. Amidst his desperate cry, a white trail has reached his feet. That represents the traces of death, and the moment it came into contact with the battleship, the seawater began to boil. The next second clock, a huge explosion broke. The ship is sailing in the Devil's warships, the Sea Dragon incarnation, suddenly engulfed everything within the explosive range. The entire demon battleship broke apart from the middle, the deck was broken apart due to huge forces, and the surrounding demon corpses began to slide towards the side as the battleship tilted. Then, and before the ship sank into the sea, magic push into the device occurred. Violent detonation. The remaining length warships, completely torn to pieces by Empire. 364 demon fleet turn, forcing away those dragons. Let them climb as high as possible. After checking the status of his fighters, Oken saw through the helmet a chaotic battlefield. His aircraft maneuverable and extremely fast, he can easily enter the battlefield, and then pour his deadly ammunition on those dragons. Install equipment to the F-15 fighter aircraft cannon shells. All our magical resonance bomb, a shell every lethal, can make a Tarask beam fatal. In polish their portable tape aim 120 after missiles. F-15 fighter aircraft and F-16 fighters broke up most of the attack. Xia Air Force fleet of demons. Opponents gotten through to what is the real high-tech weapons. Climb. Behind you have a demon fighter. That guy's speed and climb no different. I have been aimed at him. Wingman through voice over the radio headset in the helmet came, with a trace of it easy. Until now, the demon forces have caused little trouble to the Eren Hill Air Force. The Eren Hill Ace pilots with advanced weapons and equipment have very rich experience in confronting the enemy. I came to a turn. If he does not leave, you can fire to kill him. Austrian Frank looked at the side of the rear view mirror glass cockpit aircraft, slightly saw the shelf behind his magic change. The seismic fighter has a faint smile on his face. That frame the fighter can really say is the real magic changed. On the one hand, the electric shock jet fighter into a war-fighting machine, indeed the real magic is considered changed. On the other hand, the other using a magic-driven engine, but also indeed it is a real magic change. Unfortunately, this kind of rocket jet-like seismoelectric magic fighter is not equipped with any missiles, only the cannon is an imported product from Elan Hill. He's still following you. The height is close to 5,000. I locked him. The voice of the wingman came, so that after Alank saw a tracer looming in the rear view mirror, he pulled move their fighters to keep turning action. And then see Elan Xia battleship forces on the sea. We are turning white to draw a clear track. While turning, Elan Hill's battleship was still firing continuously, and he could also see the fire from the muzzle of those battleships, as well as the thick and huge magic bullets from the demon fleet in the distance. I turn back. You continue to climb behind me to cover me. I still have ammunition and fuel. Go back and play a game of Strip Tiamat. Austrian Frank looked at his remaining ammunition as well as oil table. Start to find the target you want on the battlefield. Today he has been shot down 40 our magic dragon, if you count the missiles to kill the enemy, that he had the day-to-day 13's record for Houston. Not all missiles can hit the target, even if it is actually very easy to hit those targets. Body looks better than the more cumbersome, in fact, very flexible flying in the sky F-15 fighter engines roaring. The reaction rate is very alarming. Two extremely fast F-15 fighter jets flew over the battlefield at high altitude and saw some F-16 fighter jets launching Sidewinder combat missiles at their targets. Those demon fighters with amazing tail flames are very easy targets for Sidewinder missiles. After the accumulation of technology, in fact, Alan Hill's infrared-guided combat missiles have very high recognition capabilities. These missiles can distinguish between the enemy and ourselves, and will no longer fly to the sun or attack their own people stupidly. Therefore, after the F-16 dexterously launched a Sidewinder missile, the missile went through a very shocking turn and hit a demon bat that had no time to escape. I do see a Tiamat 13 Dianzong direction. Below. You cover protect me. Austrian Frank through his hatch. They have to find the target of the attack. Loud remind ourselves of Wingman. The Wingman pilot Jack glanced at his few cannon shells and replied, "No problem. I can cover you for another attack. Last time I also remind you so that you save some ammunition to use your own." Austria after Frank looked back at their remaining artillery cannon once again reminded his Wingman, was tumbling body begins dive. The powerful F-100 engine of the F-15 fighter gave out a happier whistling sound, and the speed of the entire aircraft was close to twice the speed of sound during the dive phase. That on the side of the sky, a Tarask is desperately hunted with a Pilipi Island off the war P-51 Wild Horse fighter. Wild Horse fighter flexible dodge in the air, and behind it Tarask kept spitting black flame, trying to shoot down that Mustang fighter. Austrian Frank narrow the distance between the two sides. The sight of himself in front of the light trap being put away in a piece of wings dive accelerated Tarask body. The size of the opponent is too big, a lot longer than the F-15 fighter. Therefore, aiming and locking such a target does not require much technology. Fire will only open when hit, to be very careful. These creatures from nature, but they are very flexible. Although a variety of fighter Alanxia than not on speed, change of direction as well as slow down will be very sudden then, after grasping these attacking essentials, as far as possible to keep the distance to attack, is the secret of Oakland to deal with these enemies. Now, almost all Alan Hill Ace fighter pilots have confidence in their fighters. Whether it is a MiG-21 fighter or an F-16 or F-15 fighter, it is much stronger than the opponent's air power. And then see. From the aiming device display is very precise. Aulank pressed the trigger to fire at a distance from his habit. The M61A1 Vulcan machine gun on the F-15 fighter jet spewed out blazing tongues of flame, and the tracer bullet made a track in front of the F-15 fighter jet, and flew quickly to the Magic Dragon blocking the front. After a short burst, Austria Frank did not even see his victories, dashing pull up his nose, deflection their routes to avoid the piece of Tiamat possible counterattack route. Not over, flying behind his Wingman Jack still saw the tracer bullets hit more than a dozen hairpiece Tarask picture. He sighed the lead plane that amazed his superb shooting skills, while also followed pull his fighters to avoid the piece has been falling screams of Tiamat. And that frame the distant P-51 Wild Nema fighter cockpit, a young pilot envy at those two silver F-15 fighter jets roared past, leveled his flight attitude. Just now he also achieved the first result of joining the army. While covering the sea troops, he swooped down and fell a demon bat, which is also considered as saying goodbye to the initial stage of the novice rookie. Avoiding being shot down, now he finally has the opportunity to think about where he wants to paint his record on the fighter. What he didn't know was that on the two F-15 fighters that went away, the cockpit of the pilot was already covered with densely packed things. Austrian Frank shot down the Dragon Knight, shot down over the Devil Bats as well as puppet fighters, these aircraft together. He has shot down more than 50 different styles of air mesh bid has won. After going back today, he still painted on the plane two completely different signs. He shot down 5 TR Magic Dragon, the Devil also kill a lot of bats and at least 3 G Demon Fighter. Note tip IFF system. Gentlemen, brothers bomber forces entered the picture. Note that cover them, do not accidentally injure. Austrian Frank headphones inside. suddenly sounded Tipsawak's command center. He answered a clear, "I saw the reflected signal of a friendly aircraft on my radar screen. The speed is above Mach 4. My goodness. The shotguns of the bomber team have changed." The wingman pilot Jack also saw the light spots on the radar screen and shouted in shock. "He is in his!" exclaimed, from the Austrian to take off the rear of the Saar Naval Air Base Figure 22M supersonic anti-ship missile on the launch bomber roared down into the battlefield. Austrian Frank seemed to see the tracer bullets from his massive following across the aircraft, and then some demon fleet of warships. It was these large numbers of anti-ship missile hit. Because the speed is too fast, these anti-ship missiles and even the Devil directly through the ship, and then hit another one just explode after the Devil warships. The entire battlefield suddenly rose. Dozens of demon warships were hit by missiles, and instantly lost their combat capabilities. At this time, as the flanking flanks of the Oran Hill Navy fleet began to take effect, the losses of the demon fleet had begun to increase exponentially. This time, a dozen warships were lost, and hundreds of demon warships heading north. At this moment, a third of their troops had already been lost. The Devil forces north of the fleet, not a battle fleet, but both landed a transportation transport fleet landing. The sea battle is only part of this task force. Its main task there is to win Ozar, this part of Hong Kong too. If the decision in the sea battle took his fleet to fight his shirt, then landed Ozar manufacturing capacity Alanxia Navy warships destroyed, it becomes a joke. For this reason as such, evil spectators standing on the floating castle walls magic to the military, finally sit still. He came with a mission, according to the tradition of the demon army, the defeated demon generals, but there is no need to exist anymore. Well aware of Sal Alex Prince means he naturally cannot bear people from the defeat of the offense. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and ordered his fleet to break through. The entire fleet turns, landing on Piripi Island. We have no time to waste. What drove him crazy was that at the same time he issued the order to attack Piripi Island, several shore-based Tomahawk cruise missiles from afar killed several demon warships that had just begun to turn. There will be changes in a while, and you can see tomorrow morning that you don't have to stay up late to wait. 365 Army is right. The battleship Hero has left the fleet, the cruiser Basank sank, the destroyer Siding sank, and the cruiser Morsel was seriously injured. On the Cambridge dreadnought Conquer, the adjutant reported the loss of the fleet to Lawns. Available in the case of military support, Alanxia fleet. Until now the performance is pretty good. After sinking hundreds of warships and a giant floating fortress, their only loss a few ships only. Ratio compared to the fleet since the loss of the Devil, and now the loss of Alanxia fleet can afford. It was even better than the previous battles, and the results were more brilliant. Camp Snow cruiser ship was just magic in the shelling. About 100 people were killed and warships is sinking. This time, another officer came over and reported what had just happened. Lawns is quite satisfied with the current situation. His fleet loss is not huge, and he can completely block the demon warships in front of him. As long as the current naval battle continues like this, he must be the one to win in the end. Those demon fleets cannot land, and victory belongs to the Alan Hill Navy. At this moment, the demon castle floating in the sky, the huge magic cannon turret at the top of the towering buildings, began to spin heavily and slowly. The floating castle entered its own range, and at the same time it was ready to shoot. Do not wait. Immediately opened fire. Stood in the city Gyingjuo mouth behind the demon generals. Immediately gave the order to fire. Following his order, all the magic-guided cannons on the demon castle sprayed a dazzling beam of magical energy towards the main fleet where Lawns was located. These magic cannons are more powerful than those on the demon warship, and they seem to be condescending, and they seem to be more accurate when shooting. An artillery bomb scored a direct hit as slowed wounded Hero number Dreadnought. Then the central region of this battleship was hit out of the magic-guided artillery shells to the magical energy of hot melted away. Deck was calcine coke, below deck plate armor is baked to melt, and then guided artillery shells break down while magic top armor hero dreadnought number of compartments following breakdown, destroying the boiler chimney central passage. Finally, the boiler inside was broken down and scrapped. The battleship hero did not have a martyrdom. After all, as long as the coal-fired battleship was not detonated, the possibility of martyrdom was much smaller. However, just this blow has already caused serious damage to the hero. Although the amount of water intake is not too much, the hull of this warship has been severely damaged and deformed, and it has completely lost its power. A huge battleship with a displacement of more than 10,000 tons can only stop in place and be beaten if it loses its power. And this attack on the floating fortress is far from over. Another magic bullet fell, directly hitting a cruiser, and blasting the cruiser into two parts. Not before. The devil's luck will stop here. In this next round of attacks, their munitions are pouring into the sea. It has not got a hurt manufacturing. The battleship hero is slowly entering the water, and when it loses its power, it can only leave the fleet and has to bear the pressure from the demon fleet alone. We'll have to cover no rescue hero. We cannot abandon the thousands of soldiers, throw them in the middle of the two armies beaten. Genesis said painful. When he looked to see hero's battleship lost power, speed slows down again after he had a premonition that this time the naval battle, even if he wins, have to pay the heavy price. Every sailor is trained and is a very important force. Thousands of sailors will be lost in this battle. For the Alan Hill Navy, this is definitely a major loss. Commander, I have no way to rescue heroes number. Only let them keep fighting to the last. Adjutant being looked at from the flame of fire, and risking the hero battleship smoke, choking back tears, she said. Everyone knows that at this time, if you are eager and refuse to give up your companions, you will have to lose more people's lives. Sea army is a reason greater than the feelings of arms. Any decisions are a matter of life and death of thousands of people, can decide the outcome of a naval commander to be a success. Every rational decision-making, or he is a sinner country. But this time it was even more serious. If the Alan Hill fleet was ruined, it might become the sinner of the entire mankind. You know, the British Sea Forces once fell into the water to rescue his companions. Opponent's breath he sunk 3 ships. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Lawrence is also a naval veteran, so naturally he will not make such a mistake. However, even so, he still feels distressed and feels that those acquaintances who have fought side by side with him have been killed by the enemy in front of his own eyes. Quasi-prepared telegraph sheet for them. I will take revenge. I promise. None of these demons can live. Genesis clenched his fists, teeth fiercely ordered. He has been ready, and this time he must take these demons' warships wiped out here. I cannot let go. His body stood. Adjutant's side did not move. He was staring at the distant ship's devil, it seems to say, but do not know what to say. Just when everyone was desperate, the demon fleet modified their course. This sudden change gave Lawrence and other commanders a strange feeling. Logically, that the devil should now be split-cut human fleet, then hit a weak fleet divided, and strive for greater initiative. Not to gave up those devil fleet of close victories, gave up the chance of sinking battleship hero. He had to swerve in time near Pilipi Island. It seems to want to log in Pilipi Island. Coastal Defense Force to human beings making trouble. Sir Devil, the devil's fleet seems to be turning. Finally, the adjutant confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his eyes, and then shouted in surprise, pointing to the distance. You say what? Kidding. Porting observation telescope, Lawrence looked to the direction of the demon fleet. Then, immediately afterwards, he saw those distant demon battleships, unexpectedly changing their course one after another. Obviously, the opponent didn't seem to intend to continue fighting with the main force of Alan Hill's fleet, but turned instead. What the hell? Let me put down the hands of Wang telescope, also in my brain just thinking about how to heroes on the number of hero revenge of Genesis, a look of disbelief. This is not a question of whether a gentleman is a gentleman, it is simply a level of silly not stupid. And instead of attacking the wounded warship, it turned to land instead. Rush tight for me to find out what the devil in the group of bastards want. They despise our navy, do? Genesis Xu, now feeling a little, looked to his adjutant, asked. It's real, many times we have this feeling that the pursuit of the opposite sex, there will be a similar idea. Being chased time will wearies, but if the other side suddenly gave up, and my heart very bad. Those demon warships gave up continuing to attack the warships of Alan Hill, and turned to attack Piripi Island. The huge fleet turned awkwardly under the attack of the three fleets of Alan Hill, like an old man with a stroke, trembling, walking on the street full of cars. What's this? What's this? They plan to withstand the firepower of our entire navy, under our attack, and hit Piripi Island? Lawns confirmed again, dumbfounded. I want something real. Is the case? Adjutant swallow a mouthful of saliva, looked at his officers, replied. He also thought about other possibilities, but not on how he stood in the devil's point of view to consider the issue. There is no way to have such a bad tactic, seen as a lure or whatever behavior. Something real proof. Made a mistake, a fool. 10 smart people may not be able to figure out the true intentions. Fool who would have thought that the demon general commanded this time was really crazy enough to fight the landing battle and the naval battle together. Concentrated fire. Attack, hit the other side of the fleet. Command, destroy fleet, as much as possible to maintain the front. If you want to Devil Island near Pilipi, we must break through their defenses. Genesis finally thought out what the Devil Comeback's ultimate move, so he immediately ordered, in addition, to signal the victory. Fleet adjustment route. Bite Devil main fleet continued to fire at the periphery. Destroy the other's effective strength. Almost did not stop Dayton. He went ordered. Inside the bridge of the destroyer USS Anson, Captain Jason received an order from the battleship USS Conquer, the flagship of the main fleet. A word he does not send the parts back to the officer to convey orders, and then looked at everyone around them. Sir, we have no torpedoes, and can only rely on their own guns to block the enemy's battleship. It's up. I have Pilipi is behind the island. The territory of the motherland cannot be trampled. Let those demons go to hell or stepping on our bodies to Pilipi Island. He then finished, grinned, his face filled to calm down. His men also laughed together. They seemed to have heard the news of the party. One by one was extremely excited. Let those demons taste our power. We are not only torpedoes. Even with naval guns, I can also send those bastards to the bottom of the sea. Let them go. Another officer said with a smile. This is a good opportunity for us to avenge the siding. As he had the heroic ready to fight to the last minute, glorious time to die. Another telegram was sent by the liaison officer. Turning on the power, Captain Jason was up to size. He gave the electricity to his subordinates, and saw that it said, the army just called. The original is as follows. Let them hear, you can't take all the credit, we haven't shot the gun yet. General Lawns' opinion. Yes, the army is right. Originally, this was a supplementary change, but in the middle of the night, Long Ling suddenly discovered that there was a reward from the leader, so this one was not a supplement, but it was added for the new leader's Nxium. In addition, once again feeling Xi Emperor, a sense of Xi like to drink coffee, potatoes, high sense of race. Thanks to every reader support Dragon Spirit, thank you. It's nice to have you there. Long Ling still owes everyone 3 shifts. Long Ling remembers it, but he hasn't forgotten it. He must make up for it. Don't worry. 366 Don't force me. A few minutes after the bell, the Navy's destroyer squadron once again a collective move, then release the smoke began to retreat. They did not block, but gave the access to Piripi Island to the demon fleet. And the devil's fleet seemed to have torn a hole in a crescent formation, and immediately seemed to have mastered the initiative on the battlefield. And after more than an hour of fierce fighting, the devil has entered the Navy site Pilipi Island. Although the fleet had suffered heavy losses, it still rushed to the beach of Piripi Island resolutely. During this hour, the demon navy was eroded and consumed by Alan Hill at an average rate of sinking a warship every 2 minutes. When the fleet approached the beach, only half of its original force was left. Not before, the rest of this part of the demons still or began methodically landing. They came here. Philippi Island is occupied, or occupied as our naval port. In this situation, it is obviously an impossible goal to break through the main line of defense of the Alan Hill fleet, and then drive for several hours under the enemy's pursuit and attack, and arrive at the outskirts of Ozar port. Therefore, the remaining alternative, capturing Philippi Island, as a forward base, has become the most practical choice for the Demon Navy fleet at this moment. Nevertheless, the so-called practical, from a real reality, there is still a long distance from it. In any case, in the absence of elimination before the cover of naval fleet to exterminate each other, hastily landing operations are a gamble and take risks. At this moment, the Demon fleet is venturing to attack Philippi Island. This is an adventure and a gamble. Some Demon warships have dropped their targets and crazily approached Philippi Island, as if they only had to send their troops to the coast. They just won. At the same time, on the bridge Alanxia Navy's flagship Conquest numbers, Genesis Anxious gave the order to rescue Hero number of Dreadnought, leaving 2 cruise ships to help the Hero battleship stop. If possible, take the Hero out of the sea of war. In Genesis it seems, can keep the Hero, in this case the number Dreadnought, is already God's mercy bear fruit, the saying good, thanks to the pier set off R. If it hadn't been for the face of the Demon Navy's colleagues, the Dreadnought Hero might have sunk now. The rest of the fleet, following the Demon fleet, stay in contact on the periphery. Keep bombarding. The main purpose is to sink the enemy warship. He was in a good mood after saving the Dreadnought Hero, so he decided to fight the Demon fleet severely. Show how happy you are. At the same time, in Philippi Island, has already done Alanxia Marine Corps combat readiness of soldiers. We are standing by waiting for their enemies into their range of. It is good for the land of coastline. Countless soldiers in the trenches against, finishing with their weapons and ammunition. Less than 100 meters away, there was a reinforced concrete bunker. A frontline commander put down his binoculars and nodded to the adjutant next to him. His body adjutant sighed to see the executive's action, grabbed the phone in front, opening gave the order, said, "Remote coastal artillery can fire anti-ship missile can be launched." After obtaining his command, was flat out on the open space, a Liang Many Wheels missile launch vehicle, put saddled with, and just installed a little box filled out. The missile rises, pointing to the oblique direction of the enemy fleet is located. Missile launch. The soldier sitting in the launch control room pressed the button in front of him, and a missile that had just been loaded flew out of the missile launcher, blowing a piece of dust that made people unable to open their eyes. With an exaggerated missile tail flame, this short-ship missile screamed directly towards the sky, and hurried towards its target. At the same time, the other positions on the missile launch, and a missile, began a second round of attacks that day. This is a desperate battle. If the demons can really express their feelings accurately, they will definitely feel that this is a battle that makes them desperate. The first shot down a floating fortress of missiles, so once again the unexpected appearance in the top of the battlefield, and according to old the attack hit the lock to a huge target floating in the sky. The speed of these anti-ship missiles is extremely fast, but the devil is also prepared this time. Countless dragons and demon bats surround this floating castle, and low-level demon bats that are not emotional will use their bodies to block all weapons that attack the floating castle. Of course, this kind of interception method that relies entirely on density and luck. In fact, the success rate is really not very high. When these Alan Hill missiles rushed into the interception composed of devil bats and devil dragons, most of the dozens of missiles were not destroyed by the interference of devil bats. However, such an interception did have an effect. Coupled with the magical defense barrier above the demon floating castle, about 2/3 of the missiles did not directly hit the castle. The remaining missiles directly hit the floating castle where the demon general was seated. Some hit the buildings in the castle, some hit the wall with the best defense effect, and some hit the huge floating magic array below the castle. The huge explosion caused the entire floating castle to billowing smoke, but this blow did not destroy the floating magic circle that had a somewhat fault-tolerant rate. Therefore, This huge demon floating in the castle just dropped a certain height in the thick smoke, but it was still strong and there was no sign of crashing. Seeing such a high speed and precise attack hit the fortress where he was located, the demon general who had been standing behind the Kreml could only wait angrily, waiting for the moment his fleet landed on Piripi Island. He has now lost confidence in naval battles and air battles. At this moment, all he is thinking about is to restore the defeat by landing battles. Those obtrusive and effective missiles that come just as they say they are simply humiliating the demon army. The planes that made strange noises in the sky, and the air force that took the pride of the demon army, played like a fool, had been in the air. The mighty Tiamat troops, fighted by those damn human child severely, and those demon fighters made in imitation of humans seemed to have almost fewer targets. Therefore, he put all the treasures on the land battle. He wanted to use the landing battle to defeat the defenders on Piripi Island and tell the humans that the devil is the most powerful race in the world. However, he still didn't know that if his ideas were known by the other party, the commanders of Alan Hill would surely laugh out loud. In Alan Hill's war code, the importance of air supremacy and sea supremacy was emphasized. In the basic rules for the organization of battles by these guiding generals, the seizure and use of air supremacy has been placed at an unprecedented height. The same is true of sea dominance. Therefore, the kind of demon commanders could think, I do not hit the sky over you, then beat you on the ground. The idea, just as the Gulf before the war, the basic idea of tactics in many countries almost less. In that era, the concepts of the integration of air and ground and the integration of sea and air were not so popular. Some backward views were popular. In the minds of many commanders, they thought that the army and the air force were just cooperating, and they could all fight each other. In Alan Hill, almost all the staff and combat commanders know very well how difficult the war will be after losing air supremacy, and after seizing air supremacy, how many ways they can defeat the enemy in front of them. Of course, it's real defeat. Alan Xia, he imagined this thing on the land itself is very funny. Due to the demon generals glad that they are not floating castle was shot down by a missile, oppression can continue to move forward. To seize a beachhead Alan Xia. While on Alan Xia beach, a figure stood facing the sea, stretch a moment of lazy body. Fortunately, their plane finally caught up. Chris twist on a third puppet and moving his neck, emitted a pleasant groan, feeling of a road. His body sighed. Another figure shrouded in dressed in a robe embroidered with eagles, looked up at the distant floating castle, cold openings. Rush. Tight work. 4 Chris T-800 ultra-class puppet of God lined up on the beach, in the crash of guns, the body gradually into the sky. He looked at their backs, stationed on the beach front line defensive positions. Alan Xia's soldiers burst into tears. After all, these guys still rob the credit. Turned out to be empty army, and later the Navy, the Air Force finally resisted the enemy's massacre, hold back the Navy's onslaught. Overcame hardships along the way hot and difficult, and finally came to the beach. As a result, this group of special forces, who did not know where they came from, came out again. Double out, come out, come out. Forget the Navy and the Air Force. Now that the special forces and some weird forces have come to share a piece of the pie, how can this battle be fought? See Marine Corps people are, put his hat fell to the ground on the chart. The 1st Marine Division commander complained teeth. Behind him, the Chief of Staff of the 1st Marine Division sighed helplessly, and said with a wry smile, of course we are humans, but only the 4th class. This is a joke in the Marine Corps. The Air Force is the 1st class, the Army is the 2nd class, the Navy is the 3rd class, and the Marine Corps is the 4th class. It was said that the Marines were not taken seriously, and they didn't even have decent results. And now it seems, if you count the Special Unit Force, Airborne count, which the Marines, they might be reduced to 6, who went. Do not push me, Mr. Marine Division of Bristle. Then forced I board the Special Watts driving land boats out to sea to fight the enemy, and I managed to find naval battle outcome all over me. Wrong. 367 The Unexpected Night Attack. Dodo suddenly. Several small before 1200. After the outbreak of Billy Pie Island naval battle was not long before the final darkness before dawn. Alanxia defenders in defensive positions south of the Eternal Empire. An unexpected burst of gunfire. It attracted the attention of all guards on duty. Wearing the night as the instrument of the Imperial Guard troops discovered the puppet troops infiltrated. A skirmish was so unexpected start. Such battles have not often broken out recently, because the puppet empire's infiltration guerrilla warfare, in front of the large number of troops, and the large and deep deployment of the very vast Alan Hill forces, there is really nothing cheap to take. With the gradual popularization and use of Alan Hill night vision, coupled with the blessing of a large number of flares, Alan Hill's night combat ability is quite strong, and there are magician troops patrolling behind to guard against the infiltration forces of the Puppet Empire. So the Puppet Empire found that the infiltration tactics were not worth the loss, and gradually gave up this tactic. However, this time, I don't know why, the Puppet Empire launched a similar attack again, and as soon as it was dispatched there were several high-level magicians, plus other Warcraft troops. In a dark night, huge shadows quickly passed by the edge of the jungle. In this action, the Puppet Empire dispatched their elite troops, high-level magicians and other high-level monsters. Is a snake stopped their attack. Fire. Seal each other's path, fast. One means the commander holding his hand just issued by the production AK-47, aside facing the distant the target fired, shouting loudly. His body side, another soldier carrying his STG-44 sudden strike rifle, also aimed at the TV drama Sky swaying huge snake heads. Violent opener fire. Suddenly, the fierce flames of the muzzle kept flickering, and the hot bullet shell fell on the ground, making a creaking sound. More far away, on a fielding position, GM-42 machine gun suddenly growled. Tracer bullets hit the rows of light in the dark. It seemed as if a road laser. With the machine gun as if Endless Loom's voice sounded more. Alanxia soldiers woke up. They got used to the gunfire. This time finally they seem to be suddenly attacked. Because as has been playing for several years in the front line of the war, these soldiers have also been used to this sudden attack. They ran out of their barracks, holding their weapons, and started looking for their respective targets in the dark. Except for the night patrol troops on duty, the infrared night vision system is far from being popularized on every soldier. Therefore, at this time, most people still can only rely on their experience to judge the basic position of the enemy. He can follow the instructions tracer, facing the direction of tracer fire. You can wait flares ready to illuminate the entire battlefield skies. Damn. Flares it. Polish his own after the bullets in the magazine, while the officer in charge of fighting here to replace his own magazine, aside loudly complained. Amid his complaints, a flares rose into the sky, illuminating the nearby sky, and also set off a huge, terrifying-looking demon snake's body. Continue to fire. After inserting the magazine and pulling the bolt, the officer continued to step forward, pulling the trigger and firing at the giant snake's body. By his side, more soldiers took up their weapons and kept shooting at the sky. The giant snake also realized that he could not hide his body by using the night, so he began to chant magic and used a magical defense barrier to block most of the weapon's attacks. Not before, to fire his bullets and shells more and more, even if he finally could not resist so many weapons attack. Damn mortals. You would have done for you. Pay the price. That magic snake flexible shaking and moving the body, with its own tail sweep to fly. Two soldiers are firing Alanxia, yells Road, and 30 anti-aircraft artillery caliber cannon shells hit the body. The impact of this snake is extremely shells suddenly hit fly this snake body good few scales. The snake let this pain more manic up. He vomited magic. With a huge fireball destroyed a parked full of car positions. There is a radar station nearby, equipped with a fairly advanced air defense radar. This radar was originally a high-precision radar for searching for high-level targets such as god puppets. It has a long detection range and relatively high accuracy. Of course, performance is not wrong means that the cost is quite expensive, so being destroyed does have some distressed people. Not before that the use of the advanced magician as well as Snake and Dragon's massive counterattack attack is not common, so this loss is still within the acceptable range. Phew. Another on the front side, dressed in a black robe on the use of advanced magician waving out a huge fireball engulfed Alan Xia around a soldier carrying weapons. Then, his figure was exposed to the light of the flares, and countless bullets swept toward where he was from all directions. Tracer shells enveloped the place where he stood, waiting for him. Leaping high time you want to fly a rocket explosion at his feet, so he planted back on the ground. This group of idiots didn't launch such a sneak attack a long time ago. It must not be that simple this time. The other party must have some conspiracy attempt. The division commander who got up in the nearby division headquarters who received the news summarized some of the news that had just arrived, frowning and staring at the map and his own line of defense. Breaking through the front line of defense by the enemy is the most deadly problem. So what he must ensure is the absolute integrity of the front line of defense. Not him get feedback. The other did not break through the front line of defense, not too much pressure on the various positions and rarely call the troop reinforcements. Another dangerous place, where he is the headquarters of the pity is that his headquarters are now mobilized. The other side this time not to attack, harass his headquarters, paralyzed his command center. Apparently it is too late. Refers to the command unit is still positive positions elsewhere, and the rest of the things that cause for concern. As long as he cleared out the elite troops of the Puppet Empire that had sneaked in, there would be basically no possibility of follow-up development in this night attack. The other party came at the radar station. He squeezed his chin and stared at the attacked area. There is only one radar station that is the most valuable here. However, to get rid of such a radar station, it did not have much strategic value. Not any other large-scale air defense air force can break. Alan Xia here is not without other radar station as a backup. The other party did such a radar station regardless of the cost, and there was a weird smell from beginning to end, which made people very uncomfortable. It is also possible, no such objectives through the radar station, worth a good few snake. More than 5 senior magician to change participation plan in the light of the same long staring at the map, frowning to himself. You must know that none of the elite troops of the Puppet Empire in these raid positions may be able to return, whether it is the giant snake, these magicians or the dragon in the sky. They will all die here. This is not his boasting, but a fact. These people went deep into Alan Hill's position alone. They had no reinforcements, and sooner or later they would be submerged in the steel sea of Alan Hill's army. Something indeed. They consider a puppet of the Empire from this squad. What is the purpose of a special time? This squad puppet of the Empire. There have been serious casualties. A magician who was suppressed by fire and unable to raise his head, was eventually smashed to the head by Alan Hill's sniper because his magic was exhausted. After his death, a Yaw-1 in the Snake also came to reinforce the Su-254 own anti-aircraft artillery to break out of the rain of artillery shells. Drowned. This giant snake, which was still struggling, was almost beaten into 2 pieces by the sudden intensive firing of anti-aircraft guns. Seems a bit not right. They did not seem to intend to retreat. It was a suicide attack? They intend died in here? The officer in charge of field command once again withdrew an empty magazine and let it out. He fell to his feet, then drew a new magazine from his chest pocket and inserted it into his AK-47 gun. In his body side, one with infrared night vision accessories, M4 tank slowly scrolled the track, a cover of the infantry approaching those little dangerous enemy. The next second clock, remote and raised a flare, already darkening under bright skies again up in the bright light. The magician has an advanced air defense missile fell under the attack. He fell from the sky and fell to the ground without a sound. The Alan Hill soldiers who soon surrounded his corpse, and after a few more shots on his corpse, he was completely relieved. Covered with bullet holes, bloody people seen beside the snake's body. Nausea. Alanxia of engineers who pulled a wire from inside a huge crater in order to prevent more enemies from swarming, and to prevent these attackers from escaping from this hole. Alan Hill's engineers must immediately conduct blasting and completely cut off this passage that shouldn't exist. Fried medicine. To find a relative to a secure location, these engineers will loud cry remind companions around covert attention. After yelling repeatedly, they twisted the detonator and pressed the detonation switch. The entrance of the cave suddenly exploded, and then the huge cave connected further away. The place where the cave passed by collapsed little by little, and the skyrocketing explosion snaked out nearly 50 meters along the trend of the cave in one breath. A series of explosions, accompanied by a series of collapse, in the light of flares, jumping smoke and dust clouds filled the air. In this series of explosions, another giant snake was hit by various weapons, screamed and smashed to the ground, and collapsed on the edge of the forest. The two giant dragons that flew into the air were hit by the anti-aircraft missiles at this moment, and they had already fallen to an unknown place in the distance. This night attack gradually came to an end amidst chaos. The gunfire was still dense but not so rushing, and the explosion and fire began to decrease, because the elite assault troops of the Puppet Empire had nothing to do with destruction at this moment. Difference: you have to pay the price. Sooner or later you will pay the price. Bloodbath. Last a snake, still in constant whispering. His mouth did not say a word. More blood will flow out. He was like a plate size of sharp eyes, has now been blinded by a bullet, become a hole in the blood. Leaning on the giant snake, an old magician who was also covered in blood, panting, threw away the magic wand in his hand, and looked helplessly at the Alan Hill soldiers who had surrounded him. At this moment, he saw countless dazzling bayonets, as well as the solid faces and confident eyes of those soldiers under the flares. Old guys count. The times are different, at least, already, does not belong to us. Elderly Lowhead and closed his eyes, exhausted. The snake behind their laments, and the giant snake behind him was silent at this moment. There will be in a while, everyone can watch it tomorrow morning. 368. Who is it? Just when the humble night attack on the Western Front was over, the sky was already bright. On the battlefield of Piripi Island, 4 Chris Super God puppets had already joined the fight against the devil. In the battle, 4 Puppet of God does not come up to expectations. In the sea near the island of Billy Bye, with magic attacks face down, the demons attempted to land the fleet. Number 3 Chris Puppet is allowed to use the regulations and will not be sanctioned. This is also the reason why Desailly finally became the owner of the house, able to deal with those disobedient old guys. It seems that each of these families that can stand for hundreds of years is not simple. They are not in the water. Interesting. Really interesting. Chris muttered a few words, and then picked up the share that had just been put down. I read the report on the battle on the Western Front carefully. That secret book also know that His Majesty the Emperor has not this thing in mind. After all, without the support of a large family who has a head, who is definitely not up trouble. So, he bowed slightly, would not dare to disturb His Majesty the Emperor of work, quietly pulled out of the office. I still owe you 2 more. My empire. 369 Reasonable. So do will not trouble one of the young people on the sofa, watching the front of their own acquaintances, some concern openings asked. He is a young director of a large consortium and a rich man with a lot of money. At a young age, he has become the top 30 richest man in the Alan Hill Empire, and his worth continues to swell as the war continues. Even, he now looks down on the old rich men, including Disl, the helm of the Longtaite family, who is known as the second richest man in the Alan Hill Empire. Originally, he had always been in Fagonan Ki, but as the funds invested became larger and larger, he himself became more and more nervous. That was hundreds of billion of capital investment on this scale reached the market, is likely to arouse suspicion. it would have been easy to investigate. Can anything about the situation? Are those of the same routine for so-called economic survey of the section chant? A costume-dressed old man laughed, a nonchalant look. He is indeed the real cannot care about his money to make a lot of people claiming to be a shamed rich man, and his monopoly on many projects, with the giant companies, holds a lot of empire bonds. Recently, he is also constantly changing the bonds in his hand, and seems to want to convert all the bonds in his hand into cash. This operation caused Alan Hill's national gold reserves to drop sharply, and they invested funds in real estate projects to obtain more profits. Not over, it is precisely because of people like him disinvestment. Many Alanxia industry plans to slow the pace of internal economic crisis began to emerge a little bit. People's lives have been affected. Yes, those who have nothing to fear. I have just one person, come up with money to buy up. Another cigarette and middle-aged man nodded, and he was also a very rich tycoon of Alan Hill. He had been master as long as buying and draw, and many officials intersect intimate, the use of many black box operation. He relies on policy loopholes, large fortunes, not worth climbing to say. There is a deep official background. Even some small privately call him Prime Minister. Christine Vita said he was in control of the decision-making empire. Invisible Prime Minister, you know, another nickname Imperial Prime Minister, but the Dragon Tate family desire. And I have a decent channel to make money. Do not break the law. Those who fear the messenger. What? He smoked a cigarette, proudly showing off the road. In fact, bonds issued by freely convertible countries have always been guaranteed. Merchants occasionally arbitrage cash, and most of the bonds have become invisible funds without interest, supporting the rapid development of Alan Hill. However, recently, due to the discovery of the rise of real estate projects, as well as other lucrative service industry for many merchants, saw slow progress in the war, he began to move their funds. No longer supports external expansion of the empire. More and more people are running on cash, most of which have to be exchanged for real gold coins. This has indeed caused serious operational problems for the Empire Bank and Royal Bank of Alan Hill. Something indeed. These businessmen are also playing this idea. They want to get out of the financial sector so that His Majesty the Emperor, to hand over a controlling stake in Imperial Bank and the Royal Bank, relinquish control of the financial sector. According to him, their plans, when insolvent, His Majesty the Emperor would bow to them and eventually sell their shares, and begged them to stop this run operation. After they have obtained the controlling rights and the financial control of the empire, they will naturally not embarrass their banks anymore. By that time, he who would become the country's finance minister, finance to grasp, manipulate the financial markets. There is nothing more than this to the money faster it once completed is their vision. They, the people, are the rules of the financial game makers. By then they will be the gods of the financial world, and they will be the richest group of people in this empire. Of course, these ideas are their plans. As for the success or failure, it depends on their specific operations. It asked the Emperor, when, in also begged me who was seeking funding to begin development. We are all ministers of merit. He is unhappy, so what can he do to us? A fat man sitting in the corner laughed. He had hid among the people of the Iron and Steel Group, has Ordnance Group of people. There are those who produce cars, production of electrical appliances, and some people. There are people who are farmers, monopoly business persons. Each one has the right to speak in the field. If he will not cooperate, then Alanxia production will be affected. Even many aspects of the situation will collapse. After all, in order to pay off his debts, in order to maintain the operation of the empire, in order to allocate more funds, in order to gather more power, Chris has been selling the company under his name for the past few years. Anyway, many high-tech companies will be created by Chris one by one. High-tech will be a more profitable industry in the future. However, those old, less profitable industries are not unimportant. These factories are also supporting the operation of the entire empire. It had provided important jobs, provide many basic goods, but these industries have not entirely in the hands of a person of Chris. It's real, and this is an inevitable phenomenon. if a country all profitable projects are concentrated in a few hands, and that the country's economy itself is sick, to not stop production on strike and let us realize that the Great Majesty the Emperor, he should know how to compromise. Fat-bodied that side of a middle-aged man smoking received a sentence then said, in his were the eyes of these people, such intimidation is effective, absolutely cannot let anyone down, can achieve their goals. Not over, just as he had hardly faded, and the room suddenly someone opened the door, wearing a guard uniforms, with leather gloves. I look like a bad guy officer came in. It's still the familiar dress, or the familiar aura with his face and clothes. Put it in the movie, and you don't need to open your mouth to know that he is the villain. Near the man's guard's uniform's chest, hanging from the Imperial Silver Eagle medal. Among the ranks of medals, the Imperial Silver Eagle medal is already a very high medal. This represents the front of the man. It has been performed more than once important task difficult. In front of the male officer's face expressionless, hands behind broke into the house, opening the cold take the words and he said, His Majesty the Emperor had not been properly cohabit. You are who? How did you come here? This is a private residence. Old Regal stood up, leaning on crutches asked. Near guards officers looked at the old man. His face still showed no emotion. According to Alenxia Imperial War Temporary Security Management Act, Guard Special Operations Forces have the right to investigate any person, enter any place. Near guards, in light of the richest heard the name, just wanted to get up from the sofa, legs and soft and sat back in his armchair. Near there are a lot of guards under the Special Operations Forces, such as Chris T-800 Superclass Puppet in the preparation of God Belongs Guard Special Operations Forces. Of course, the man in front of him wearing a long windbreaker with a scar on his face is definitely not affiliated with the combat troops. Behind him came along, and is carrying 4 suddenly hit the step-keying soldiers. Completely different weapons and soldiers of the frontline combat troops. A look at the elite is directly responsible to His Majesty the Emperor. The soldiers came in and spread out the formation, against the wall surrounded by everyone in the room, carrying them equipped with tactical grip fishbone and the 4-step keying, a special installation equipment where and aliens there is no difference. That you are. But I cannot sit Chuangman's high aristocracy. Have this luxury residential rich old man shouted angrily, you are. The nobleman will die like treason, old man. I don't think you have figured out the situation. The officer with the scar on his face coldly said, interrupting the other party. Come come. The old man shouted breathlessly, hoping to protect their darts are called servants to come. Zwang zwang own sound on the number of potential. Unfortunately, let him cry for a long time, and no one rushed to come, not just one of his bodyguards and escorts, as well as all those present as well as bodyguards escort. Did not come in meaning do not call those who have died. Scar after officer's face the other side cried a few times, just began. Hearing that the other party killed someone, the wealthy men became more nervous. They were not afraid of dying a few lackeys, they were more worried about their own lives. Just the dinner. Do not misunderstand. I'm not familiar with these people. Fingerhead is also a cigarette in middle-aged wealthy carefully explain the sentence. You take it easy. Face with a scar officer of the guards seem out of words to comfort each other. But all present were under sentence let his face was downcast. Anyway, you are going to die here today. Let me get out of here. I'll give you 10 million. The fat man hurriedly said. Finger man is the head of a cigarette is more direct and shouted, I and right bureau long familiar you let me go I give you 5,001 100 million I promise. I will not say I did not come out today. Go here. He who spoke have been tearful, after all, is a group of soldiers, carrying keying pointing to his chest, not a people easy thing. What's more, he had each a billionaire, has untold wealth. It is definitely not an easy task for them to abandon these and die calmly. Always you talk a little sense of it. The most enlightened of millionaires have started crying, and he may have never seen such a battle, desperate and shouted, you are not just kill today. Long Ling's update is a bit late, and you can watch their remaining chapters tomorrow morning. 370 I am here. No, I can nearly guards officer, he said, you who have sinned, guilty of various sins, I can decide who is right. Who would that be sleeping? If Chris was here, he would definitely feel that the other party was also a person who had crossed over. Moreover, this officer is estimated to be the kind who travels through the protagonist and can write songs in the star category. In all of the field, all these officers say guards were silent. They want to run away. They want to resist. They want to beg, but they find it all to no avail. If I die tomorrow, there will be countless newspapers condemning you. Everyone knows that it was the Emperor's hands. The old man living here wanted to seize the last glimmer of hope, but he had no evidence. Officer does not seem to hurry or ordered the murder, with great interest and explain each other up. Room after out of the gate, were cut off corpses, throat bodyguards vertical and 7 vertical lying on the carpet, long value chain, already stained with blood of those precious rugs, still warm blood-soaked carpet. Slow it spreads along the marble floor and finally penetrates into the cracks of the stone. In the next to the bodies, some of the guards carrying weapons and soldiers stood motionless as if a statue. After training, they can even block the special operations force of the guards of the magicians, and they are out to deal with the bodyguards of these nobles. They are simply overkill. The action just took only a few tens of seconds, and the entire guard force of the villa was wiped out. Even in the end, there was not even a guard who issued a warning. You kill so many high-class people in one breath, it's impossible to retreat. His Majesty the Emperor will also care about public opinion. Then he will push you out and be a scapegoat. The fat rich man threatened. Is it? That's good. His Majesty can die. Is my honor. Scarface became a grim smile because, while the officer smiled, touched the side of his face with hands with leather gloves, Scar said, I live to die for your Majesty. Sometimes, it's really meaningless for you to chat with such a person. The fat rich man feels very boring now, really very boring. His body that side of the middle-aged man smoking cigarette butts snuffed. The hands, opening warned, I have many friends, to the time they will demand a thorough investigation. His Majesty the Emperor will be involved. This murder his reputation. Okay, that's enough. I don't have time to waste with you. It's really the same as your Majesty said. It seems that there is not a decent one. Officer Scar waved his hand and put a smile away. The look of patience. With a gentle wave of his hand, a group of people were escorted into the room by soldiers of the guards. These people have their heads down, but from the clothes and dressing, it can be seen that they are all very rich people. Bob, why are you here? The old rich man who lived here saw his son in the queue with a shocked expression on his face, and then suddenly looked at the officer of the guards. What are you going to do? In his view, his son bet over, want nothing more than to cut grass, eradicate this behavior, and kill the whole family. Really outrageous bad practice. Even if it is the Emperor of Alan Hill, who is known to do so, many nobles will resist and criticize. At that time, Chris will really lose the support and loyalty of many nobles. Echo, how you have come. Fat man Lookrich saw his brother, a look of confusion, not knowing if he wanted to do something. At this time, the guards officer with scars on his face interrupted their question and said, okay, there is no need to renew the past, right? Know what you should do. If you know, do it. You what they do? That old man frowned, then looked at his son. Immediately he saw, he's been very filial son, reach for a small size of the hand keying. Let him desperate, hand keying dark keying mouth, this time aimed at the moment, is none other than precisely aligned as the decision makers of his family. Question mark. What are you doing that you should dare cross keying, pointing at me? The old man furious, veins protruding, crutches propped back significantly, fiercely demanded, you, how dare you kill this beast own father? I'm sorry. I'm also for the family. And Father Pro, do not kill you. His Majesty the Emperor, how I support our family control of industrial R. That middle-aged working end keying, his face has been full of desire. Look, here remove a little keying mouth, Gestures a bit later continued. Please go to hell, you only father died. I was able to become the master of the house, the money, but also to get to my pocket. The next second clock, keying sound suddenly rang. This has been crazy middle-aged man. Keying killed his father his face still wearing a smile. Has been lying on the ground of money, eyes of the old man deep sorrow witness, for those countless gold. His own son betrayed him. Did not hesitate, Keying killed him. Brother. You. Fat man lying on the ground looking at the old head, quite a while to move away from his gaze on the corpse. You are also to kill me. Brother. I would have killed you. Do not, you should go against his majesty. This is wrong. The same kind of fat brother, also hand keying pointing to his brother. Crazy. So it is done to protect our family. You madman. You do not know what you're doing. You betrayed the family. You. Fat rich still kept saying. The keying sound had been rang. Exclamation mark. Boom is heard keying loud. Fat man clutching his stomach screams, stumble on the carpet. He seems to want to struggle a bit, but was second keying direct hit in the head. Boom. This is the most normal of family in fighting. I have not intervene. Has been standing in the middle of the room, face with hands behind scar. Officer, open, explains, tomorrow, you have the family will replace your position. No one will investigate this kind of thing, because everything is reasonable and legal. Bang, another keying sounded, and the middle-aged rich man who was still smoking just fell into a pool of blood. His uncle walked over to his corpse, dropped a bloody ring from his corpse finger, and put it directly on his finger. That side of the young rich tried to run, but was in front of the two guard soldiers, stopped his path. They pushed the young man back into the house, letting him cry desperately, I'm wrong. I don't want anything. Let me go. I will listen to you from now on. I am obedient. Can't it? I listen to you. Kneeling on his knees, the young rich man was calm, and calm pride was gone. He climbed to the side of the Scarface officer, wanting to hug the other's thigh and beg for mercy. You want to know, before you answer should ever do, you and him today, always have a person stay here. I looked hesitant. A nobleman, old man, Scarface officer verbally warned. That old man finally moved. He pulled out the hidden in his cane sword piercing to the annual lighter eagle chest. The other party screamed, and the officer's hands holding the Scarface suddenly lost strength, freed from the arms of the opponent. The guard's officer looked down at the young rich man who was still not dead, and carefully examined the opponent's face. What's wrong? I want to betray this country. In his sigh, the old man made up another sword, which just pierced the young rich man's heart. The young rich man convulsed twice, and finally lay motionless on the ground. I have well record, and so these people have done what they should do. Scarface officers look to the side carrying soldier's recorder. Did not put me, person who recorded, into it. No, sir. The soldier replied with his chin held high. As long as it cut series well, these pictures enough to kill brother in front of these people, ruin patricide. Sir, do you should clear this time. Who gave you the opportunity? Scarface guard officer said coldly, starting today. Firmly remember well your identity. To understand of it. Understood. The relatives of these rich families all knelt on one knee, bowed their heads and promised, long live Alan Hill. Long live the Emperor. From you begin the moment they make a decision, you will have a dog that His Majesty, your Majesty, let you do what you must do. What unconditional, His Majesty will not let what you do, even if you cannot go dead he does. Nearly after a guards officer stressed, opening gently told, there. Clean up here. Yes, I. Who is the sire of the dog? Those who rush tight bow, opening promise and said, I am. This is who calls man to clean up here. Right. News. Do you know what to say? The Scarfist officer who stopped walking to the door asked without looking back. I know. These people surrender to the enemy. I go. Are the devil's accomplices? Several people replied with low eyebrows. The officer with a scar on his face turned his head and looked at the curtains drawn up in the room. There was a gap in the room through which sunlight entered the room. Places with light were bright and brilliant, and places without light were cold and dark. There is a bloody smell in the air, which is what he likes. His existence has nothing to do with justice, and the power he exercises has nothing to do with right or wrong. Maybe he is the real demon, but he doesn't care, because he dedicated everything he has to this country. To the emperor who is worthy of his loyalty. He is the shadow and darkness of the empire. As for the light, that kind of thing is really incompatible with him. There is one more update, which will be served tomorrow morning. 371 people selected. Yesterday, the Devil's Comrades attacked the noble car in our country. The car Bowser caused 7 deaths and 11 injuries. Please see the detailed report below. On the huge TV screen, a good-looking female host sat in her seat, eloquently reported the attack that happened yesterday. This case has been classified as a terrorist attack, and the mastermind behind the scenes has been investigated clearly. Devil's accomplices who attacked a patriotic businessman, leading businessman and 3 government official members of the party died on the road. Everyone is filled with righteous indignation. For ordinary people, this kind of attack by the devil and his party members is absolutely unforgivable. Of course, no one knows, he died the day before yesterday, that the businessman was killed by his brother in a room inside. And no one will know, the steam, that 3 officers were killed in the same car. Merchants are accepting this bribe, betrayed the national interests of the molecule. People who just know that they are demons attack victim this time, against the empire of the devil is correct. That must be an ongoing act of justice. You still too kind. According to my plan, these people should be prosecuted. He should be hanged. Der Persel side of the bread slices on the mouth, while for breakfast Emperor Chris said, kindness is a virtue. Chris smiled, put fruit sauce evenly over bread slices, feeling as if they were in the production of a work of art. Even though his personal life and diet are relatively simple, Chris is still an emperor of the empire. Although his life is not extravagant and wasteful, it is definitely exquisite. This will make those bastards act recklessly. There is a trace left to chance. Der Persel swallowed a mouthful of bread, opening suggestion, always to kill a few to take the lead, in order to let other people revere the emperor heart. Chris still smiled, then slowly, and only he spoke and said, there you are. As they chase me, it was enough for those clown. I'd prefer to get rid of early, avoid future out of any problem, provoke more trouble here. Germany. Persel nodded and agreed with Chris, saying, you're right, so I put my family, those damn guys are killed, so I do not worry, someone will play the fool. He hasn't been idle these days. Thunder has cleaned the family for the 2nd time, and even his uncle, and cousin have not let it go. It can be said that it is a catch. Those who were willing to surrender their real power, Decius sent them to prison to provide for them with delicious food and drink. If you encounter someone who is stubborn and incompetent, kill it directly, and it will be simple and rude. Not only is he, and many families are wise to select, stood aside His Majesty the Emperor. They do not run on bonds or any other ticket data, and even donated a lot of notes, so that debt to alleviate a lot of the empire. These families are considered wiser. They can tell when and what to do, so in this purge, they got their rewards. Several other families are headed Old Fox, he who can do no wrong. It is a real top chebble. The family is standing. Millennium does not fall. Der Persel put the cooked bacon into his mouth. Vague said, if you look at him now, he doesn't look like a nobleman at all. In fact, those red tapes are basically made for low-level aristocrats. Those old aristocrats who are really rich, have a family and background, all do things casually, and don't pay much attention to these subsections. No one can tell the small things like left-handed knife and right-handed fork, and no one cares whether the napkin is tucked in the neckline or spread on the leg. Those people, but even I can see through the monster. Not rabbits, not spread eagle guy. Der Persel swallowed bacon, continued, he who is not on your side because of loyalty, they stand on the enemy side. It does not necessarily mean betrayal. Ah, this I know. Chris nodded his head and agreed with Desire, then said, not too compressed this time. I put a lot of debt, can be relieved. After a series of operations, Chris is worse. He didn't recover half of the empire's debt, which is equivalent to saying that he had obtained hundreds of billions of gold coins for no reason. and he could continue the war more calmly. With the support of this money, he can sustain this war for at least another year. And 1 year's time will allow him to use his victory to create a new favorable situation and attract more investment. Look at this. Chris threw a report to Disraeli and asked, "This is a summary of some reports sent on the Western Front in the past few days. I have been wondering why the puppet empire did this." Germany Purcell took the report and see the contents of the above. His face becomes thickened. After a long while, he said, "If what this report says is true, it is really a headache." The content recorded in this report is quite interesting, including several night attacks, as well as some strange local battles. Originally Puppet Empire in the southern part of the Eternal Empire team was Alanxia beaten into retreat, as a whole has lost the Battle of the Initiative. However, on the local battlefield, the elite troops of the Puppet Empire frequently counterattacked, and they were doing seemingly meaningless counterattacks. The most dumbfounding thing is that after sorting out and investigating afterwards, a problem that worries them was discovered within the army. This problem is that after the counterattack created the chaos, many of Alan Hill's new weapons and equipment have been partly missing! For example, he says that a night attack radar station scuffle, and finally finishing troops wreckage and found a destroyed car radar lost some equipment and internal-external antenna. In another battle, the battalion of an infantry battalion was raided by the enemy's senior magician. The battle lasted for 4 hours. In the end, the senior magician of the Puppet Empire was exhausted and several people died on the spot. And then we sought out the ruins of the battalion raided. The time I could not find the radio equipment, which roused suspicion. Investigation department. They might. Puppet Empire is studying. I have the new technology. Purcell sharply, to say the aspects of his worst fears. Chris am not too nervous, spoke and said, if they want to rely on imitation to catch up and the gap between us, that gap will only grow. Many of those equipment are advanced equipment that can only be manufactured by fine processing, and it is impossible to learn and imitate only by dismantling and research. Even Chris felt that even if he handed over the blueprints to his opponent, the current Puppet Empire or Demon Army would not have the ability to imitate Alan Hill's most sophisticated technology. Both sides in the raw on the production process. There have been more than a generation gap when students produce advanced a full 2 generations of time, the so-called generic process. It was just a joke. It did not worry him their imitation. My concern is that the deployment of troops in the southern region of the Devil. Chris from a file in front of him and picked up a copy, threw desire opposite. Affectionate. The newspaper stated that the demons are accumulating power in the Bama Empire. The best way is to direct attacks with nuclear weapons. Bamaxia Empire, destroying everything there. Purcell laments. Chris agreed with him, you are right. The military is also discussing the possibility of using nuclear weapons to directly attack the Bamshire Empire. However, I prefer not to use nuclear weapons because that is the place we want to occupy. Listen, say mobilizing troops south. It seems you are to the south and fight a demon? Purcell asked, while he had weak footing, to look at them severely. Be within a year. The Empire and the Devil went to Kashyyyk to the south of the kingdom. Chris tell their own plans. If you can reach the whole territory of the Empire Bamaxia win, then he would have several advantages. On the one hand, he could use the harbor from the South Bamaxia Empire, under the cover of the next powerful navy, the use of seaway for the south. The troops provide logistical support. On the other hand, he could use Bamaxia geographical country advantage to narrow the southern front, would shorten his front. So, no matter from which side to test into account, he hopes taking the south wins, to gain an advantage, to win the whole Bamaxia Empire, made an overwhelming advantage strategically. From the macro to see the angle of view, the strategic situation, Alanxia simply complete the western front left uppercut plan, split packages around the frontline troops puppet of the Empire, and then seize Bamaxia Empire in the south line. That love even Lanhill saw the dawn of an end to this war. The idea is good, Not two cannot do so. We must look at the first 6 sets regiment of the army and General Courier. Not just Courier, I intend to succeed Gen. Elias McCready. General Maud Lyle. Lyle led General Maud led troops south. McCready Elias but veteran. This is going to promoted him. Give officers occupied a role model. To Purcell hear the profound meaning of them. This is also the intention of Chris and him when discussing military personnel arrangements. Regarding the issue of follow-up impact, Desai clearly sees it more thoroughly than those pure military generals. Gofang Buchankastner actually a lot of experience in this area, but he recently went to the frontline inspections. So Chris can only find Desai chat with some of the organization of work in this area. He was crossing the performances very good fight. I think he was the first to make 4 sets the commander of the military mission groups, is very reassuring thing. Chris says that who will take over command of the 15 sets regiment army do? De Purcell asked, curious. Do Lando will be. Chris gives candidates a surprising. This is an old general, a former general in the old Trinity Empire Wheelong Saria. 7. 372 Dry interference. Do Lando will be just an ordinary general, in Alanxia Empire, in fact, did not have much courage name. Not 2 he has a special status, that is, he was Wheelong Saria's Alanxia Empire doing things first magician commander. Originally, Chris planned to let him lead a magical army to fight in all directions, but later due to technological advancement, the Alan Hill Empire gave up the plan of a pure magician army, and Lieutenant General Durando has also been serving in the general staff. There is no decent transfer promotion. Logically said his rank is not low. This is Chris Wrist Care System Wheelong Sa officials bail. But this time, Chris feats of the 15 sets regiment army to Durando is obviously a magician to give some opportunities. Chris will use his hand collar is too much, and this is a signal passed to others. If you cannot, then I would change a group of people. Modley Soul again sad drama, and he played in the Hong Kong Ozar victory, but it is not even decent. Enemy did not see the devil does not attack Ozar, but the play of Pilipi Island. Modley once again, he was transferred away without seeing the enemy. This seems to have become a curse for Modler. There will be no fighting wherever he goes. The soldiers really like such a commander, so Modler has a nickname that he dislikes very much. General of Peace Army. On the Western Front, in the Allen Hill armored unit that is attacking to the southwest, the commander of a 4-tank is talking to his company commander. The reconnaissance unit said that this is a puppet unit activity, and we need more infantry cover. No radio inside of the tank company commander's voice, his voice full of fatigue. Lazy note. Look around. We do not cover so many soldiers. You are on your own. He had to attack all the way forward. It has been promoted almost 170 kilometers, although still a puppet of the Empire still kept back, trying to hold their positions, but Alanxia Busters has not stopped their advance. The first 1-set group army group has scored Dragonshire. The 2 sides are fierce street fighting. Reinforcements puppet of the Empire tried to regain lost defensive positions, but was Alanxia Wing's troops defeated. The battle was very stalemate, so the 2 sides also joined the reserve team. The armored unit in front of him was actually Alan Hill, who had plunged into the front line and began a roundabout operation to surround Ronchel on the flanks. Be careful of the distant hillsides. Maybe the puppet soldier's defensive position is over there. Halfway out, the company commander put down his binoculars and reminded his men, pay attention to all suspicious problems. Report immediately if there is a situation. Understand. Hit the head of the tank car and hold the call is long. Feel Good replied. Their mobile battles are countless times better than the field battles of the Puppet Empire, so in the last few clashes, they have all won. Fold them feel very good, but also to establish their confidence. Although their tank regiment participated in the war for the first time, They performed very well and received many rewards from their superiors. Alan Hill's armored forces are very strong. The strongest thing is that they can communicate with each other through radio and confirm a lot of information. This is also the key to the strength of the Earth's army. Its realization on behalf of the war. The two sides play is painstakingly built up information communication network. If one party's communication network is paralyzed by the other party, then this party will lose the entire war. Let everyone rest assured that since the birth of the Alan Hill Empire, their communication system has always been reliable, effective, and will not be interfered by the enemy. Therefore, the grassroots officers and soldiers of Alan Hill can communicate in time and inform each other of the battlefield situation. This is one of the main reasons why the army of the Alan Hill Empire is strong on the battlefield. Strange. At the time these cars have long interact with each other on the radio. A radio operator tank driver sat beside frowned dry interference. This is a very strange thing. Alan Hill's radio equipment is very reliable. Under normal circumstances, interference is only the result of mutual interference between one's own high-power radio stations. So, he didn't care, just adjusted. I lowered the channel, switched to the backup channel, checked the radio communication device next to me, and confirmed whether the position of the switch above had changed due to vibration. It is his duty. The remaining things just in front of the tank's heading machine operation keying. Kill the enemy tried to attack the front of the tank. I have heard the channel where current sound. Radio operator, adjust car length with the help hand hanging on the ear headphones, also frowned to 1 how car. I was 3 how car. Confirm, can you hear me? Confirm. And he pressed through the throat to confirm to their company commander. Then a known communication channel is smooth, only to hear the ear that people irritable current interference sound. Damn. Number 1 car, number 3. Reply. After tapping his headset twice, the captain of number 3 car finally couldn't bear the feeling of poor communication. Hurry up, repair communication channels. He U-board opened a hatch on his head, Dan Chunadai, and looked to his company commander direction of the vehicle. At the same time, there was a muffled noise, and there seemed to be something Bowser. The next second clock, the body of the car stuck his long, saw a burning 4 tanks, paralyzed on the road ahead. That beat the tank's flame, smoke residue from the tank within harm spewing out, obscured most of the view. Damn. Under Italian knowledge, he retracted his head, then followed, and the habit of holding down the throat of the call is 1 how car was hit. 1 how car bows up. Damn. After the screams, he intended to recognize that their communication seems to be broken, did not contact those friendly forces behind the tanks. To see where to hit it, he changed the channel. The body of the car call is wired links, so do not worry about interference. He finally waited for a response to such a question. Is commissioning of radio equipment? Radio operator answered immediately. Road nothing to CC. Equipment no problem. Equipment is not bad. There is interference, strong interference. As soon as he confirmed here, there was a shell hitting the front armor plate of their 4 tank. The heavy blow made everyone in the tank pale, although they did not penetrate the heavy armor plate. But it also scared everyone in the car. The enemy opened fire. I didn't see the enemy. Back up, hurry up. The captain who participated in the battle was very experienced, and after he recovered, he commanded loudly, "Get out of here. Don't get beaten here!" Let's get out of here. Hear his commands. The driver immediately reversing, 4 tanks, reliable performance make it immediately responded. Track began to roll back, bulky body began to move to the back. Right turn a little. Avoid open 1 how car. Stop it on the road. I cannot see anything. His own eyes can spy a periscope in front of a mirror, observe the situation around a little bit. The bus captains find themselves most of his vision was obscured by the smoke from the burning car behind. He didn't see where the enemy was, nor did he discover where the attack just came from. It can be simply judged from the opponent's attack hitting the front armor plate that the opponent should be about 10 o'clock to 14 o'clock in front of the road. Not too little too wide in this direction. With only 4 periscope on the tank mirror, still cannot find the enemy immediately. Bang! Another shells hit the car 4 on the front armored tanks, in the top left out a significant pit. The shell still failed to penetrate the armor of the 4 tank, and the 4 tank that was reversing on the road was still reversing. It poured car line a bit biased, so it quickly, to avoid the nearby 1 HAU car wreck, retreated to the side of the embankment below. At this moment, the 3rd shell also hit the turret of this 4 tank. Fortunately, 3 artillery shells breakdown is not out of the 4, which makes car group members to be almost alone in my heart a little smoothsome. It's real, they do not know, they are attacking the puppet tank above 30 artillery in caliber. This gun is actually out of fashion. It has no ability to penetrate the 4 tanks with very heavy frontal armor. Perhaps the designers of the 4 tanks would not have thought that on the Earth battlefield, facing powerful enemies such as the German Tiger tanks, Panther tanks. The 4 tanks can be described as vulnerable to a single blow. On the battlefield of another world, the armor is actually considered to be very heavy. Guessed right. Enemy is on the other side. 13 o'clock or 14 o'clock. Bet on long car. Sigh of relief. I began to carefully observe distant from the inverse slope to that through the periscope. Then, he saw an excellent hidden puppet tank. Only 1 turret was exposed, and it was firing continuously, attacking the 4 tanks on the road. 3 HAU car and heard a loud car length Bowser, not over because smoke obscured. He cannot see Bowser. He was not stuck his head canonously in accordance with the training. Most take the right measures. Armor piercing shells filled. The first time he's thinking about has returned fear on the battlefield. Fighting back is always the first important. Only by destroying the enemy can we better protect ourselves. Of course, at the same time, he also reminded his loud radio operator quickly repair vital communications equipment, reply through news, or well be blind and there is no difference. Tried. Asshole. It's not a machine. There is interference. Strong interference. Machine electrical equipment member of Despair beating his side, he replied loudly. 373 destroyed. Machine electrical member today feel they really poured blood and broken up. Normally almost no communications equipment of any problems, and now not even a word not to send out. He does not know is that being destroyed 1 HAU back of the car. The other is also experiencing exactly the same thing. Everyone can't contact other tanks, and of course there is no way to talk about joint combat. Everyone could not share the information they had, and the battlefield suddenly became a mess. Since the founding of the nation, there hasn't been anything that has happened, but it has just appeared abruptly. Another vehicle. 4 tanks were in the chaos destroyed, gasoline burning up, braving the billowing smoke engulfed the rear body by tank. The members inside escaped when the tank just started to burn, but 2 unlucky people died in the tank. C department has intensive keying sound. Ambush puppet empire. Quite ingenious design. After experiencing so many battles, puppet soldiers' fighting skills is rising. Progress is not only Alanxia. Soon the 3rd Alan Hills tank was hit in the thinly armored position. This tank was paralyzed on the road. The crew in the car had to abandon the car and escape, and lost it in the tank before retreating. Several Shuyudan. 3 No. Tank finally reversing, bypassing the combustion of 1 wreckage number of tanks, and most of the teams converge again, but just returned to the 3 Panzer. I have not had time. Happy. Saw the fire of artillery shells hit 2 HAU car and 5 HAU car. A tank platoon, including a tank company, was wiped out by the opponent in just a few minutes. Even more frightening is that he had not even a decent fight back, are not organized, on seeing the enemy to be defeated. Crack. Once again, he opened the overhead hatch. The captain of car number 3 poked his head out, and shouted with his throat to car number 4. Who was fighting in the distance, "Hey, Hodder, Hodder." His shouts had no effect. After all, on this noisy battlefield, such shouts seemed a bit too small. "You bastard." The captain of the number 3 tank took off the earphones that hung on his ears, and got out of the tank with his hands. He jumped out of his tank and ran to the number 4 tank that was still firing on the highway. As a result, before he was halfway there, The number 4 tank was also hit by a flying shell. In fact, if the communication is normal, Alan Hill's artillery support or Air Force support should arrive at this time. Maybe due to communication disruption, whether it is Alan-XI or artillery, Air Force or the Sky Lawless, do not provide adequate fire support. A tank company, 2 tank platoons, add up to 10 Liang 4 tanks, were destroyed in the midst of chaos. Destroyed 4 cars. This was already a very heavy loss, so the remaining Alan Hill tank troops began to retreat without looking back. 3 Panzers car long distance running back to his side of the tank, in Kiang Forest climb up their own tanks in the hail of bullets, got into his turret, put the headphones on and started screaming, "Leave here, out of here, back up, back up." The tank platoon he was in, including his company, was completely finished. Now only his tank was left unscathed. For the 5 of them, this was already a very lucky thing. A zombie entangles me. Gas bluster of 4 tank unit. After the team find any retreat back to their advance to the last position has not stopped the tide. Soon they return 2 days ago out of place here. This little hold the position. What makes them feel aggrieved is, in more than 2 days, they lost more than 100 tanks, but did not advance 1 kilometer. This is a frustrating thing, and it is also a shame. In the military command of the 101st Army, an officer reported to his boss that the communication system was disrupted. "Sir, most of our communication channels have been interfered. It is not a problem with the equipment, nor is our electronic equipment interacting with each other. Interference is a purposeful interference attack by the enemy. Looking at the map, planning the defense of their own troops cut the enemy, surrounded by dragon wings from SEC." I heard the results of such a sentence, stunned for a moment. Openings asks, "Are you kidding dry?" Our communications channel interference. From a small battalion commander to his current position. He is an old officer. But whether it was an expedition to Aranti or an expedition to the Holy Demon Empire, he had never heard of such a thing as his communication system was disturbed. Yes. Technical conclusion. Art department engineer given. There is the other side. Interference purpose. Our battlefield communications 15 main channels. There are 3 spare channels are covered by enemy interference. That officer ordered, nodded and replied. Hearing what his subordinates said, the commander realized that the matter was very serious. He thought a moment, wished to confirm the degree of opening enemy interference. Empty, army over there. So I ask, is justified, because the communication equipment performance comparison Army General has always been the best communications equipment limited supplier there. Therefore, if the Air Force is not disturbed, it proves that the enemy's interference is actually limited. Empty frequency communication device used by the military that were also affected, but they can continue to use the band, but you can hear the sound of it, a large current disturbance. Hear their leaders questioning. The officer replied immediately. The other party's answer made the army commander slightly relieved, which proved that the enemy's interference did not suppress all communication equipment. This is unintentionally good news. So he immediately opening the correct recognition and said, that is to say, our mobile power stations, but it is still work. Yes, I have communicated and army headquarters, and the other received our call. We also received the acknowledgement letter. That officer is obviously also very professional. We have been tested before coming to a moment of high-power radio working conditions. He has always been a technical officer in charge of communications, and he can handle issues related to communications technology very thoughtfully. Not him then said, but I have a communication device using frontline troops. It seems that we have all been affected. 7 Gs pushing into the tank unit lost contact with the attacks of 9 artillery positions, cannot fire support up. This is no way of things. Tanks spread it out too far, generally in front of the main forces, dozen kilometers activity, lost no later radio communication capability. They naturally became a lost contact with the troops. Artillery that side is even more embarrassing. No communication. They are not able to adjust the firing data, hastily opened fire. It is possible they might put their shells hit the head of one of us. This is not a joke. shelling their own people are a very serious battlefield dispatching accident. Supreme Woody. There is also a frontline air support request, which will also be interrupted due to communication problems. The Air Force's aircraft cannot get the attack coordinates, and naturally they will not be easily dispatched. The entire front dispatch line Alanxia's strongest link was to suppress opponents, and that made all the frontline commanders have some doubts. They do not know whether to continue to bite the bullet hit, or should we gather from the ministry team to temporarily give up the attack. Of course, then he had found it depressing, even if they are willing to give up the offensive, gather their troops, and they cannot be contacted. His troops. The command at the company platoon level was completely paralyzed, and the command at the battalion level was almost suppressed by the opponent. Now please more high-frequency band, jamming communications equipment. Such a fight, our troops may have to die in vain. Led by the commander finally recovered from a lot of frustration, the opening ordered. Immediately afterwards, he issued the second order to mobilize the troops, let all troops stop the attack, and suspend the attack before receiving the brand new communication equipment. Sir, Shalong troops. Could not a small loss. Ginseng Seek long-standing, opening cautioned. The army commander looked bitter and shook his head and said, I can't help it. If the other side sends out elite troops to attack everywhere without contact means, our army may not be enough for the other side's teeth. Correct. He came to say Shalong troops might lose a lot of troops, especially the front armor attack. But he also knew very well that if he insisted not to gather his troops, then his whole army would be over. The individual combat capability of the Puppet Empire is very high, especially those elite troops, high-level magicians, and giant snakes and dragons. As long as the troops are dispersed to disrupt the defects of the lack of individual combat capabilities of the Alan Hill troops will be exposed. At that time, a regiment may be easily killed by a senior magician in the Puppet Empire. Back then, Vivian said that she could wipe out all of Alan Hill's forces alone. In fact, she was talking about this ideal environment. Later she realized that she was a bit bragging because she had a good communication system and was able to do so. Armed Command Mobilization Command. So in theory, Vivian could not truly destroy the entire army of Alan Hill. But, now, the Alan Hill forces, which have lost the means of communication, are fragile and cumbersome. Maybe, a high-level magician, it is really possible to annihilate a regiment, or even paralyze a division. The situation up to the General Staff and the Army General Command, Special Operations Forces CC a copy to intelligence agencies guards. Looked at the loss statistics just received. The first one sets the overall commander of the Army Group Walter was worried, and ordered. At the same time, Puppet Empire over there, among the ruins of the Dragonsec, Puppet Imperial troops are celebrating their victory in the war for so long. This is the first time they prevented the true sense of AI Lanxi Soul Force's attack. There is no change today, so you don't have to wait any longer. 103,204 _ A free exchange of reading source software. Android phone needs Google download and install. The Apple phone will need to log in non-Chinese mainland account users to download and install. 374 How can I live up to everyone's expectations? Alan Hill, in the city of Ceres, has just received a large sum of money, and it is Chris, who is rich and powerful, is studying a report from the front. In the report, the frontline troops encountered strong electronic jamming. Enemy communications systems are suppressed each other, resulting in blocked attack. Left hook line of action, a time turned out to be no way to continue. Interesting. Chris looked at the report, smiling at the corners of his mouth. The enemy's progress is a matter of course. If you don't know the development after being beaten, then that's a real fool's behavior. The tactics of the soldiers of the Puppet Empire became more and more sophisticated. They learned the tactics of Alan Hill. Although the movements were still rigid, they were much more flexible than before. Those huge war machines. The puppet empire is also beginning to be eliminated. The giant spider puppets that appeared on the battlefield of the Holy Demon Empire were gradually eliminated and disappeared in the sequence of the puppet troops because they were often attacked by the Alan Hill Air Force. Do not puppet tank is used as a puppet of the Empire wheeled light tanks, nor the development of a more robust crawler heavy tanks. They think high-level puppet empire is a fool. On the contrary, this is determined by the national conditions of the puppet empire. The puppet empire is located in the southwest and has abundant rubber resources, so they have no problem producing tires. However, their steel, especially high-grade steel metallurgical capabilities are very poor, and cannot be solved fundamentally in a short period of time. So they use rubber tires instead of wasting precious steel tracks. Health production tanks puppet wheel light. We need to ensure that at least in front of the number, the puppet empire, which has long lost air supremacy, will still not be able to escape the embarrassing fate of being massively destroyed by Alan Hill if it produces expensive crawler heavy tanks. After this full-scale war broke out, puppet fact that the empire has been updated a lot of weapons and equipment. They are not only equipped with a self-EV changed into large E-caliber artillery, also equipped with many strange weapons. Chris has considered these things since the puppet empire stole the technology of Alan Hill. He even knew that with the development of magic, it would not be impossible to intercept nuclear weapons. Of course, for Alan Hill, nuclear weapons are far from the strongest weapon, because he has mastered a large number of magic techniques. And integrating Alan Hill's technology can give birth to a brighter future. He now has the opportunity to create those horror weapons that can only be born in science fiction in the Earth. In fact, he needed more time than a puppet of the Empire, because every last 1 second, he will be closer to no enemy, the realm of some almost inevitable, his enemy who cannot be sitting pending the death. They will do everything possible to stop him. By all means to grow and develop. We have been trying to catch up with the strong rise of Alanxia. What interesting things. Side of the loose soft big bed, a long-haired girl stretched his body, a silk pajamas hanging down, revealing a smooth jade arm. Emperor can be really hard. Early in the morning the climb up, there are a lot of public works to deal with. Puppet Empire come up with a magic device used to silence our communication system. Chris put in the hands of the pieces on the table, he who seems unwilling to give up, saying, how you play so early? I don't want to get up yet, but by the way, they used senior magicians before. Because of this, the girl tidied up her hair, lazily picked up a pillow, and leaned against the luxurious soft headboard. Your shampoo is really a good thing. After using it, my hair feels more comfortable to the touch. Chris nodded his head thoughtfully and said, most likely, he was. They are trying to learn our technology, integrated into among their own magic system. It's really petty. It's all the same. Steal Alan Hill's technology, and then go to work on her own. When the girl talked lazily like a kitten, she sniffed. He grunted, tell Dervis also get the old man could not see any new tricks. Puppet Empire rest on its laurels. Always a price to pay. Fight is not over, seeking progress is correct. If they hold their same old story, it relaxed. Chris smiled and said, again, no one would stand in place and be beaten. On the contrary, the weaker side would desperately seek technical superiority, just like the Third Reich in the Doomsday stage. They desperately came up with some weird techniques, trying to use these techniques to reverse their own decline. The same is true of the current Puppet Empire. They are very passive on the frontal battlefield, so they pin their hopes on the technical fusion of magic and science. His hands beating on pieces of the report, smiling girl in bed watching Empress Dowager. Not over, unfortunately, my challenge in the technical field. They regarded the wrong direction. At this point, he has absolute self-confidence, because he owns the two science and technology trees of magic and science. He is a prophet and an invincible god in magic and technology. Sometimes I'm really curious about what's in your mind. Gricken and the Puppet Empire, thousands of years of heritage, turned into backward dregs. The girl lying on the bed is not someone else. It was Vivian. The chattering magician. Eyes have been essentially became Aelanxia Princess. She was once Aelanxia Air Force's nightmare, but also many Aelanxia Air Force's combat capability of the unit of measure. She paused, and continued to ask, with regard to this magic device that suppresses communications, is there any good way to solve the problem at hand? Chris not to, and Nature have nodded his head. Nothing is technical. Art cannot be resolved. If not solve science and technology, then use the more advanced science and technology to solve it. Lift technology surgery. He seemed to fade whole person full of confidence. My body seems to be shining in general. He had just begun to enter into my rhythm. It can only be doomed to failure of a finale. Something indeed. Chris did not fear the enemy and learned to emulate him. He was still looking forward to even his enemies will enter into his rhythm, with his familiar tactics or techniques to counter him. If the enemy does not develop and progress in this way, the technological advantages he possesses will not be able to be displayed. Just imagine, if the puppet empire does not progress, develop, or grow, how can Chris devote himself to developing new technologies and new weapons and equipment? To fight primitive tribes and opponents with cold weapons, a musket is enough, and a machine gun is a cruel dish. Who would use Tomahawk cruise missiles at this time? Do you need expensive missiles to blow up a tribal chief's tent? He who are not to engage in such a magical device against repression, anti-radiation missile technology of our reserves, not wasted it. Chris' finger had stopped beating on the report. It's real, this issue has begun to unravel. Aelanxia technological progress and development so fast that Chris rivals, has felt the power of less than complete weapons systems of the Earth. To put it bluntly, the Puppet Empire has no right to let Alan Hill improve its weapon system. Only by relying on the performance of a single weapon, the Puppet Empire can be suppressed. For example, the Puppet Empire does not have a large number of electronic equipment worthy of Alan Hill's attack and suppression, and there are not enough important frontline command nodes worthy of being targeted. In fact, Alan Hill's reserve technology has powerful and complete electronic detection methods. If the other party has an important communications headquarters, Alan Hill can easily find and focus its firepower on it. But the reality is, the other party's radio stations are very loosely distributed, and the signal is very sparse. There is hardly any decent high-level command to target the Puppet Empire's high-level command. The electromagnetic radiation scale of the high-level command is similar to that of a company command in Alan Hill. Where can I find it? As for what radar positions, electrical equipment, and Puppet Empires are not available, Alan Hill's Air Force has always continued the ground attack mission mode of the World War II era, bombing the city and attacking the assembled ground forces. Accurate system guide arms if there is no attack. High-value targets, not as good as low-cost general-purpose bombs. Benefits the same kind of reason, even if the Puppet Empire radar stations are not. Aelanxia developed stealth fighter. What use is it? If it hadn't been for the Puppet Empire to come up with such a seemingly high-grade communications suppression device, Chris would not even care about the state of the once powerful Puppet Empire. Can say, Aelanxia now kicking attention demon forces in the body. The concentration of forces hit Puppet Empire, is actually a pinching any punches either heart condition. The staff of the Imperial General Staff were thinking about how to shorten the front can save more troops. That's why they formulated a left uppercut plan to encircle and annihilate the Puppet Empire's troops in the Eternal Empire in order to allocate more troops to deal with the southern front. How about, let my puppet help? Vivian thought for a while and asked Chris. Puppet Empire can explore measured our god puppet, so no need to take risks to get God's puppet. Chris smiled and waved. I now have more important things to do, and let the General Staff Army General Headquarters will be the opponent of the Puppet Empire. What are you messing up with? Vivian asked curiously. Grecken let Gale knock fly, and demons fly in the sky. I don't make a more interesting toy. How can I live up to everyone's expectations? Chris grinned. 375 all the best. The principle of this stuff is actually very simple. So if we improve the dark room back room, a wrinkled old face are being looked at in front of the machine work. Opening slowly, she said. In fact, what was placed in front of him was a radar produced by Alan Hill. These parts were stolen from the previous attack. For these equipment, the Puppet Empire lost a lot of elite power. Some things are like this: once you know the principle, you will feel a sense of sudden enlightenment. As far as the Magic Empire is concerned, the radar is not an inability to complete the design. Behind him, in a light magician, he shook his head, facing several magician explains, "This is not my instrument in Alanxia. When there is, I really do not know road. There is no more advanced substitutes. You'd better come back to memory a bit. Alanxia Aspects is not also developing similar devices. A little bit of information on it, no matter what direction." In front of the light magician, one of the old age, the magician asked unwillingly. This young magician is a defector from Alan Hill. They defected from Alan Hill back then, and it has been a long time since they were approached to ask some questions about Alan Hill. In fact, it is also because they have defected for a long time, so the information and technology they possess are no longer so important. As a result, in the last few days, in order to break Alan Hill's new technology faster and better, these defectors have been called up again and asked over and over again about radar and other radio technology. Regrettably, although the Puppet Empire wanted to master this type of technology, they did not get any valuable information from these defectors. Everyone shook their heads and said that they did not know the similar technology, because in that era, Alan Hill's radar technology is still a very confidential technology. The magicians who defected to the Puppet Empire in front of them were part of Alan Hill's spies, and of course they would not leak their secrets. The other part is the magician who followed Frensburg to study the combination of magic and science and technology. They will naturally not be exposed to the related technology of radar technology. More far away, a group of magic Farshi together, working on a magic improved over the commissioning of the equipment. I are working to find ways to improve the accuracy of its work, so that you can detect enemy missiles faster. A magic division debug the device in front of him, opening confident notes. After all, for the Magic Empire, it is actually very easy to shoot magic beams in one direction, but the previous magic methods did not have much effect. So people rarely use this kind of technology. After all, in the past era of magic, attacks all occurred within visible distance, and wasting magic to detect enemies remotely did not have much practical meaning in combat. But now it's different. The magic of long-range alert has its abilities, and the magic detection after technical enhancement can definitely be used in the actual combat direction. The Puppet Empire is so keen to integrate the science and technology of Alan Hill, it is actually looking for a solution that can crack the long-range strike of Alan Hill missile. If they can solve the threat of nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, they can deal with this protracted war more calmly. Fred Lentzberg stood among the crowd. There has been no talk. In fact, he is now the heart is really down. Grew it. How to think how there is one kind of immortality sense of taste perception. Before he was in Alan Hill, he was in charge of researching similar magic and science and technology research knowledge. When he betrayed the Holy Demon Empire and went to Alan Hill, he was convinced that this kind of technology represented the vast future of the magical world. But then he got tired. He really got tired. Tired of the insipidity of not going to study advanced magic principles, but wasting time on the development of the almost useless combination of technology and magic. He wanted access to more magic. You can almost hear a voice in his ear side whispered, "Encourage him, let him obey his own desire to get close to the magic of origin." At the instigation of the sound, he felt Alanxia the road is problematic, at least is not comprehensive, it is not reasonable. So he accepted to find the price tag door to the Puppet Empire given spies. betrayed accommodate his Alanxia. As a result, now he unexpectedly discovered that the puppet empire that had been so powerful in his heart was still defeated by Alan Hill on the battlefield. It's just a continual defeat. Frensburg didn't care much about the outcome of the war. He was more keen to get close to the source of magic and study more powerful and coveted magic. But he was really ruthlessly taunted in real time. When he was close to the source of magic and had no experience, his teacher Travis actually arranged for him a brand new job, one that no one had studied before the Puppet Empire, but it's more and more important work. Yes, he is now in charge of the Puppet Empire of Science and Technology, Art and Magic Technology Integration of development projects with him in Alanxia time, as the work. He really wanted to throw everything he could throw, and then scolded his mentor, Travis, and then asked the other person, if I am willing to study these, I am in Alan Hill. Is the research good? What am I doing here? What am I doing? It's a pity that he didn't dare to do this, so he could only sullen and presided over the work in front of him, and began to study the high-end science and technology from Alan Hill for the Puppet Empire and the Devil. If Mr. Lensberg, this beam is very fast but also very precise, but we do not have a similar screen display. A short time cannot be copied. How to solve this? A magic teacher repeated to simulate the look of the radar beam running, but could only get very vague perception results, and asked very dissatisfied, "It real? We can use the magic spar milled powder, on a plain, tied magic output, to create a virtual environment similar." Fred Lensberg, somewhat absent-minded, just thought he opened his mouth, replied, "This is a very clumsy method, but it is also a more appropriate method that the Puppet Empire can use immediately. The use of such technology can determine the direction of the incoming missile, can simply locking in a high degree with approximate distance. The disadvantage is the need to operate the radar of people. The magic staff of this dust display operation is very familiar. There really is no other way, because the Puppet Empire can't even produce a serious TV, let alone a radar display." Listening to a group of clueless and arrogant magicians discussing science and technology that they don't understand at all, Frensburg felt that he was standing amongst a group of stupid monkeys. He could only stand awkwardly, occasionally making some suggestions of his own, and then being taken by a group of magicians to his own ideas. This time the moment, he even began to miss time from his work in the Alanxia Technologies Yard. At least at that time, he gathered around many true ideals also hold negative young people like you online, and in some cases can give him some inspiration. But now, the group of stupid guys in front of them actually don't have any serious skills. They can only follow behind Alan Hill, snatch the mature technology from others, steal it, and copy them with a technology that the Puppet Empire can understand. Just copy imitation, just attack. You can transcend it. Only relying on the crude fusion of the inner principles that can't even be understood, can it really defeat the Alan Hill Empire that is becoming more and more obscure. Fred Lensberg felt here was a complete waste of time. He looked at a few grimacing face, constantly thinking back to the defection of the young magician Alanxia Technology, shook his head helplessly. It is impossible for these young people to know such cutting-edge technology, let alone young people like them. Even Frensburg himself is increasingly unable to understand the scientific and technological achievements from Alan Hill. He could not imagine Alanxia can improve puppet of God, and naturally cannot imagine that God's puppet Alanxia was able to put a puppet of the Empire original God puppet play defeat. It's really his view. If the puppet empire technology is beyond the person, this puppet is his empire to the country's national, basically there will not be worth the need to exist. I can finally detect missile Alanxia up. In this way, combined with technology provided by the devil, we seem to be trying to intercept attacks from Alanxia. A magic teacher full of confidence in the praised Tao magic around the division along with colleagues nodded, as if they had let Alanxia Empire vanquish the same. Fred Lensberg shook his head in despair, step by step toward the front door. He really did not want to talk to these people, even though he first came. These people are very friendly and polite to him. In this way, he walked out of the laboratory step by step, past the senior magician guarding the door, walked up the steps, and walked into the sunny hall. When he was in the big magic when stopped behind Mentor Teldervis, and his face has been hung up in exactly the same Alenxia and his smile when, as if wearing a mask. Before his mentor could ask questions, he bowed his head, concealed his thoughts without blushing, and reported softly, "Everything is going well. Very smoothly." These days, Longling is out of town, and there is no condition to make up for it. The one that is owed to everyone will be made up 2 days later, so don't worry. 376 Southern Region. In a machinery factory in the south of Alan Hill, workers are working hard to build temporary workshops with the color steel plates that have just been transported. Due to mild weather in the south, there is no need to build good plant. It can immediately install machinery production. Many Alan Hill factories are actually semi-finished products constructed in the cheapest and most convenient way. These factories have only simple courtyard walls, sometimes even with military wire, even if they have external walls. Then there are machinery and equipment with various functions inside, and some technical backbones are dispatched from other factories, with some magic balls of knowledge. And then the branch factory with good production capacity can be opened. With these plants, a variety of production Alenxia can mention are high. At least a portion of the capacity can be allocated into civilian factories, improve Alenxia civilians' living standards. Countless such factories have supported the Alan Hill Empire. Especially in the southern area, most of the roads are average because the occupation time is not too long. Therefore, the use of road transport all kinds of military supplies is very difficult scheduling organization. Therefore, the senior management of Alan Hill has opened some weapons production plants nearby in the southern region. The main market is tank parts, auto parts and ammunition. The production plant to shorten the distance behind the front line of supply, but also to the first 6 sets Group Army Group and the second 13 set Group Army Group can continue south to start attacking. In fact, the Jesno Empire has been completely occupied by Alan Hill. Using part of the roads and air transportation of the Palak Empire, Alan Hill began to gradually take the Dothan area in the south, and even the northern part of the Jesno Empire. Industrialization. Listen, said Alenxia, factories are hiring. I want to try. I saw the town's recruitment notices. The commission gave high an annual. Young people at home pleaded with their parents. Hope you can try your luck in the factory. Now many young people have become workers in the factory, and a few have the brains, and even after using the magic ball of knowledge, they have become the backbone of the technology in the factory. The monthly salary they can get is so impressive. Ryder called in young people in the township bullet factory apprentice for a month, and then became a technical engineer promotion workshop, and now each month 10 gold coins salary in the local regarded as a high income, that kind of thing. Look at how good people Ryder is. If you look like you, I know every day to go out and fool around. This is a saying that the elders often say to the younger generations in the family of unemployed young people. Learn a skill well, and become a worker in the future, at least you can eat a meal. Like other Ryder, it's not a lot of money in a month. There are many people who give examples of this to their children. For a while, Ryder became a commoner idol in the southern region, representing a commoner young man who had no success in the old age and was able to get a new life under the rule of Alan Hill. While in other regions says, 10 gold coins salary has been very shabby. The economic development is not enough in most parts of Dothan. Are already so many people dream of paying the treatment unthinkable. In fact, in addition to various weapons and equipment, some factories in the south have also begun to produce more advanced production equipment, such that the desired chemical pressure vessels. The south there are 3 factories and put into operation these large pressure vessels, but it is still very difficult design. I have transferred to the plant in the north of the workers. Technology is very comprehensive. As far as evaluation director of the workshop, several people Turner and Miller both types are very familiar with, at least the equivalent of more than 3 working levels. An engineering division he reported to their superiors work technology plant cytometry results. Modern technology, chemistry is also a vital part, and many aspects of products are realized by relying on chemical technology. For example, say that the pressure vessel is an important large-scale equipment manufacturing ethylene and other chemical materials. The safety factor required for this thing is very high, because there are dangerous and toxic substances inside. Pressure vessel refers to a closed device that contains gas or liquid and carries a certain pressure, including storage and transportation vessels, reaction vessels, heat exchange vessels, and separation vessels. According to the working pressure of the pressure vessel, the hazard of the medium and its role in production, pressure vessels can be divided into 3 categories, of which the third category is the most demanding, and the first category is the least demanding. He had brought from the north of the pressure vessel plant drawings that are the latest container technology. Northern plant chief engineer also seen, is absolutely a world-class level. The engineer, drawing full confidence in their own hands full, not through his words, made a few technical engineer peers out of the side of disapproval. After all, the Northern Pressure Vessel Factory is indeed a good pressure vessel design and manufacturing plant, but it is not so accurate if it is a world-class level. In fact, Alan Hill's internally recognized ranking is that the main chemical equipment group has the best pressure, followed by the pressure vessels designed and manufactured by Higgs First Chemical Equipment Factory, and the third is the products of the Northern Pressure Vessel Factory. Of course, even if it is not the number 1 in the world, it is no exaggeration to say that it is the world leader. After all, apart from Alan Hill, there is no country in the world that can produce pressure vessels for large-scale chemical equipment. The huge pressure vessels erected in the hinterland of Alan Hill and the large ethylene projects of more than 100,000 tons are all proofs of the modernization of chemical production in this country. Don't be too careless. These projects are national key projects, strategic investments and projects. You can't make trouble. A leading government official, dressed in neat clothes, reminded his subordinates. This is an important layout for the southward movement of the Alan Hill Industrial Base. It is an order issued by His Majesty the Emperor himself. Naturally, it must be implemented first. Just listen to his opening continued. On top of the factory was built set pieces. I thought for a long time we have here is rich in oil resources. Oil field equipment is also being updated. So the establishment of in-situ chemical equipment companies and chemical plants, all are very ideal. I have had geographical advantages, as long as less pollution of the environment, the impact of agricultural projects around slowly formed the manufacturing capability of the device, will get financial support of the above. Since the present date, we have 2 types of pressure vessel production drawings, also received a production license. Then we can be synchronized together to build up the chemical plant and chemical plant. My lord, this is not a small number. Can anyone agree with it? Before us, it was always an agricultural area, not an industrial area. Exclamation mark. This is not. In the future it wants to. Alderman squeeze tight fists, a hammer in his other hand palm. The firm said, we cannot back down in my tenure, must take the backward here. Build it into the largest chemical base in Alan Hill. It is easy for him to say that. In fact, the more advanced Type 2 pressure vessels require a lot of professional safety test data and professional welding tools. For welding such equipment, submerged arc welding equipment is generally used. This type of equipment is also only available in the Alan Hill Empire. This is the strength of the modern industrial system. It may not be difficult to produce a piece of equipment, but it is not easy to gather the production machinery to produce this piece of equipment. In all field engineers, so no one is entirely industrial layman. Municipal officials heard his ambition to want something big, kindly immediately cautioned, Xen-loss finite element analysis is complete, the supporting data has been calculated well, or else just this. It is enough for us busy. It's been a year. Genius mathematician Fat Alan Xier Empire Sandy, the use of computers, led the team to verify the finite element analysis and other computing. This technology applied to the production into. This was also one of the main reasons why Monk Chang-er was confused by countries such as the Puppet Empire that copied the industrial technology of the Alan Hill Empire. Shortboard on mathematics, resulting in a puppet empire. In technical disadvantage of this technique is very deadly disadvantage. There is no way to catch up to make up for a short time. Another engineering division also took a deep breath and said, "Your Honor, I have purchased the city from the North. Automatic submerged arc welding machine still on the road yet. Nor is he who threw cold water, because the war looked ready. Troops south, the region and the entire Gisinuo Road area have been temporarily expropriated. Railways are inherently small and intermittent, so the train capacity is actually very limited. Most of the troops going south now rely on cars, mules, horses, and air transportation to provide logistical support. Therefore, the business many devices and use the ordered goods industry, transportation are very slow. Many regions are waiting to use these equipment and parts, waiting to sell these goods, which has also seriously affected the speed of industrialization in the southern region. In the past year, the size of Alan Hill's road construction team has increased by 8 times. From the original 200,000 people, it expanded to 1.6 million people in one go. Such a large scale is unimaginable by many people. 5 years ago, the regular army of a powerful empire was about this size. And now, Alan Hill, there are 1.6 million workers just building roads. What's even more frightening is that these road construction teams are not simply strong men, but workers who are truly capable of building roads. Most of these workers were prisoners of war, including ordinary soldiers who were not magicians of the Holy Demon Empire, and surrendered prisoners from the Jesno area. Alan Hill half used it, and half of the resettlement found a job for them, which is also considered as a chance to support the family. Therefore, these workers work day and night to lay 2 important railway lines, north-south and east-west for Alan Hill. Archive. Tony leaned on the tank cover, boredly looking at the telegraph poles that had just been erected in the distance. His troops blocked a road going south, said it was a road, but there was no decent asphalt road here. This is just a rammed dirt road. The tank troops in front pass by and have left 2 traces of ruts that cannot be repaired at all. Those behind. Tony also refers to an earlier command over the M4 tank. The band is not wide, dirt road traces is difficult to see. There was still some rain in it, which was muddy and disgusting. The wide track of the T-72 tank was stuck with the sticky mud, and it rolled to the fender near the fender and got stuck on it, becoming thicker and dirty. Not over, the army is no one to care pretty ugly, so the mud, so it was logical that hung on the fender, to form a lump, until the weight is too large and increasingly embarrassing himself falling down. Having said that, if this place is really the same as near Ceres in the north, there are clean and strong asphalt roads everywhere, then their tanks may not be allowed to go on the road. After all, those expensive roads cannot be easily damaged. Most of the tanks rely on railway maneuvering there, or simply walk and bypass those important roads. A dozen minutes later, the tanks where Tony still not been able to even half a step forward. Tanks have been stalled, and some people have even left their tanks to the side of the road to look at those who are not workers, far from laying the tracks. This is simply a huge construction site, and the farthest one is the workers of the Electric Power Bureau, who are erecting cables and telephone lines. These things are also very important, so they started construction almost at the same time. And the place closer here is the railway construction team. They are laying the railway in a more primitive way. There are such construction sections every few kilometers, and they are constructing a railway at the same time to save road repair time. Those heavy equipment used to pave the railroad were too late to be transported to such a place so close to the front line, so the railroad ling work here still used the original method a few years ago. There is no way. Sometimes things are so helpless. Ye motorcycles, given the rhythmic sound of the engine pulled up, two-stroke engine with a unique flavor. The rider was a young soldier, with an obvious iron plate hanging on his chest. On the iron plate was the symbol of a locomotive, and the outside was stamped into the outline of an eagle emblem. As long as you look at this listing, you will know that this young soldier belongs to the Traffic Command Unit, and is responsible for the command of the road, as well as the work of guiding the way. He drove in the opposite direction next to the waiting tank on the side of the road, and stopped in front of the body of another tank in front of Tonner's tank. He supported his motorcycle with his legs and spoke loudly to the captain on top of the tank. He shouted, "Front bridges and bad repair engineers are here, you can then rest." 25 Fenzong, one shouted, while he raised his arm, against all tanks in the distance, pointed to his watch, made a 25 gesture. "Rest 25 minutes. Bell." How they bad. Gun longed to see that familiar gesture. Helpless drilled out from the turret, sitting on the edge of the door, took out a candy into his mouth. Vague asked Tao. Tony smiled bitterly, and Men King replied, "When the bridge here was built, there were no tanks in the world. The big guy under our butt is a 41-ton iron bump, which bridge here collapses without going up. This rarely met in Alanxia core area, because there are many cases where the wealthy new bridge order of the total load. Not to mention the T-72 tank, even the heavier M1A2 or Leopard 2A6 can pass unimpeded. Not over, once a core area Alanxia, for example through the west after Higgs and Wheelong Sa, or south out of Dothan, overwhelmed. The case of this bridge will be very common. After all, Alanxia only a rise of 5 years of the empire, its territory amplitude members vast, so there are still many places there is no change, still or behind the wild old days of state. Those M4 tank passed by, it would certainly fortified bridge, and so we turn over. The result is not good enough. Do not think would have guessed. A tank up on deck to crack the tone near side said. He took off the communication headset hanging around his neck. T-72 communication system tank system is more advanced, harder band interference, a higher quality communication. Therefore, the electromechanical crew was eliminated, and the tank crew was reduced to 3 people at once. Leon, the theory, the jamming devices that do come out of the latest puppet empire, is not interference. Alanxia new equipment T-72 tanks. Said also, Gun Long chewing sweet fruit sugar, enjoy special benefits such advanced arms to enjoy the army. His face is a happy face. The infantry is not so well treated, and their food is much worse than that of the tank soldiers. In most cases, the various subsidies received by tank troops are twice as much as that of ordinary soldiers. Only the frontline special forces subordinate to the army headquarters can be compared with tank soldiers. But other branches of the military than the more up Alanxia, the tank corps is actually hard to force, fills the role of the Air Force would not have said, even the Navy's food better than them. While now, just something to eat. It a while to finish the work, certainly forced march. Want to eat the next meal, is estimated to wait for dawn tomorrow. Tony jumped from the turret, turning on the body, opened the side of the debris the storage box, took out a can from it and threw it to the gunner who was still sitting on the turret. Then he himself took one for the tank driver, also took one, shaking a bit. Luck is not wrong, just 3 cans of meat, starch. The T-72 tank has an infrared night vision device, which is standard configuration. In addition, the master control of the air do not need to control the lights, so the T-72 tank unit team can hurry the night. To test T-72 tank's night function travels in fighting between, so that troops used to combat night mode. These days, 201 Tank Division also intends to be more than a few times the night march. Train at night interoperability forces. 378 The war in the south. Baymai Taikau Untry's borders, has been rolled out their defensive positions. Demons Landing Force, is trying to prepare. The war is coming soon. The demons also knew that Alan Hill was preparing to go south, and they also detected many signs of Alan Hill's troop movement. According to him, their reconnaissance results, Alanxia stationed opposite the 1st 6 Sets Regiment military base, north is assembled, the position seems to be set aside. the other to support the use of human forces attack. And those who lurk in the fallen world class, that is, spies sent messages, rushed to the front line of human forces. It is the first 13-set Group Army group. This unit is nothing special. Among the Group Armor level units of Alan Hill, it is a newly formed unit with a low reputation and no decent record. Refers to the command of the commander of the force, is called Maud Lyle Middle-aged Generals, who sent nickname General Peace. It seems to have no particular skill. Not before, when these disagree. Think how powerful human forces are. Not demons. Generals heard the designation of a force. Many demon generals on his face was downcast. He had heard that there is a human hit the demon army troops to withdraw from the northern part of the reorganization of the battlefield in the War of the Ferry in the city, and then with the first 13 sets regiment military base, south into the battle line. In the Battle of Dooku City, this unit crossed the line of defense, dragging the demon forces' offensive pace, and made outstanding contributions to winning the Battle of Dooku City. They are the big-name Ding Ding 201 Armored Division. A fierce battle with the devil still stick to a few hours. Heroic troops on positions. In fact, just watching the more and more Alan Hill reconnaissance planes on the front line start to move, one can guess that Alan Hill will have a larger scale combat operation on the southern line. No matter how many things are kept secret, in fact, the combat operations of millions of troops cannot be concealed. How can it be possible to completely conceal the opponent? In order to accelerate the dispatch of troops, Alanxia helicopter troops frequently between front and rear. C-130 transport taking off and landing transport aircraft are also more at least twice before. All frontline troops are hoarding ammunition. The clouds of war throughout the Empire. Sinuo Southern Clouds. Baemixia Empire is also not at all costs, to their frontline troops armed. Jess Fate Promise Empire still fresh, so Baemixia Empire as much as possible to strengthen the troops on the border, with the hope that they can demon army, stop Taelanxia attacking forces. In a small town on the border, several demon generals in charge of the demon frontline troops are discussing their next countermeasures. There is not much time left for them, and the troops in their hands are actually not too much. One of the leading, some depressed against the seat, handsome face filled with concern, spoke and said, "Those who like being on the border troop build up. They have more tanks grams installed, prepared more artillery." Another demon generals nodded and agreed with his views. He who seems to be planning a large-scale attack, "We need to be more careful." Job. Failure of 2 successive generals. Devil. Alanxia momentum has become, we think, the Alanxia war, the need for careful consideration. The third was the same when sent, and Alanxia troops. The demon general who was fighting also spoke. Same time sending so many demons generals in one direction, you can see the importance of Alanxia. Prince Salalex, recently, through unique remote communications system, also have the ability Devil Empire in a small area, to learn advanced technology. Alanxia Puppet Empire. He had rope to dry interference. Alanxia latest magic communication equipment, also demanded a number of other high-tech R&D results, since that has done everything to prepare. Not to they do not know is that, in their opposite, they have not experienced the city in the vicinity of the ferry that support human troops. This unit is now equipped with a large number of new weapons and equipment, and its combat effectiveness is absolutely irrelevant. This time at the moment, 201 Armored Division of the Forward Troops, Armored Battalion Wetoni, got the news can move forward, and so a full 40 points tank spell, and finally in the engineers have carefully escort, passing the tall already full of cracks stone bridge. The first vehicles T-72 tanks arrived at the river the other side of time. The Ministry of Engineers within the team even sent a burst of cheers. Their hard work has finally paid off, which for them is a very great encouragement. Traffic recovered, and one after another T-72 tanks drove over the seemingly inconspicuous stone bridge. The subsequent troops also began to move, and the self-propelled artillery directly under the 201 Armored Division also moved slowly behind the tank. These are not self-propelled artillery from this Priest M4 tank bottom improved disc to convertible self-propelled guns, and they are just the North-produced. The technology is very advanced M109 self-propelled artillery. The 155mm caliber self-propelled artillery coupled with a dedicated bomb feeder can provide the 201 Armored Division with long-lasting and effective strong fire support. Installed equipment such artillery gun is not much, because the M109 self-Garnet missile and artillery production now is still not sufficient. Chew with a scroll. Then one of the armored vehicles continued towards the front. Tagging behind the truck there are countless number of cars of various models. Six-wheeled trucks have the most, and they meander for thousands of meters on the highway with no end in sight. The second is a large number of jeeps, filled with oil drums and shelves for transportation. The shelves of these jeeps are filled with all kinds of things, most of which are weapons and ammunition, like small ammunition depots that can walk on their own. Roads to everywhere hurry taxis soldiers. The soldiers were wearing very reasonable tactical vest. Each of the above pockets are filled with items used in daily life and combat. Tactical vests because of their weight becomes dispersed, so they can carry more weapons and ammunition than before. Every Alanxia soldiers are equipped with the standard AK-47 sudden attack rifles. 210 rounds of ammunition were installed in 7 within the magazine, 6 magazine hanging on his chest. The chest has a handy location oval grenades, etc. Weaponry. He has been replaced with a packed camouflage helmet mask modern style. They were wearing uniforms is rigorously designed, it has a very powerful hidden abilities. And they can carry some personal belongings in their backpacks. These soldiers, wearing military boots and knee pads on their knees, took heavy steps, silently maintaining the same forward direction as the tank troops on the road, moving their bodies forward bit by bit. 379 standing on the treetop Alan Hill, inside a secret military base outside the city of Ceres. Chris stood in front of a screen looking at his new toy, with a relieved smile on his face. Earlier, in order to cover His Majesty the Emperor and ensure that Chris could survive a sudden enemy attack, Alan Hill built many secret military bases around the city of Ceres. Some of these military bases are just a huge hiding hole with food and drink inside, which can keep Chris alive for a long time. There are also some that are larger in scale. For example, the underground part of the Super Palace outside the city is a spectacular underground palace with a very high safety factor. In order to ensure the normal power supply of such a huge and shocking underground, there is a special thermal power station nearby, which secretly provides electricity to the entire underground facility in Alan Hill. The secret military base in front of me was converted from a large-scale refuge facility. Because as Alan Hill grew stronger and stronger, Chris' magical physique was certain that he no longer needed this kind of safe refuge to avoid assassinations or other threats. So, these last refuge facilities have been given other uses, some turned into a warehouse, and some into the secret base, and some have become Ceres City Metro Term of which are Ring 2. This base is affiliated to the Alan Hill Air Force. It has installed a large-scale wind tunnel laboratory and is one of the most advanced wind tunnel laboratories in the world. This time at the moment, Chris is in front of the computer screen, looking at the camera shot, hydrodynamic test results with his new toy in the wind tunnel experiments. He is not a group of silly magic division, devoting himself to a city carried to the sky, just as the great magic show. Or is it just vague ideal? In his view, all things will be a target service for the job. There is all this stuff standard, but also must focus on this goal to design and build a floating fortress of Lanxia, that is not the magic empire of some great. It makes people feel in awe at a glance, but after careful consideration, it becomes low to not work. Just like the god puppet of Alan Hill, which is destined to be stronger than the original god puppet, The floating castle of Alan Hill must be more powerful and advanced than the floating castles of other countries. Therefore, Alan Hill's new floating castle looks more technological than those flying in the sky. It is the same kind of has a huge floating circle, so you can make a huge heavy castle fly. At the same time, this flying castle must conform to the laws of aerodynamics as much as possible, so that magical energy can be saved to the greatest extent. In order to increase its speed, Alanxia also launched a study magic engine study, increased thrust, so that the floating castle can fly faster and more stable. Of course, changing into more than just these aspects, especially in the security floating castle, Alanxia offer different ideas for the entire design, and see military ships like this huge fortress adopt defensive measures in key areas. In the important core area arranged thick steel defense. At the same time, external and internal are concentrated adds magic defense barrier. These barriers have been improved and strengthened, focusing on the protection of the floating array that is already stronger than the Devil's floating castle. Is moving to rely on defensive steel and magic defensive barrier. Active defense would be more and more comprehensive. Alan Hill installed a total of 20 phased array radars on this floating castle to ensure the ability of this huge early warning aircraft to work against the sky. In addition to other radars, the 48 Phalanx short-range defense artillery installed on the castle can accurately target dozens of targets, and at the same time fire on more than 20 of them, blocking attempts to approach the floating castle. Fort Floating Entire installed on the base 200 boom missile launchers, equipped with a large number of anti-aircraft missiles, capable of intercepting enemy hit saturation batches multi-layered. It can be said that this is a Super Aegis ship. Of course, since the defense up and down so much effort, and that more attacks will only defend it there. As for what kind of offensive weapons to equip this terrifying Alan Hill floating castle, that is the core secret that the Emperor of Alan Hill personally participated in. Every detail must be exquisitely designed and modified. The last Alan Hill floating castle is not so much a castle, but rather a faster, stronger and better super rare warship. Your Majesty, I have the data has been collected up. Looked at the marks on the inside of a huge wind tunnel. Chief Engineer standing behind Chris, opening reported on the progress of the experiment. Chris nodded in satisfaction. This is the third time he nodded in satisfaction today. His new toy finally bears the mark of this world, creating different areas that the Earth cannot reach. This domain can definitely be said to be a domain that Chris has never touched before. If he hadn't touched the technology tree and magic tree in his mind, he would never have imagined such a weapon against the sky. So, this is an interesting ending. Science and technology provide the possibility of realization in means, while magic technology provides unlimited possibilities for Chris in terms of imagination. Both phase auxiliary complementary, ultimately, is now traveling direction Alanxia achievements. Chris knew that he was a pioneer on this road, but just because he stood on the tops of the two giant trees of science and magic, he could see and walk farther. Very good. Keep experimenting. I want the best. Chris said to the staff around him. Someday, you will know that the path that Alan Hill walked is making history. Mr. R. Everything we do today, we are in the world a better place. Whether it is war, or something else, we have to grow in. Let us in the future on the road, go more stable. Longer. He had a firm gaze and said in an unquestionable tone. Hearing what he said, the surrounding staff were also excited. Those who are engaged in technology, the most convinced is that the Emperor in front of them is His Majesty. No matter what he said, it was the truth in the eyes of these technicians, because Alan Hill was able to achieve such an achievement today. And Chris is definitely the most important leader who is indispensable. Now that the navigator has led them to farther places, how can they not be excited? How can they not get excited? 380 Unexpected Envoy. Domento Longsadlai recently considered at ease a lot. He's very solid in defense. Safi under the command of General Lal. Demonic offensive focus is not on Zruikan, but still lower here demon harassment majority. Therefore, after enjoying the benefits of the magic Laura promotion, Grukan did not bear more pressure. Today, Safil al-General at the Alanxia of 9 sets coordinate military group. The anti-line rock solid, he even drawn up plans to fight back, only to wait until the time is ripe. We can begin to counterattack the demons in the occupied territories, belong to recapture Gridriken's territory. Devil Dog is still a lot, but have been less able to cause a threat to us. We imported large quantities of weapons from machine guns Alanxia, set up the first civilian Druiken 1-set group army. The force can now fight the Devil Dog kind of demon troops to relieve us quite a lot of pressure. Stood in the middle hall, a Druiken senior magician to report the situation to the recent war alongside Lai. With the support of Alan Hill, Gruken also built an ammunition factory and began to arm his troops on a large scale. These had no help civilians. After knowledge magic ball to strengthen the training, after training, they have become the most qualified soldiers. Although these civilians to make an enemy 10 cannot do, but let them deal with the Devil Dog. This kind of low-level demon can definitely be regarded as easy to do. What's more, Alan Hill is still exporting some new weapons and equipment to Griken, which is much better than the aid to the Palak Empire. After all, Druiken money. Druiken can have too many good things enough to export, so Alanxia would not want to miss this opportunity to get rich. After all, there must be a certain difference between export earnings and low-cost assistance. As a result, Alan Hill's weapons and equipment, in addition to the most advanced weapons and equipment just equipped to the troops, were all included in the list of exports to Griken. For example, said Alanxia on exports to the Druiken 40-gear original B-52 bomber, and one of the 12-gear free fee Soup reconnaissance models. Another example is that of Druiken. Alanxia also exported 100 MiG-21 fighters. The vast majority of these fighters, or directly from the hands of Alanxia out of Air Force pilots down luxuries. With these advanced weapons and equipment, Griken's combat capabilities are no longer what it used to be, and with the Griken Advanced Magician Corps that has been preserving its strength, the situation on the Western Front line can basically be described as stable as a mountain. Druiken Acropolis Calais on Knock. Longside Lai watching senior magician is speaking, his face relaxed. He seems troubled. Eye problems before magic has gone in general. What the real problem? He does not put some magic eye of mind, because he recently heard the news. Good news is something that makes him feel at ease. On the one hand, the 2 attacks of the devil against Alan Hill have been repelled by the Emperor, who made him admire him. For the first time, the mortal empire proved its own ability. This battle at least proved that the billions of ordinary civilians in this world who were hardly capable of fighting, have now become fighters who can face the demon forces. With these fighters, the world can be said to be completely safe. As long as Alan Hill's technology is not forgotten, humans will have a greater certainty to win the sacred war against demons. In addition, Griken relied on the accumulation of massive amounts of gold and precious metals, plus the funds in exchange for exporting magic spar, exporting oil, exporting low-level monsters, etc., and purchased countless high-tech equipment from Alan Hill. For its own development, Alan Hill has also increased its procurement efforts on Griken, importing a large number of Griken's characteristic resources, so that Griken will have a large number of opportunities to exchange materials. These opportunities have now been cashed out as benefits for Griken, including infrastructure such as railway stations, including weapons and equipment, including. Another good thing is that the only child left by his old knowledge is now the imperial concubine of the mighty Empire, Alan Hill. This is also something that deserves his personal joy. One more thing, Longside Lai Mage, elf envoys had just arrived. They wanted to meet your request as soon as possible. Another high-level magician stepped forward, opening on Longside Lai said. Longside Lai surprised a moment. Then his face faint smile hours away, opening told, then immediately, let them go to the conference room. I would like to know, elf over the fighting, it was not with what changes. It's real. He heard elf envoys arrived Druiken when you know each other. There are certain setbacks on the battlefield according to the elves that occlusion temper. If he can get his own war, it is impossible to send envoys this kind of thing. This mysterious, noble and elegant race has rarely appeared in human sight in 1,000 years. They and their allies, the dwarf race, migrated westward, to places where humans never set foot. More let long Sadly a little embarrassed that these elves' migration, largely because of the destruction of nature, could not understand the behavior of human reclamation and erosion forests. At that time, there was a disagreement between the two sides, and finally the elves restrained their anger and left the area where humans lived. Who would have imagined that, instead of caring for the elves and giving up, and no longer caring about the natural environment, the great powers of mankind today have become more and more encroaching on the gifts of nature. Druiken recently was a large-scale felling of trees, or mining. Natural environment shrunk. If human beings reclaimed wasteland to build cities in the past, it was to destroy the environment. Then what Gruken is doing now is almost agreed to dig the ancestral graves of the elves. More not to mention, Druiken is already considered more environmentally friendly as a strong country, and a puppet of the empire for more puppet production, being crazy deforestation destroy vegetation, said to be insane too. And another world-strong country, that is, Chrysled Alanxia. That is a black smoke pollution country. The source of pollution that even human magicians look down on, the disgusting and foul-smelling garbage dump. Longsardley I cannot even imagine, if let these elves who saw the status quo Alanxia, what would be a wonderful picture. He even doubted whether the elves would immediately turn their faces with Alan Hill and declare war on the entire human world. If it weren't for the choices he didn't have, he wouldn't even want to see the envoys of the elves at this point in time. Now he, sitting in his own position, is thinking about how to make the elves continue to swallow their anger and ignore the industrial pollution problem of Alan Hill. Time is of the past. Sitting on pins and needles long Sadly position, his recent good mood a sweep and light and replace it with a loss that made him irritable. The elf envoy is here. Outside the door, the Gryken guards with their chin held up sang loudly. All the magicians except Lonsadora stood up. The strong must be kept in awe. This is the magic world. Tradition is also a kind of respect for personal achievement. With the bench stand and move friction sound action issued by the conference room door was pushed open from the outside. A man in a cloak and a hood walked in, followed by two followers, one tall and one short, who were equally dressed. The dwarf came too. Seeing the three people entering the door, Lonsadora couldn't stop his eyebrows from beating. He had a somewhat ominous premonition, and even guessed a bold and extremely impossible result in his heart. Longsardley Mage Lord, Elf envoys Fal, is honored to meet you so strong. Each other gently bow, be made a very humble attitude. Not to anyone can see, this is called the Law Levin Wizard Envoys. The leaves of the tree chest wearing to life. This means that his strength has surpassed Lonsadora. As to how much he has surpassed, then no one knows. In fact, the human world has always lacked the ability to rank higher magicians. The highest level of human magic for a long time has only stayed at the level of the Great Magister. And within the elves and dragons, the Great Magister is not the most advanced existence. If divided according to the level, both the elves and dragons have more powerful existence than the Great Magister. It would be very rude to call these alien magicians with the vulgar Dharma, holy Dharma and God. They have their own rating levels. For example, the elves like to use the leaves of the Tree of Life to indicate their magician level and to show their identity. The fewer leaves also represents the higher level of magic. If only one person is not wearing leaves to prove their magic such as class, this person is the Fairy Queen, a mysterious almost never been strong ever seen. Dear Fal Excellency, elf envoys have been more than 900 years does not appear in the human world too, you are this time too. Longsardley I solemnly asked the name of bureaucratic carrying rack. Falai, who was standing at the door, lifted the hood over his head with both hands, revealing a handsome face and a pair of very attractive slender ears. Elf has been known all over the world with handsome. This race will be no ugly. People can use adjectives to describe this people who have rarely seen beautiful demon, but the elves' beautiful legend. But in the bard's mouth, according to legend, it spread throughout the world. I have this time come. Is there a bad thing to let you, the big magic mentor you called Levin practices elf envoys looking heavy, interrupted by long Sardlai problems, said a single word. 381 Long Sardlai advice. What do you mean? Bad things? Long Sardlai vaguely felt. He guessed things that may be true. Not over before he could finish his thoughts. Standing across from him I heard Elf Envoy's Lord Levin spoke and said, Elf in the failed crusade war against magic eye of our losses. Are you kidding? Long Sardlai gave his modesty. Suddenly he stood up, leaning on the magic wand. Hands are excited because of the relationship, trembling slightly. The joke is not funny. Despite it has been probably guessed the elf might be defeated. But Long Sardlai, after hearing the facts, shocked the pros and cons of his deportment. If a magic empire like Gruken was an unattainable horror in the eyes of the mortal empire 5 years ago, then the elves and dragons have similar positions in the eyes of the magic empire. Such a powerful force has never failed. In the past countless years, the elves and dragons, as well as the orc warriors, who have long lost news, have always been the main forces fighting the revival of the Eye of Magic. Although these powers are now weakened and divided and are no longer as strong as they were back then, the fighting power of the elves and dragons is still the existence of a top human magic empire like Gruken, which needs to be looked up to. Of course, if Gruken's modern weapons and equipment are counted, then the matter will be discussed separately. There is no absoluteness in everything. At least in the 5 years of its rise, the powerful Alan Hill military force can also be said to be an unbeaten steel torrent. So, in Long S.I.'s Sardlai great mage, elf is almost impossible to defeat. He always felt that magic eye near the Drew icon is the most susceptible to a magic eye problems. The war he faced was the most problematic war against the devil in the world. Unfortunately, he thought so. But things did not develop like this. Of course he didn't know that the demons had concentrated the main force, and on the other side of the planet, they launched a key attack on the dragon and elves, as well as the dwarves and orcs. Long Sardlai cannot know. The devil senior misjudged the situation, not the newly minted Alan Xia looked down, which led to the command of the Prince of Salfox demon forces. The army became a 3 demonic invasion, the weakest of them. Thing real is the case, you know, we elves, everyone is a magician, we are no civilians in time of war. Everyone has a powerful fighting. Foul moderate tone, with a statement makes it difficult accepted facts. So, if it hadn't really come to the moment of crisis, we would not admit that we were defeated. Unfortunately, I have still lost the war. We lost 80% of the population, lost their territory. Elf Envoy's Lord Levin said that, when his face sad expression could not hide hidden. No one can accept the fact that one's own ethnic group has lost a full 4/5 of the population, and it was lost in a short period of time. More serious, this is almost the scourge of genocide. No wonder the elves sent their own envoys, because they seem to have no other way now. In the time of the loss of nearly 40%, we are still to dragon orcs have sent envoys for help, but they have not been able to help. Fal unfortunately dropped his eyes, said softly suffered their ethnic groups, I have to go it alone, and finally only to retreat. Retreat? Hearing this news, a senior wizard from Gruken widened his eyes and looked at General Saphirel next to him. What does he mean by retreating? Retreat is to give up, to stop the devil. Forward meaning. Ranged Saphirel general interpretation. Lord Levin explained on their own up. I have already made the greatest effort. Now, we will be forced to accept the fact that we have been unable to stop the expansion of the devil in this world, eventually to destroy. I have everyone will become a slave magic origin. From Phyllis' point of view, the gap of the elves will only expand indefinitely. In the end, the dragons will be defeated and there will only be one ending. After struggling for a long time, this world will inevitably come to an end. The elves can only belong to him to accept their fate, and the world together to destruction and death. If there is no such a variable as Alan Hill, there is no sudden rise of science and technology in this world, This seems to be the final outcome of this world. Therefore, Chris's journey through this time may be just the last effort to save himself in this world. Perhaps it is explained in a more scientific way that the self-redemptive energy of this world has distorted time and space and contributed to the arrival of Chris. Who are planning to fight back. Maybe we can help. Alongside I did not know how to comfort each other, and he began talking about their latest plan. Are working to mobilize troops to regain the occupied areas. Devil. He understands the plan drawn up by General Safil, and knows that the probability of success of this plan is very high, so he is ready to use this counterattack to cheer up the shaken hearts. After all, even the powerful elves have been defeated. The fate of mankind in terms of which direction point of view, it seems almost have been a doomed tragedy. On the Eastern Front, Alan Hill has repelled 2 demon attacks and eliminated more than 100,000 elite demon forces. He felt that only Gricken's counterattack seemed insufficiently persuasive, and he used Alan Xier's record to add some persuasiveness. In his view, no theory from which side. The eradication of 10-1 demon forces, already very impressive score. Of course, neither he nor Alan Hill's intelligence department knew that the retaliatory large-yield nuclear bomb launched by Alan Hill at the Eye of Magic in the Endless Sea destroyed a demon city that crossed the plain. In that city alone, there are hundreds of thousands of demon armies stationed there. So Alan Xier not only wiped out only 10-1 demon large army, but wiped out hundreds of thousands of demon army. It's a pity that this proud record is still in a state where no one knows and cannot be verified. Some see the section, some disagree. Long Sadlai also to once again overweight. Talk about the high level of confidentiality. Alan Xier latest battle plan. On the southern front, Emperor Chris is also planning a counterattack. His counterattack is even larger and intends to completely occupy the Baimsel Empire that has taken refuge in the Devil. This plan was originally kept secret, but in order to allow Gricken to cooperate and launch a counterattack on the western front at the same time, so that the demon forces would lose sight of one another. So Alan Hill notified their plan of action. Its solid theoretical counterattack plan Alan Xier prepared in the southern region. The size is too large, it is impossible to fully achieve secrecy. Chris did not make the kind of enemies already know, they were still on their own. The stupidity of the Alice confidential action plan. I have pinned out evil millions of troops. Lord Levin obliged to speak strong tone. A little elves before experienced bloody battle. He personally participated in part of those tragic wars. The strength of the enemy and the tenacious battle of the elves are still vivid. When he said this, his expression was full of pride. In order to eliminate these millions of demonic forces, his race paid a heavy price. The whole elves are almost covered off. The rest of the high level does not exist. A magician 10. He did not know his strong tone of these words in the ears of many insiders. In fact, more than tragic shock. Alan Xier killed the demon 100,000 troops at the same time, but only lost less than 2,000 soldiers of. Moreover, with the technological advances of Alan Xier, double side will only increase damage than the war. I have to regret to say that although the elves have paid a heavy price for this world, this is not a miserable singing talent show. Now is not the time to say these seem. Can you tell us? Future plans elves, what we need to help. Despite the opening, Long Sardal, I feel that this should be long-term and will not continue to tangle, to ask such question, the question that the other party most wants him to ask. I have really need help, Mage Long Sadal Excellency. The tribe has been separated from the rest of us, some went to the Dragon Territory, is part of the Druican retreat direction. We hope to Druican or more in some of the east. There is a territory in the place, so that we can rest for a while. Folly asked without thinking about it. I have not in vain take a place, where we can restore the natural environment, but also can help appropriate to participate in combat. Not to we are unable to absorb large losses as the main, and this point you must understand. Ranging from Long Wat Sardley I said France would continue. Levin said, I have also asked Dwarf the same treatment. We will help. Always stood elf envoys. Fal dwarf envoys rear side this time opened a cap, followed began. They and the elves depend on each other. so it's not a weird thing to flee together. Also promised you misunderstood what? Long Sardley looked lackluster elves and dwarves envoys. Opening softly, Druiken is not anti-strike devil's mane. When he finished speaking, outside the huge and bright floor-tossling windows of the towering magic tower of Gaelnock in the floating city, the MiG-21 fighter jets patrolling around the floating city roared past, and the roar of the engine shook the glass. Rattle. I think you should go to a trip, Aelanxia, Chris Majesty the Emperor, and perhaps give you some better advice. Long Sardley in a roar, raised the suggested accustomed to the sound. 382 resounding name. How loud is the roar of an airplane engine? If you feel it at close range, it can definitely be said to be deafening. The engine of the MiG-21 fighter does not have any quiet design, and even because of its inferior workmanship, the noise is even louder. This Eland Hill mass-produced fighter was not invented for the comfort of people around it. Window lattices shook dang-dang sounds. Spirit Messenger Lord Levin shocked those who were looking out the window. He fully feel the magic atmosphere. Chung Move Fechen is a time did not know what to say. Of course he knew that it was not a magic flying machine, or he knew clearly that if there were anyone in it, 80% of it was a mortal without magical aura. In fact, he is a layman in this respect. And the courtier from the dwarf race standing next to him is the real insider in this respect. The dwarves have been trying their best to design and manufacture magic machines for many years. They try to use magic machines to win the war. However, their warriors of the dwarf race are still tough, and when they cooperate with the elves, it is even more an invincible iron army. This time at the moment, standing dwarf elf envoys Lord Levin stared around. He could not believe this world really have a mechanical, without the aid of magic, can fly. In his view, people like, even if no matter how powerful, cannot go beyond the magic dwarf family on science and technology. But when he saw the facts with his own eyes, he had to admit that he seemed to have seen a scene he had never seen in his entire life. God dwarf moral or forlorn, I cannot believe I actually saw a purely mechanical, can fly in the sky. Dwarf rush 2 steps, leans to the window, and then you want to look at those. He has gone to fly MiG figure by far 21 fighter. He was very curious about those sharp wing, is also very curious that the power plant roaring full power. Of course, he is more curious is that all assembled together, and finally the birth of something. What is what to do with? I am Marak, the elder of the dwarf tribe. I really want to know what exactly the kind of flying machine that flew over. What exactly does it do? The elder of the dwarf tribe named Marak is also very high in the dwarf tribe. Exists. He is a fierce warrior, a cruel man who can be 10 on the battlefield. Of course, he also has another identity. This Marak is also the dwarf clan who likes to specialize in construction technology the most. He likes all kinds of machinery, and he has designed a lot of machinery himself. He himself can be regarded as one of the dwarves' high-level design experts. Not only before dwarf those powerful war machine has been defeated, devil, who spent countless time and money, eventually created a weapon of war. All were destroyed by the devil out. Even now the demon army, some of the technology used, the dwarves are also playing out. Their weapons were seized captive. Devil, eventually being copied. Learn, let the devil in disguise did not have a lot of front-end technology art. You mean the planes that flew past? General Saphirol finally had the confidence to speak at this time. After all, he is the military commander of Griken, and he still has a say in this regard. In addition, before he had always been ignored each other, because the gap between the magical power, they, Druiken senior magician who also not dare say anything. But now it's different. They don't even know how the terrible weapons of Aelan Hill were designed and manufactured, but it is more than enough to popularize the illiterate elves and dwarves in front of them. He who called the plane, because the aircraft as it is unaware. Druiken, the original attitude is also a little arrogant. Dwarf technology cattle now into the embodiment of knowledge of good little. He did not know that is called aircraft exactly how to be manufactured, so he even spent a lovely house in the council, he who instead of it were. Of course, Safil was anxious to show off his knowledge of changing jobs, so he didn't correct the accuracy of the other party's words. He went on to talk about this advanced weapon from Alan Hill. His tone was full of pride and pride. This is our imported superfighter. The patrol force composed of these fighters can guarantee absolute Gale-Nock flight. Safe. Safil's triumphant expression. The Grand Magister of Long Sadru over there looked speechless. This is a fighter jet imported from Alan Hill. What are you so complacent about here? What a shame. Not before. There are some proud elves and dwarves envoys. His attitude did not mind playfully toned Safil al-General. They seemed to talk to him more interested in the contents inside. The elves glanced at the envoy of the dwarf, and Marak the dwarf continued to question, these planes fly very fast, but you said that they can guarantee absolute safety here. Isn't it a bit of an exaggeration? Safil really felt that the envoys in front of him were not the envoys sent by the elves and dwarves at all, but the two soil buns who didn't know where they came from. These people don't know anything at all, and even the technologies that Greekan is about to become popular, are not secret anymore. They are all backward, obstructive and arrogant fools, and they are not awe-inspiring at all. I have placed in the highest tower of the Magic Air Surveillance Radar. It can monitor 500 all within a kilometer flight goal. A few seconds inside can distinguish the enemy target, and guide our military fighter against enemy targets. Intercept. Safil said proudly. This set of command and combat system was designed and built with the help of Alan Hill, and naturally it is also one of the most advanced weapons and equipment sets exported by Alan Hill. With this set of equipment, the floating city of Gale-Nock in Greekan has become a huge early warning aircraft that can monitor an entire airspace and command a large number of fighter forces to intercept enemies attempting to attack Gale-Nock. Kilometers? Dwarf never heard about this from the quantifier. His face is confused. Whispered a sentence. Seconds? Dwarf sighed. Elf envoy is also the same kind of do not know this passage of time quantifiers. Longsard lay I large magister have to say that the universal quantifier too approximate to simply describe how these concepts. Ever since, unknowingly, Alan Hill's weights and measures were about to unify the world. In order to better explain the other party's curiosity, Lonsadra dismissed the other magicians, personally took General Safil, and accompanied the three envoys to visit the modern command room of Gale-Nock floating city. In this huge command center, in the middle is a huge Greekan map, and Gale-Nock's current position is also marked with a very vividly carved chess piece. You are saying that you can monitor within this radius? All will fly the thing? When the elves envoys Fal saw analog compasses proposed radar distance on the map to draw a simple round after, asked incredulously. Dwarf Marakot has been in no mood to speak. At this moment he was staring at those little black rock on the radar screen. User graduated scale marked the edge of the radar screen. The calculation of the MiG who have IFF System 21 fighter flight speed. This count does not matter. He even found around these Calais Roanoke flying friends of army fighter. Even flying out he had never seen speed. This thing is fake. Don't tell me. The kind of airplane you are talking about can fly to a speed close to the sound barrier. Marak widened his eyes and shouted fiercely, the sound barrier is the fastest known speed. The critical point that cannot be broken. We have repeatedly experimented, and there is no aircraft that can break the sound barrier. The dwarves also have their own aircraft, but their aircraft has never broken the sound barrier. So the performance can only be regarded as average. When facing the Demon Dragon and the Demon Bat, there is not much advantage, so naturally they can only fight against their opponents. Up. Therefore, as for the hobbits and technical personnel, Marakot also know the existence of the sound barrier. He could not believe there are things you can fly close to the speed of the sound barrier when patrol. Because this is the limit level flight speed. It is also because research into these dwarf family, so they accidentally invented the term sound barrier. After all, the speed of sound barrier referred to, read or very difficult to talk about. You are also aware of the sound barrier is not easy. Safil sneered, opening slightly quipped. No. You had underestimated our weapons or our fighter. Sophila, who was about to continue to brag, saw the ugly face of the Grand Magister of Longsadera, and finally decided to stop putting gold on his face, and said honestly, well, is Aelanxia export fighting machine. It's real. Has long been breaking the sound barrier of. You have exceeded the sound barrier. Dwarf Marakot has been hid inward shock. His mouth has changed the tone of voice and said, that is what kind I want to see for once. I have to see for once. Exclamation mark. When he said this, the whole person was almost crazy. What's the name of this airplane? What's his name? Yes. There must be a great name. God in the clouds? God shuttle? Lightning? Aelanxia from the name of the technology is actually not very kind. Mentioned this, Safilal also a little embarrassed. He also felt that such a powerful air weapon, there should be a famous name. My son. Longsadlei also Aelanxia a name has long been dissatisfied with the perfunctory. Full is regrettable spoke and said, so, he had this thing called the MiG-21. 383 soil. Rice. MiG-21? He had so hastily, with a code name to refer to one kind artifact. Marakot suddenly felt his world was subverted. He should have a good design and MiG-21 techniques of surgery. Genius chat talking about life. Give the other person a lesson and tell the other person how important a good name is. He can only talk about this to the other person, because the other person does not seem to have anything technically, and he can point them. If Chris knew that his weapon naming rules were criticized, he would probably have a dumbfounding expression on his face. After all, the full name is the number of Mikoyan MiG Design Bureau 21 type fighter, but now Aelanxia own use F-15 and F-16 fighter jets. It sounds by MiG-21 more baffling. Speaking of back to Marak the dwarf, he proposed to see the plane flying at supersonic speeds, and Grykin would naturally not refuse. Longsadero asked about the training arrangements that afternoon, and told Marak the dwarf that he could watch the specific time for supersonic flight. At around 2 in the afternoon, 2 novice pilots will be arranged for supersonic training. At that time, you can see the state of the plane's supersonic flight. This is an answer let Dwarf Marakot very satisfied. While standing on the other side of the elf envoys, Fal is working on the command center dispatch communications equipment. He looked at the officers on duty sitting in their positions, pinched the intercom, and radioed all the fighter jets performing flight patrol missions. No entire radio channels in a busy, a dozen people sitting in the soft position, facing the front of the radar screen, confirm the specific circumstances of each aircraft, including the flight altitude as well as flight speed, even including the findings of the pilot heard. These officers sat in their positions, and Falai, the elf envoy, could understand every word, but when they were connected together, Falai could not understand them at all. Only to see a young Druican Air Force officer, holds the intercom on his fighter airspace in charge of vigilance, issued a command. 4 in. Team 4 in. Team adjust your height. There is a flock of birds beneath the clouds. Go through. Confirm it. Don't let the suspicious target go. The other officer sitting next to the young officer, wearing earphones, was ordering another air patrol unit to descend and check whether there was a low-flying hostile target on the ground. It refers to the entire playroom looks chaotic tension, but it is actually well-ordered state. Falai, the envoy of the Elven tribe, has been trying to figure out how such a complicated communication device was made. If, more than a year ago, the elves had such an advanced command system and such a reliable communication device, would they still be defeated? If more than a year ago, there are those elves call us an army and overthrew the window of the mysterious aircraft, they will be the devil to defeat it? Fawley, who was full of these questions, suddenly heard Longsadera beside him, as if calling his name. He raised his head and saw Longsadera's curious gaze. Only then did he realize that he had just lost his mind. He adjusted his emotions quickly, bowed his head and apologized. Sorry, Lord Longsadera. I was rude just now. When this is nothing. I first saw these things than you used to. Not much better. Longsadlei self-deprecating one. to ease a bit Fal embarrassment. After opening so that he suggested, also Xu, and you should talk to His Majesty the Emperor of Alanxia. He is a very friendly, but also by people admire the great person. I have the pleasure of seeing the Emperor will certainly go Alanxia Empire, but a long way and we have no way to communicate and Alanxia. They still rely on Zhu. I can help. Fal some said, regret. In fact, after seeing the status quo of Grikan, the elf envoy Farley was also very curious about the mysterious country Alan Hill hidden behind Grikan. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this Alan Hill was so highly regarded by Grikan's chief magister. Ah. It's real. Here we go Alanxia, but also just for a few small Wennet long bumpkin who sadly I to once again come to these mountains occlusion explain a bit advanced modern technology, that. And I have now have a phone. You can always contact each other. Contact the other party. Can you contact Alan Hill, in time? Hearing this news, Falai, the envoy of the Elven tribe, was shocked again. He felt that the number of shocks he had in this short period of time was almost more than the number of shocks he had in the long years. Of course, and when, you can first talk on the phone, you say, less than on a second delay, but I still recommend you go Alanxia, after all, is more formal than a telephone meeting. Some long sadly I suggested. He felt that it was necessary to inform Alan Hill about the elves and dwarves, and it was also necessary for these alien races to come from afar to see the real rise of humanity. Saying, if we are willing, can you say? Named kilometers away from the kind of unit. Thousands of kilometers away. You can call the language. Just the sound barrier was broken from the shock which answered a god Marak, who came, was dizzy again. He could not believe he left the people on the scope of activities of the Millennium class, and those fools fall in 1,000 years ago. People despise racial hate, actually played such a brilliant development of civilization, mastered even the dwarves have not mastered technology. This time at the moment, he felt the whole person is not good. And he can feel his own insignificance, can really feel the kind of strong impact from different civilizations. Elves and dwarves envoys shocked expression, of course, be weeks around the Drew Icon senior officers in the eyes. Each of them has a little pride, because they feel that they can finally exhale in front of the elves and dwarves. Are you shocked? Damn, you should go to Belleville to see it. Or to see the world. Go to Belleville to see the actual damage range and effect of a nuclear weapon attack. A senior commander of Belleville stood in the corner with his hands behind his back. My heart is full of contemptuous complaints. At more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Marakat finally got what he expected and saw the training scene of the MiG-21 breaking through the sound barrier. But before that, he first insight into the Drew Icon imports Malibu middle. Respect your steam car. Before that, he seemed to have some misunderstanding about luxury. After seeing this car, he knew what kind of design can be called the ultimate luxury. Not only over when he was like stepping into the Grand View Garden Granny Liu, like praise, but was told Alanxia foreign sales of Malibu Eternal is the most luxury Chinese car. Of course, the final end. Responsible driving, the car brand of its hand driver stunned the world. Let Dwarf Marakat aware of her own experience. After all, Shlo, its real and most luxurious cars cannot be bought. Malibu series of top series is the Imperial family. That is Alanxia Royal Special car. When he saw that the MiG-21 fighter jet broke through the sound barrier and hurried out twice the speed of sound in one breath, Marak didn't bother to be shocked. He listened to Alan Hill's flight instructor explaining the anti-ski performance of this advanced fighter, while enduring the smile that was about to overflow from the opponent's eyes. Yes, with a smile. This is the first time he felt as a dwarf clan that the other party looked at him without respect or fear, just a kind ridicule with a kind of look at the short man. As a soldier Alanxia, these powerful instructor qualifications veterans, already has set up his own confidence. They felt that apart from Alan Hill, those so-called powerful nations were the difference between the second rate and the third rate and the lower rate. He had no awe of these races, even with some contempt and resentment. They don't even want to hide these emotions, which is a natural continuation of the myth of Alan Hill's victory in battle. Therefore, this visit was not a pleasant one. The dwarf Marak was very dissatisfied with the other person's eyes looking at him like a dwarf. Falai, the envoy of the elf clan, also saw something that he had never seen before, of contempt. "I have to go immediately, Alanxia. There are ways to do." Depressed about their grievances, elf envoy companion looked around. Open asked, "Go at once. Please arrange your mage." "This is not a problem. Long sadly I also want them to see the world as soon as children go, Alanxia, so as not to make a joke here. Always come." With a smile on his face, he continued and said, "I will immediately arrange a special plane to send a few people to Alan Hill according to the standard of the national gift. I will inform Alan Hill about the itinerary of several people, and everything will be very smooth. Please rest assured." "Special plane? Can we fly to Alan Hill?" Hearing this, Marak the dwarf, who was already very dissatisfied, became interested again and asked, "Yes, you have to ride the world's fastest civil aircraft. Flying Alanxia has a full fighter escort, but also in security from the ground 10 local kilometers." Cloud enjoyed the beauty of the top layer. Long Sadler replied, "In all of the field are able to realize that what is a highly means that in the past at this height, only the strong sturdy dragon can fight, and now, even if only a mortal, as long as can afford plane tickets, he can also fly to this height." Falai's face of the elven race is even more ugly, because he feels that Alan Hill, who is getting more and more unhappy, is trampling on the privilege and dignity of the strong. The face of the dwarves is even more ugly, because he feels that Alan Hill is wasting those advanced technologies, which is contempt and disdain for their dwarves. Long Ling saw the comments that everyone asked for more updates, and there will be more updates and supplements. When Long Ling returns from the field, the state will gradually stabilize. "I'm so sorry that everyone's appetite has been lost these days." 384 I will be with you. Not relying on their own magical flight, this kind of thing only happened in the former dwarven magic machinery. Without relying on magic to fly, this has never happened before. Therefore, when the Boeing 707 airliner presented by Alan Hill to Griffin began to taxi on the runway, the elf envoys sitting in the VIP seats, as well as the dwarf Marak, were all attracted by the magical scene. Up, he had looked out the window, seen crazy backwards, airplane wings swept flat runway, then lifted a surge of lift. He began to climb toward the high altitude. Then, these people who had never seen an airplane just found themselves flying comfortably, and even the familiar oncoming wind did not strike. This is an unprecedented experience, and they have never enjoyed such a pleasant journey. They rushed from the elven territory to Griffin along the way, crossing the demon's blockade and traversing countless dangerous places. But now, they are leaning on the soft seat, watching the side table placed of Druid in terms of giving them ready for some strange file sent to stay. This time they did not know at the moment, these so-called documents is entirely Alanxia part travel guide. There are some Alanxia factories advertising. Druid and high layer generally on the plane is looking at these things, because they mostly go Alanxia study. Some considerations have to understand how much they need to know. In fact, Alan Hill's current industrial output has reached a fairly mature stage. As long as any product does not involve state secrets, many factories or companies will sell it. This is really a miracle in the history of technology. The dwarf Marak sat opposite Falai, the elven envoy, and said regretfully, "It's a pity. It's a pity that all this will no longer exist." In his view, People Class was able to design and build the aircraft so magical, it must have something better and more worthy of his attention. It is a pity for him that the demons are about to occupy and destroy the world, and these brilliant technologies will eventually be destroyed. He really didn't want to watch the skills that made him salivate finally disappear, but in the face of such an ending, he was helpless. If we have this incredible flying machine, we can transfer our people a lot faster. Falai, the wizard of the elven clan sitting opposite Marakot, said with some regret. If the elves walk all the way to Griken, the manpower and things that may be consumed on the road are incalculable. But if it is transported by airplane, these losses will be reduced, which is very attractive to the elves. It's a pity that he didn't know how many such miraculous flying machines there were, and he didn't know whether Alan Hill tried his best to come up with such a thing to please Griken. This Alanxia routes between the Druican actually very safe, because the front was pushing south, so it is airline or West Iron Road. Puppet Empire has been unable to threat. Not before, Druican aspects or just Alanxia respect or whatever, in order to show respect for each other, arranged a fixed fighter escort accompanied the flight, be regarded as a convention of diplomatic etiquette. As a result, outside the portal of the Boeing 707, above the same clouds, the two MiG-21 fighters were firmly guarded in the parallel position of the wings, and the fuselage reflected dazzling light in the sun. Really wave fees, such aircraft should not be used in the front lines. Troops wiped out the devil do. Foul somewhat full whispered a sentence, do not understand a bit of extravagance on this ritual. Of course he didn't know that the MiG-21 fighter was no longer a good airplane in Alan Hill. And he also didn't know that what he cares about now is actually a side effect that Alan Hill does not want to care about. Up. Boeing 707 aircraft when flying Alanxia says. Chris depressed stood up, stuck his head from a pile of files. Alan Hill's latest computer chip has reached a critical research and development stage. If this chip can be mass-produced, then Alan Hill's network can be formally set up to form a huge prototype of the computer internet, and this prototype and prototype network on the planet do not like it to birth, it is to have practical effect, and has the power of the finished product. At that time, Alan Hill can officially enter the information age, leaving all countries far behind. Therefore, Chris was very upset to be interrupted at this critical time. He stretched his waist, then looked at Vivian, who was meditating on the side, and said, news from Griken Special Envoy Elf has been on the plane. Elves? Special Envoy. Although Vivian's actual age can be regarded as the level of the old witch, she has never seen those elves, so when she heard the name of this group, the beautiful eyes that opened were obvious. For a moment, I haven't seen the elves yet, can I follow along and take a look? Vivian asked curiously. If it doesn't work, then forget it. I'm just curious. Anyway, I know. This time I will definitely meet those elves who have heard of beautiful and unusually beautiful people. You have been a very beautiful, Chris molested about their old woman, and then around the desk, went to the door, pushed open the door, quasi-ready clothes. Over 2 other hours later, arrived at Ceres International Airport. The current Ceres International Airport is a real international airport. There are direct flights to many places in Alan Hill, Higgs, Dothan, Arrant and other places, which can be reached in more than an hour. The more far away, there are direct flights Fenuoma Empire and the Eternal Empire, but also the straight Fayajeruik, and even, some flights are loaded with tour groups, which is unimaginable in the past. Prepare it, we go to the airport to greet the guests from afar. Chris twisting move a little neck, reminded about Vivian behind. He went to the locker room, although he who could give us it's not good news. Druican sent news is that Elf had been into evil as the magic of the war in a comprehensive failure. They have now lost the ability to stand alone, which also means that the devil has seized a quarter of this world. Elf lost. Defeat Vivian has all the sensitive girl, hear cries after, then it is something vaguely guessed, if he had failed, and that soon there will be countless demons rushing to Griken, our pressure will only be greater. Chris nodded his head, then come out of the trace of a smile. If he were to attack us, not the worst situation. I am now worried that the demon army will go to the concentration of forces kill dragons. If the demon forces immediately turned around and confronted Alan Hill, the situation would not immediately deteriorate. Druican Yihao, the first 9 sets regiment army even follow other Alanxia troops or whatever, have the energy to face more demon. Even if the power of the demon is stronger, Alan Hill can also provide more support nearby. Even if you give up some areas, you can at least withstand the attacks of the devil. However, if the devil anything, Druigan and 9 Set Group Army has no more power to fight back the demon army, to support distant planet on the other side of the dragon alone. To a time before the dragon cannot hold on, things get worse. That is to say, the military is against the devil be destroyed one army. This situation is something no one wants to see, and it is also the worst situation that Alan Hill may face. Hearing Chris said this, Vivian also thought of the worst possible situation. It was really a very bad situation. It could even be said that it was the end of Alan Hill. Rest assured, the world's worst outcome, not occupied by demons. Chris, with his underbeat way to comfort his woman, said, "In more than a year ago, the world would not be occupied by the devil." "What do you mean?" Vivian felt that Chris' expression was very rascal, and asked with caution. "Something indeed. If Alanxia defeat, and that the world would be covered by a large yield nuclear weapons. I will fight for enough time to be ready for the devil's sufficient number of nuclear weapons. Before we destroy, I will personally destroy this world." Chris said his plan to destroy the world with a gloomy expression. His body stood tall, side is not tall, and graceful appearance allure had been brought as a weapon. Alanxia top power unit of beauty magician Chris. Vivian reaction collision accident a bit. Just listen to Vivian smiled and said, "Really, one of these days, I will be with you. Launch these bombs. And I promise we'll leave a nickname in the devil over the destroyer." Vivian, sounds not bad. "These bones are the magician is crazy." Chris laughed, found himself looks like this is so sweet in front of the girl. In Chris' eyes, the girl's combat effectiveness can be described by equivalents. In the same way, her beauty can also be described by equivalents. "Come on, I heard say elf queen mysterious and beautiful. Perhaps that time, you can become the world's first human to marry the queen of the elves." Vivian, leaving Chris' arm, verbally quipped. Chris touched his nose, strong pressing wonderful expression of his face to say he'd like to be the elf queen who, what will have a kind of God's face. 385 I anti-ye. Man, how could it be bad? But some people just welcomed the reward, while others are nothing more profane. Chris' course, lust, not over his lust, only an appreciation of the beauty of Baal. As for the future development of good fate, it depends on the following cause: 0, fates, intercourse. Farn encounter Hewitt. Foreign Secretary Strider was also notified and rushed to the airport with relevant personnel. Because of the rush, Ceres did not plan any welcome ceremony, and even the airport was not emptied. Only a dedicated VIP channel was diverted. Today, Chris has been reluctant to curry favor with the powers of a mood. There is a friendship between him and Grucken, and there is no such friendship with the elves. Chris rushed to the machine and other time field. Druigan Boeing 707 plane has entered into Sears airspace. Grucken's escort fighter has returned home, and it looks rather shabby to take over from the escorted Alan Hill Air Force fighter. Alan Hill's fighter force is undergoing a large-scale reconfiguration. Propeller piston fighters cannot accompany Boeing 707 aircraft, whether it is MiG-21, F-16 and F-15. Alan Hill feels that it is a companion. Flying rituals are too wasteful. Therefore, these advanced fighters have been transferred and left, and what is left is not the main force responsible for protecting the airspace of Cyrus, but the instructed training troops. Ever since, an earlier fighter jet of the Alan Hill Air Force was used for errands. The MiG-17 fighters, which were no longer installed, were used as guards of honor to perform escort missions. In Grucken's Boeing 707 special plane, Falai, the special envoy of the elves, and Marak, the special envoy of the dwarves, have completely fallen in love with this advanced aircraft. After a pleasant journey, he had the first time to enjoy tea and cakes in flight. Those born from Alanxia food, snack became available on the aircraft. The dwarves and the elves all liked this wonderful journey. Waiting for him after they heard the broadcast, that he has arrived in the Sears, and even could not believe my ears. He had thought he did not fly through Iconit. But when they saw the magical world outside the plane's porthole, they knew that they had indeed arrived in Ceres, and reached the Aelan Hill that all the population praised. Mr. Ladies, Ceres has come to the city. Welcome to Aelanxia. Aircraft broadcast to remind all passenger aircraft in a relaxed voice. Elf Lorlevin also Dwarf Marakot feel the plane it was landing, and after a slight impact, it steadily entered the taxiing phase. Then, the Boeing 707 plane that stopped taxiing opened its door, and Fali stepped out of the fuselage of the plane and saw the Boeing 707 planes that were parked in the distance or were about to take off. Just casually glance, here there are at least 20 Boeing 707 aircraft, the United States and those beautiful body outline of golden eagles. These aircraft belong to the Royal Aelanxia airline industry is royal. This airline is also the only airline in the world responsible for operating every civil airport and civil aircraft in the world. This is the privilege brought by technological leadership. There are still many markets monopolized by Aelan Hill, each of which is bringing countless wealth to this country. There are so many aircraft. Looked at the call Xiao for Boeing 707 airliner. He looked far from taxiing to the runway for takeoff on another Boeing 707 airliner, and then look here next airport unloaded and passengers carrying other aircraft. Elf magic lead from Levin felt his imagination obviously not enough. He even figured it out in his mind, feeling that he had convinced the Emperor of Aelan Hill to send him a plane to welcome the migration of the elves, so that the elves would reduce a lot of unnecessary losses. Not over, and before his brain to make any response, his body had already made the appropriate reaction. He was just a breath of air. You feel immediately felt to his nasal cavity. There are countless ants crawling. That uncomfortable feeling made him stupid in place, and then he coughed violently, as if he was about to cough up his lungs. What's the matter with you, Mr. Farley? The elf entourage behind Farley reached out to help Farley, who was bent over and coughed. After talking halfway through his words, he started coughing as well. Heart-piercing coughing. At the same time, behind them Dwarf Marakot. It becomes more calm. He stays with the machinery of metallurgy and other factories every day, and he is more adaptable. Unfortunately, he was not able enough to be spared. He twitched his nose twice, very uncomfortable crack mouth opening complained. They are the whole city burned everywhere here yet hard to endure and taste. The welcoming crowd just stood there. Their faces changed from a smile to a cold embarrassment. The Emperor of Aelan Hill, the concubines and ministers formed the pickup group. At this moment there is a feeling of being beaten in the face. The air quality is poor. You may not have the performance so exaggerated, right? The acting is slightly exaggerated. Brothers. Everyone knows that the air quality in the city of Ceres is very bad. In recent months, they have concentrated on special rectification, but the effect can only be said to be not high. After all, it is impossible for Aelan Hill's industrial footsteps to stop, and it is impossible for high-level leaders to abandon the industrial base near Ceres due to choking. Therefore, environmental protection has been placed on a relatively low priority. However, being the so-called do not fight face beatings, curse not Jaijuan coughing in front of Emperor Chris, isn't this an obvious complaint about air quality problems? Deans, the Minister of the Interior Department under the Ministry of Environmental Protection, gave an ugly face and snorted. He had no good feelings for the elves and dwarves. And that side, on the plane's gangway, finally adjusted his breath. Adapted says horrible air pollution. Elf tilted his head to the envoys Lorlevin. The elders Marakot hobbits complained. The new are those damn labs smell even worse. Are not those damn lab laboratory Mr. Levin Marakot displeasure pumping action a couple of nose opening defended himself and said, I have exhaust emissions. Are all elves agreed of? This is simply hell. Fali of the elves clutched his nose and complained coldly, then raised his foot and walked down the gangway covered with red carpet. Stepping on the soft red carpet, Farley began to look at the crowd in front of him again. He saw Vivienne wearing a magic robe and a magic mask, and also saw Emperor Chris of Alan Hill wearing a luxurious white dress with gold thread. Well, he had seen a picture of Chris in Gricken. It was a huge oil painting hung on the front wall of the consulate in Alan Hill. Behind His Majesty the Emperor is a supreme eagle emblem of Alan Hill. Dear Aelanxia, His Majesty the Emperor, I am the envoy wizard family Lord Levin, can come. Come Aelanxia, very honored. Chris walked in front of his nose, and growled self-introduction Zada. Chris looked at the elf envoy of his nose, looked behind him, clutching his nose entourage of elves, finally looked constantly twitching nose dwarves envoy Marakov back his head and asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Minister Steri Germany said, this is. Cover their nose, is a unique gift elf day. Manchester Reed certainly heard to say such a strange ritual, in fact, before he came here, but also a bit Drew I can bother to consult the relevant personnel. The other party vowed to say that just stay in awe, there is no special etiquette to pay attention to. Therefore, the embarrassed Strider could only shake his head, saying that he did not know that there was such a strange etiquette. Chris turned his head and raised his eyebrows and asked, then, Mr. Far-Eye, the special envoy of the elves. You are holding your nose. What are you doing? I have respect for nature wizard family, living in the forest. Here, where the air stimulates my nose, I'm very uncomfortable. Still growled, and opening solution envoy Alfal looking unhappy explained. He is really very happy here. From breathing started to look around, there are people dress, and even those buildings a natural cold alien. He is very happy not happy, really do not like. It can be said that the process of meeting this time was really terrible. In the end, Chris even only arranged for the other party to ride in the special car of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and did not give the other party the same treatment as the car. You know, Drew Icon of Longsardley I Mage Aelanxia the first time, are subject to an extremely grand welcome. Alan Hill arranged a sideway welcome and a very rich dinner. But this time, the special envoys of the elves and dwarves arrived, and Chris did not even personally receive the 3 poor worms, threw them to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and went back to the Emperor's new palace outside the city with Vivienne. Ever since, the Lord Levin Yeehow Marakot, he have felt each other's cold. They have not had time to make their own demands. They found themselves being put aside. A few almost nobody cares, even the chance the second time to see the Emperor at all. The next day, Farley, who had suppressed his anger, finally couldn't bear it. He found the receptionist of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Alan Hill to accompany them, and gnashed his teeth every word and asked, Sir, I want to meet your Emperor. Please be sure to notify him. I am the special envoy of the elves. This is not an attitude toward the special envoy of the elves. I want to protest. Protest firmly. 386 Illusion. This time they are willing to speak well. Of our air does not find it too bad. It buried head in computer program where Chris looked up as upright as a programmer asked. Foreign Ministry Long Manchester Reed shook his head, opening replied with a smile. He had just not used an air outside of it, which they have previously explained it. Yes, it really is actually explained, though Chris did envoys met elves and dwarves, but still give them arrange a number of activities to enable them to better understand Aelanxia, this great country. Farley, the envoy of the elven tribe, saw the amazing scale of the power plant, and looked at the towering chimneys above the magnificent buildings with black smoke continuously day and night, dug from the ground to the coal mine after a screening process, eventually sent to the member, signed his name Flower's body, beautiful handwriting from a sum of no way. Any who want to sign his name hundreds of times a day, will be out of practice. Such a charming handwriting. Great Majesty the Emperor Chris, I'm sorry the previous time, an affront to you. Elf envoys foul this time at the moment has no contempt of the heart, his relatively calm tone of voice a lot. He has been personally seen Aelanxia strong, no matter who, in a short time to build such a powerful and rich empire, he is worthy of respect. Therefore, Farley, the envoy of the elven tribe, spoke very humbly, expressing his due respect to His Majesty the Emperor Alan Hill. "I am used to the bad air on our side," Chris teased, and then motioned to the waiter standing at the door to prepare 2 cups of Alan Hill hot tea. This tea drinking method, which was born in the Emperor's palace, quickly became popular. Countless people are touting this very natural way of drinking tea. Although it tastes a bit strange, after getting used to it, it feels fragrant and pleasant. Chris heard of ridicule, Special Envoy Alf Levin, and his face a little embarrassed, but he soon calmed down, opening truthfully replied, "Since thank His Majesty's concern, I've been better, but the nose is still very hard to accept. After all, the pollution here is too serious. I have in fact do not want to pollute the environment." Chris actually feel each other tell the truth, frankly feel like Drew Icon, so how many have some good impression? Open, explains, "I are working to increase investment in environmental governance, and some achievements have been made." It is indeed real, has made some achievements. The river water is no longer black. At least some mutated strange fish can be seen in it. Although they can't eat, they can prevent crazy people trying to bathe in the water. Farmland to forest also has been calling for at least 6 months. Even if not implemented, it can indeed play a role. Now the greenery inside the city is at least better, and it is no longer the desperate cold feeling of being bare. Anyway, Alan Hill has always paid attention to environmental protection, but has never put environmental protection in the first place. You can review of this problem, which we are very pleased. "We are willing to cooperate in many ways." Alan Xier Elf Envoys Law Levin pondered their sentences and tone, opening chatted about other aspect of things. Although, most of the time, the green topic elves like the most, but when they just lost the war against the devil, they were obviously more interested in how to stabilize the current situation. Originally, the elves thought that the human race was just a follower in this world defense war, so they never seriously considered the possibility of cooperating with humans. But now, in his case they have failed, and insight into the Alan Xier strong Law Levin mind how much the addition of a glimmer of help that somehow he did not know how it is, but he just think, Alan Xier maybe, it can prevent the world from being occupied by demons. Dragon spirit really motion sickness, dizzy sometimes the train, the rest time we do not faint laugh, dragon spirit that does not lie. In addition, we will start to make changes today, and we will offer the first one. My Empire, 387 Dwarf. With this expectation and hope, Elf Envoys already spoke and said, "I have come. I believe Drew Icon aspects have to inform you of there. I hope to seek a territory, ease of development there." This is Alan Xier not opposed. Chris smiled and said, "Not before. Alan Xier Empire needs to develop, to find a powerful and clear attitude when the neighbor country, people are worried about is a thing." Having said that, he simply said the truth. "I don't know what the elves are doing. So please tell the truth. If you fail to fulfill your promise, Alan Hill has the right to react on its own." "Your Majesty, you said reaction. What is?" Faladays, and then Open asked subconsciously. Man in his long life, have not heard of elves threatened opponents thing existed. In fact, even the arrogant and powerful dragons would not talk to the elves like this. Of course, the emperor sitting in front of him is not a dragon, but he still has the capital to speak like this. However, the elves at this moment are still unwilling to admit it. "I do not know you have heard. Nuclear weapons?" Chris coldly opening asked. Faley, the envoy of the elves, shook his head and said, "I have never heard of such things. Our elves are no longer willing to fight for disputes. We plan to live a peaceful life until the end of the world." "Well, I hope you don't forget what you said to me today." Chris nodded, and then talked about other topics. He inquired about the current situation of the elves and found that the remaining elves were already weak. Many high-level magicians have hidden illnesses, and the Tree of Life, as the foundation of the elves, has also begun to wither. On the other hand, the war with the demons caused the elves to deplete their reserves. The wealth accumulated over countless years has almost been used up. This group of elves are now a group of beggars, just beggars with higher status. As for what will happen to these beggars in the future, as long as they don't cause trouble to Alan Hill, they can chant as much as they love. Anyway, whether it's a demon or an elven race, Chris' idea is very simple. Just eradicate all the obstacles. I have a family of wizards promised things. I have never had to go back. Envoy Aelflaw Levin vowed strong tone road. Not him then and again said, but your majesty, I have a strong tune. Do you pollute the natural environment? It is to the extent of the outrageous. If you do not respect nature, nature will certainly retaliate you. Well, these elves are a group of desperate environmentalists. Chris immediately lacked interest in this race, which was said to be very powerful. He must have time to prepare the end, only to hear the envoy's wizard family Law Levin continued, I can for you in many cultivation techniques, and even help make your plants grow better. Not over, your majesty, we need a promise to improve the environment and protect nature. This is interesting. The other party turned out to be a group of natural farmers who grow food. Chris felt that he could finally make the most of these peasants sent from heaven. Although the other party is a group of farmers with strong environmentalism, they are also farmers, aren't they? The other party also has some magic techniques that can be used to help increase the output of agricultural products. In this way, at least Alan Hill's food problem was completely resolved. Well, I have really prepared to manage what environmental problems. Not then have to wait for it all to beat the devil. Chris Points had promised each other's requirements. The other side instantly think he is a very well-meaning emperor. Falai laughed excitedly and praised, you are one of the wisest emperors I have ever seen. May the moon god bless you. Chris felt that he had to remind the other party that in the world before he traveled, the word wise was actually a bit misled by netizens. In addition, he is now very curious. Wish each other a lunar bless you that if we fight, is not that famous phrase. Behalf of the moon disappear destroy you. Since the elves didn't care about Alan his environmental pollution, or that the other party maintained restraint, then Alan Hill didn't mind showing his generosity in some aspects. Chris felt that he needed to show the tolerance and friendliness of the world's largest empire in the future. He promised, if the elves enter Griken, we are willing to help in our capacity. That was really good. I had lots tribe in need of help. When we are arrived, I will soon contact you. Chris Majesty. Elves are not actually got a polite, direct to accept elixir of gifts. This made Chris a little embarrassed, and he didn't expect that he would accept a few polite sentences. Under normal circumstances, at this time, shouldn't the other party say a few words without saying no, and then oneself with a few words casually to complete this conversation? The result is fine now, and the other party even nodded in agreement. In case another lion opens his mouth, then Alan Hill, the international big brother, will feel a bit taken by the way. Soon, Chris ended the awkward conversation with Fairley, the elven envoy, and then waited for Mr. Marak, the elder of the dwarf clan. Who would have thought that the atmosphere in this conversation was even more embarrassing, so embarrassing that Chris felt a little unreal. After Elder Marakot saw Chris, he said frankly an amazing idea. The shocked Chris couldn't speak at all. He couldn't even make a shocked expression. I only heard Elder Marakot talking to himself there, and he was still talking with new clarity, as if all this had become reality. He opened his mouth and said to Chris, His Majesty the Great Emperor Elendil, do you have any discrimination against race? For example, for the dwarves, we like to have all kinds of long beards. Normal humans are shorter. Do you think these things are unbearable? Chris is actually no racial discrimination gene of view, he lives in a very alien discrimination, even for some reason some fawning country. But when someone asked this, he was still lost in thought. In the dwarf Elder's Marakot full of hope in the eyes, he gives his own answer, then fell into the situation is even more depressing in management on the theory that I was not discriminatory. Dwarves, I heard you hospitality and loyalty, tenacity. If dwarf family refuge elixir you are willing to accept. Probably 110 or so million people. He who have a great ability, that can play soldiers, but also can be cultivated woman. dwarf elders Molak said his thoughts, and it was these words that shocked Chris could not speak. I have had the best craftsmen. If you are willing to train, they can create many advanced for you. I'm sorry, I think that using advanced equipment to describe dwarf, it is a desecration of Alanxia, and we can help you build equipment that you need. We still have a lot of recipes and craft. Marakot in the side, from Guzi boast their own race. Then, just listen to he continued. I can go back later to persuade the king of the dwarves Sumolai, he would agree with me. He can step down and become a Alanxia of Grand Duke. I have learned too, and you have. There is one Grand Duke Higgs, and one more dwarf Grand Duke is not a problem. Then he ranging Chris openings, and again surging not absolutely up. I can out of 10 soldiers fight for you. They are good fighters. We ensure that law abiding, as long as the wine. Sufficient enough wine is fine. Chris felt that the elves and the dwarves sent such two people as special envoys. It was simply a rhythm of seeking death. The elves are arrogant and honest, and they are willing to disguise themselves. If he can settle things, Alan Hill's diplomat Strider can be called the diplomatic hegemon, as said the dwarf in front of. Then he said a few words. They put their own race to sell, but the retail price of packaged whole out of the sale, as if afraid Alanxia willing to take the same plate. If your majesty you have needs, I can swear allegiance to you. In short, we are very sincere hope to be part of the Alanxia. Marakot from telling their own stories rode. Chris finally from Alien Nationwide included this Holy Emperor Go Good Fantasy out, looked at Marakot, opening with a smile and said, you and I are like Princess Vivian. I'm very similar to her. Marak was puzzled, frowned and asked, which way are you talking about? Not through. His heart is still very happy, and Princess themselves and each other have something in common, which can narrow the feelings, and even the development of what has become a guest of His Majesty the Emperor is also possible. A kind of like to talk. Chris threw your hands up, continued included things that I kind of sense of interest. But you always have to talk about what I want to pay the price, right? I hope dwarf family can get. Now Alanxia all industrial technology. I have always been advocating dwarf technology, in order to learn the real technology, artisan touch to the truth of God. We are willing to pay everything. Marak replied solemnly, I put the technical art gave you, and then leave you with technology. Chris sneered, open-quipped. Just like you have to leave the elves the same, different kind. Your Majesty, we have never had a national allegiance, and we elves together, but cooperative relations, is not attached. Also, do not underestimate the loyalty of our hobbits, we will not betray. Molak explained seriously. My empire, 388 on 3 sides outstrike. No reason more than 100 million people, a population in which the lack of national labor force will be a dream. Wake up laughing now. Not to put Alanxia, it is not necessarily a good thing, because the land of Alan Hill is too vast. The population has reached a quite alarming level. Now Alanxia east from the Great Sea, west of Trinity Empire, south to Baemai country, north to the far north plains. Vast territory has been to be added up. There has never been an empire that has such a huge territory, and there has never been such an empire that has ruled such a large population. The current territory of this huge empire includes 5 empires, 1 kingdom, and dozens of dominions, including Higgs, St. Demon, Dothan, Aranti, Prairie, Jasno, and Ceres core area, a total of 7 regions. There are hundreds of cities, towns and castles, and countless villages. So powerful emperor country, just as many combat troops 1,000 people, has 20 army and army group which is mortal, or is the whole of humanity, for the first time gathered from such a large force. You said that if such an empire has an additional population of 1 million, what kind of enhancement will it have? Just going south to capture the Jesno Empire, Alan Hill increased the population of the southern region by more than 50 million. Order of Enoch sometimes worthless, third dwarf. Chris waved to indicate the other not so excited. If you are willing included, Alanxia become an empire. He looked at Marakot, very solemnly and said, "I can assure you guarantee certificate is Alan Xia will be treated equally, the dwarf as a treat of their own. As long as dwarves do not betray Alan Xia, Alan Hill will not betray the dwarves. As for the skills of Alan Hill, it depends on the comprehension of the dwarves. If you have your own strengths and are willing to contribute your own strength to this country, I don't mind letting you master certain skills," he said. When I got here, there was a pause. After Marak the dwarf digested these words, Chris continued, "As for the so-called all the techniques you said, I can only tell you that it is impossible because, apart from me, no one dares to say that he has all the techniques. When it came to this," he pointed to his nose, "I can give you the opportunity to master many techniques that you have never mastered. However, I cannot give you all of it. This is my bottom line." Well, respect your Alan Xia, His Majesty the Emperor. I was somewhat greedy. Dwarf Marakat Aberdeen, after thinking for a while, fine, just spoke and said, "I hope next time to meet you and our Moor representatives have reached a consensus. I really hope that in the future, I can call you my Majesty." Chris laughed. The smile was very confident and very kind. "If things can be enough to deal with, I am also very welcome. Have a friend like you and courtiers." After sending away Marak the dwarf, Chris sat back in his place. He seemed to feel the goodwill of the heavens. At this time, hundreds of thousands of workers and hundreds of thousands of super farmers were sent to him. As long as he can reach these poor people manage to flee, and that Alan Xia's strength will be big increase stronger. In this way, when Alan Hill faced the devil, he would have more confidence. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the spring of the next day. All the preparations for Alan Hill's offensive in the southern area had been completed, and the stopped Western Front had the capital to continue the offensive. In the meantime, a number of large warships, the naval battle through Pilipi Island, Alan Xia Navy has finally been revived, warships into the water one after another, beginning with the Endless Sea. Guess there is a magic eye. When construction began, all began to serve one after another. For example, he said Alan Xia Navy launched the construction of the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier was finally launched. The name was but very Alan Xia style. The name of the first aircraft carrier was named North County, which also established Alan Hill's habit of naming aircraft carriers using the names of the previous dominions and cities. The sister ship of the North County aircraft carrier has also been in service at this moment, named Hanhai. At the same time, the aircraft carrier being outfitted also has its own name, Main and Ferry. Also, while several aircraft carriers being built, ship were named Fort No. Earth, Naru Number, Woolowo Number and Bud Number. Then the construction of aircraft carriers ship, the name will come out ahead of it. Number, Falling Dragon, Duozna Number, Oza Number. Equipped with these aircraft carriers is the Tomcat super fighter jet developed for the Alan Hill Navy, with weapon number F-14. There are almost no shortcomings in this advanced variables wing fighter, especially after being replaced with brand new electronic equipment. Of course, if it's really true, this kind of aircraft is not without its shortcomings. Its biggest shortcoming is that it's expensive. The reason it can cost a lot of money, enough to become the Navy's carry-based fighter of options. One is the existence of a Navy and Air Force to F-15 fighter war of the mind. On the other hand, also because Chris and Senior Alan Xia, attaching more importance to naval air dominance in sea dominance. Chris worries that the Demon Navy, which has the superiority in the number of air forces, will still compete for air supremacy locally. This requires the Alan Hill Navy to have strong air supremacy capabilities. Ever since F-18 this cheap surest of fighters, it is not a suitable naval equipment. After all, the Navy has to rely on these non-dominant fighter jets to fight for air supremacy. Therefore, the final study of the decision, that spared no expense, make great efforts to improve sea individual quality military fighter. In this way, the Navy has sufficient funds and can choose expensive and good weapons and equipment at will. How could it be possible to look at those naval fighters with mediocre performance and not so eye-catching appearance? Most final, Yan good value high performance, but also manufacturing drawings immediately out of the F-14 Tomcat fighter, became the new darling of the Navy aircraft carrier. From the North County No. Aviation Mother began after the ship into the water. There are people who can be seen every day, in the vicinity of Philippi Island. Naval fighter pilot, driving F-14 Tomcat fighter, painstakingly hone their combat techniques. On the other hand, it has been completed the construction of Iowa-class battleships, has served for 2, which makes ALAN-XIA Naval Forces. Breadth expansion more than doubled. Many of the latest technologies were used in the construction of these warships, including the segmented shipbuilding method, as well as more sophisticated processing methods. With 1970 years of shipbuilding technology technique, piled up new Iowa-class battleships, no matter which side, have been exaggerated upgrade, including the use of the latest anti-nuclear reactor system to provide power for the entire ship, so that this new battleships and aircraft carriers, become a real nuclear-powered warships. The 2 new battleships have super high speeds, terrifying firepower and strong defensive capabilities. They are arguably the best aircraft carrier guards, and they can also perform various sea-to-ground combat missions independently. These 2 battleships were named Dreadnought and Heroes, inheriting the names of the previously lost Dreadnought ships to commemorate the sinking of the Dreadnought and the Heroes, who could not be repaired after the battle was damaged. As a result, the Alan Hill Navy has recovered to the level of the 4 King Kongs at sea, but the 2 dreadnoughts no longer have the ability to follow the main fleet and can only be placed on patrol and defense near the port of Ozar. The current flagship of the Alan Hill Naval Fleet was once again moved back to the battleship Intrepid. The composition of the fleet has also become a capital ship configuration of 2 battleships, plus 2 aircraft carriers. Escorting these battleships are new style destroyers and cruisers, many of which use missiles as a means of attack. Not over, because the number of terror to deal with the Devil Navy guided missile destroyers and cruisers did not completely replace the traditional artillery destroyer. This is also the reason why Alan Hill's Navy has not given up on battleships while having modern aircraft carriers. Lawns Good, Barkalov, or even their boss Chris Majesty the Emperor, Hope can rely on to curb the number of guns demons amount, with missiles to other advanced precision strike forces. The establishment of such a modern navy gave Alan Hill's naval force its own voice. Sea Command developed a new war plan, the use of conventional submarines, 25 ships, submarines 1 ships, as well as the first ALAN-XIA all the main composition 1 fleet, completely blocking the route south of the Navy Devil. On the one hand, Lawns hopes that he can use this kind of small-scale combat to practice his hands. On the other hand, in the past few months, the demons have indeed shown signs of conscripting into the endless sea. At the same time, the Devil occupied the territory of Baymaxia Empire. Fox Demon Prince Sal also ready for all-out war. He gathered a lot of demons, deployed a number of new equipment, do a good upside northern Hitchi Sinuo area before the war mobilization. Countless demons been assembled, complete assembly of the same toward ALAN-XIA. First 6 and second 13 2 sets group entered military group. On the western front, the frontline forces of the Puppet Empire merged with the reserve supplementary forces that had caught up, and also tried to prepare to counterattack the main force of Alan Hill moving westward. ALAN-XIA of 1 and 3 set group army group also has begun to frequent transfers. Officers soldiers have cancelled all leave. Everyone has returned to their posts. After more than 3 months of rest and reorganization, everyone felt that they had gained an advantage locally. Therefore, a 3-sided siege of Alan Hill, and Alan Hill attacked on 3 sides against all the enemies. At almost the same time, it completely broke out. Up. I owe you 3 more changes. My Empire. 389 South Line attack started. Tony stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the middle of all the tank captains, listening to the training of his tank company captain. This is the mobilization that must be done before the start of the battle, and it is also the regular pre-war meeting for task placement. The company commander who brought back combat orders from the battalion must assign his task to each commander in this way. At that time, even if there is a problem with the communication system, or if the car such as the company commander and the platoon leader is damaged, or the personnel are lost, the execution of the task will not be delayed. Standing in front of everyone, the company commander also carried his hands behind his back, shouting in his throat, after returning, "Start the tank according to the order, and then immediately test the communication system." The enemy may have jamming devices. Keep the channels of the new communication devices open. Pay attention to protect the aiming. The facilities also include infrared night vision devices. These devices are very expensive. Precautions term is important to emphasize that with more and more advanced and more powerful tanks, tank top, expensive equipment began to increase them. A new ballistic computer is installed on the T-72 tank, which can accurately calculate the parameters and has a high first-round hit rate. These devices, including sight and sight systems, computer systems, and crosswind sensors, etc., are new things that were not there before. Coupled with Shanghai as the instrument, expensive new equipment tanks extent. It can reproduce almost 2-4 tanks up. Of course, the normal cross under war conditions, a T-72 tank, kill 3 in cars 4 tanks. It is more than sufficient. No one speaks, and they don't need to speak. All the captains just waited for the company captain to finish this, and then returned to their tanks. The tasks performed by each individual are generally arranged specifically by the platoon leader. For example, who is covering the flank of the entire tank platoon, and who is the main offensive task. I have to take advantage of this anti-slopes, close to the enemy from this path. The demon army estimated at second-tier arrangement. The front is the ordinary soldiers' Baymaxia Empire. These people can be captured. Note, however, the screening. If you find the devil, report immediately. Don't be careless. The company commander headed by the company continued to explain the content of the battle, including the prisoners and other related requirements. All crew members should carry as much ammunition as possible. The fastest consumption of ammunition is estimated to be machine gun bullets. Carrying more can ensure the ability to continue combat. These words are mainly to remind those novice tanks who have just been incorporated into the 203 Tank Division, the captains. For participating in war transition port city of Old Cars Long, Tony was ready early on. More ammo for a rainy day he is willing to do more than capable of carrying 127 machine M caliber gun bullets, in his view, than the coaxial 762mm caliber machine are reliable. Too many guns. In a crisis off the head, this large E-caliber machine gun can generate enough threat to the devil forces, capable of killing those demons soldiers wearing heavy armor. But 762mm caliber sub-bullet, it is a bit powerless. Unfortunately, now the infantry still in the large-scale use of 762mm caliber sub-shells, and bullets are the most common early accumulated infantry warheads, not the subsequent production of armor-piercing projectiles. That side, the company commander still has trouble talking about the relevant precautions term. The entire tank company full of tension, vigilant of your fuel. No fuel in a place full of demons is a very dangerous. I will try my best to let the fuel supply trucks keep up with your actions. However, the battlefield situation is changing rapidly, and I cannot guarantee that you will get all the supplies on time. In fact, the fuel supply vehicles are near the battalion, and the entire tank regiment's operations are basically based on the battalion. After all, if the company is used as the basic unit, the pressure of logistical supply is a bit too great. Logistics support vehicles will then be more dispersed, and the entire battlefield situation will become more chaotic. The case of the former, after the enemy, immediately to break through the enemy lines. The 1st 113 Mechanized Infantry Battalion Division will follow us to cover our flank. In the hands of the outline for a moment on a simple map, the commander went on battlefield on various situations. With his words, we all understand that their main task of the offensive, in the break after the enemy lines, we won south to the possible number of 107 small villages. representing leading there and ensure that the enemy will not pass their retreat. This is our top priority. Once I have completed the task, Tank Company, then we will advance southeastward along the road, as far as possible to ensure the immediate follow-up units can now be behind us. The company commander spoke. He pointed to the tank company from not neatly parked vehicles far away. Well, sirrah, we are the shield. I have a gun. We are the most powerful force in the army. He shook his fist. He shouted out loud the 203 tanks slogan division. Long live Alan Hill. Everyone shouted. His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. The company commander to continue held up his fist, shouting loudly rode. His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. Tony also swung his fist, followed by a loud cry together. Disband. With a shout, all the captains started to run towards the tank they were in charge of. Tony also ran back to his tank, and explained the focus of this attack to his gunner and driver on the map. I have a tank platoon in charge of the left. In accordance with our offensive line, the enemy is likely to appear on our flank. They mistakenly believe that they have been separated as surrounded, so they will fight back, trying to break out. Not the infantry to follow me as well? Canon Long frowning asked. Tony shook his head and answered and said, those infantry might unreliable. If he had not keep up, we can only rely on our own enemy is likely to attack us directly. They may attack the flank, cover our infantry. No matter what happens, we all need to suppress and stop each other. His words made sense, and the gunner nodded and stopped talking. The driver doesn't have any different opinions. Anyway, no matter what he does or what kind of battle he fights, he just needs to be responsible for driving. Well, the car. Tank launch. We ready to go. Tony aside climb their own tanks, while loudly ordered. Overall parked together T-72 tanker in cars was started up and then a tank aft engine black smoke discharged slowly dissipates. Where the discharge tank Tony after checking the communication apparatus starts in the reverse inclined surface, to the enemy-controlled position moved away. Far from the earth trembled suddenly shaking up numerous and boring sound into sky. Strands of black smoke began to rise and permeate, and the faint firelight appeared from time to time across the horizon. Pay attention to the enemy's direction. The shelling has begun. Sitting in the tank, Tony's earphones heard a reminder from the platoon leader. He replied, and then he leaned in front of the periscope and carefully looked at the direction of the enemy's position. Countless bombers lined up into a neat formation, and under the enemy's sparse, unthreatening anti-aircraft artillery counterattack, they began to attack the deep defense line of the Baimshire Empire. Heaven-fried shells like rain, paving the entire Empire Baimexia border defense. Soon cover over the sound of the explosion became gradually clear up and there were flames. Baimexia anti-state line within an hour after the attack began. Alanxia Empire declared completely collapse. Look at those panic-stricken wretch. Through over periscope, is advancing toward the goal of Tony Village. Saw the surrender. Kneeling in front of Alanxia Grenadiers of Baimexia Imperial soldiers. These soldiers were terrified by Alan Hill's amazing artillery fire. They didn't even have the courage to resist, so they chose to surrender. Baimexia Thai soldiers country no BGC soldiers promise empire much stronger. Tens of thousands of prisoners blocked the road. Alanxia pushing forces. It is a chaotic situation, which makes the first 13 sets group. The commander of the army, Modler, was very annoyed. He clearly knows that this is not the first 6 sets regiment army. Immediate concern in the hinterland of the kind of running all the way to win the game of war alone against Baimexia Empire. He would not be so cautious. Tactics arrange it. If it is only to deal with the Baimar Empire, then there is only one order for him, and that is to advance. BB who arrived the fastest to the capital of the Pickup Hill Empire, and then handed out a pennant or something. Now, there are a large number of demons in the territory of the Baimar Empire. Chaos at this time is likely to cause heavy casualties to frontline troops. Therefore, he felt that he should adjust the attack speed to avoid hitting the main force of the demon force when the troops were scattered. Try to let the troops advance slowed down. Finishing supplies. Do not Tangong aggressive. At his own finger command Ka, opening their adjutant ordered. At the same time, in the first 13 set on the west side of the group army group, Korea generals issued almost the same order. He also knew that this attack could not be as smooth as he was in the Jesno Empire. Just as the troops on the southern front of Alan Hill began to slow their attack speed, on the tallest magic tower of Vatican, the demon floating city in the Baemshire Empire, the demon prince Sarux had his hands on his back and his face. The expression on the face is full of solemnity. He looked to the side, howling trembling shadows, opening told. People on the several directions like attack slowed down, indicating that they have been left in our line of Baemexia Empire cannon fodder to pin down the pace. Now, give my orders. Let the demon forces start their counterattack. Break through human defenses and destroy everything you see. A few minutes after the bell, Tonis Insight Gunner saw a familiar figure. Find the devil. 11 Dianzong direction. 390. Different kind. Devil infantry square. What is that huge thing? Gears of war. Tony penetration through the periscope and saw those huge magic machine belongs to the devil. These things are huge and seem quite bulky. On the huge body, there are some special attack devices. Catapult is as a sample. Such apparatus may utilize magic energy, emitting a spear. Moreover, a giant demon machine has 2 such alien blasters. Armor-piercing bomb. Ready. Fire. Without any hesitation, Tony immediately his gunner gave the order to fire attacks. See, saw such a huge demon target. We do not keep this huge fire demon of terror war machine New Year. Boom. The T-72 tank, which had been loaded a long time ago, immediately spewed a puff of smoke from the muzzle, and a heavy armor-piercing projectile flew directly towards the target. During this process, there was no stopping to aim, or even manual adjustment of the angle of the artillery. Anyway, on the one hand, due to T-72 tanks have muzzle stabilizer, and the installation of ballistic computer, so has the ability to attack the enemy open fire on the road between. On the other hand, the Devil's war machine, which resembles a locomotive, is really too big, so basically there is no need to aim, and there is no possibility of missed. While 125mm caliber armor-piercing shells directly penetrated the floor in front of a huge car magic defense barrier, he has not got a sense of hysteresis. Then, after leaving a ripple on it, the shell hit the steel plate on the side of the upstairs car and made a huge hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the huge kinetic energy distorted and shattered the internal structure of the car. The shattered core of the armor-piercing projectile produced a large number of fragments, which sifted the demon soldiers on standby in the car. Countless shrapnel splashed in the car, and finally hit the magic power system of the car. And then a huge explosion sent the 2 blaster-like weapons on the car into the air. Have catapult been turned into a part of the state was blown fly to the sky as the gunners fell together to the ground. Next to the explosion burned wreckage of the car floor. The demon troops standing next to the car were taken aback by this terrifying blow. They couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe everything they saw. This kind of locomotive is a weapon manufactured by the demon army after modification. They learned from the war experience of the failed landing battle in Ferry City, and studied the weapons and equipment of Alan Hill. He had carried the bodies back with a rush to transport the test. Increased magic defense barrier of defense capabilities at increasing the volume of the car floor. It is to create a kind of breakdown cannot be Alanxia tanks of heavy weapons. The demon army intends to use this weapon to tear open the line of defense of Alan Hill, cover the follow-up troops to expand the results. This is really interesting, because the natives of the other world have spontaneously figured out the breakthrough tactics of the tank. Moreover, he had also follow suit armor Alanxia, trying to focus on the use of this building vehicles, to do fixed point breakthrough results. They do not know is that Alanxia tank forces have begun to dress up new weapons and equipment, at least as one of the main Alanxia army, The first 201 Armored Division has been switched to T-72 main battle tank. 4 tanks installed. Prepared is 90mm tank gun caliber. Armor-piercing capability of this tank gun is actually very limited. Even on the second and on war level, this armor-piercing capability tank gun can match the same period of German artillery tank gun, let alone post-war leaps and bounds up. Which after World War II real. There is a new kind of L7 type 105mm tank gun is very classic, very capable and highly integrated armor-piercing capability. But crisp breath jump over the 105mm artillery era, the Alanxia Army tank gun caliber from 90mm, one breath elevated to the horror of 125mm caliber. Such an improvement is naturally not something the demon forces can guess, nor can they handle it. You know, in order to deal with Alanxia of barely 90mm caliber gun, the demon car has huge flaw to a large extent cannot set knotting a demon flaw of the car so that Alanxia reconnaissance satellites mistakenly believe these are the villages Baymaxia Empire, and therefore hidden from Alanxia investigation. But if think about upgrading and other magic defense barrier level, it will only continue to increase the volume of the floor of the car. This is the devil's manufacturing capacity cannot meet the level, so they cannot go to strengthen the floor of the car. Bear a blow looked at merely he hits the shot, they blasted the demon war machine debris. Think Tony gives a very fair evaluation. At this time, the automatic loading machine had completed the loading of the 125mm caliber artillery, and it was all in one go. In this process, the gunner has aimed at the next target. Ballistic computer has also been given the most reasonable shooting parameters. The whole process requires only a short period of about 5 meows, countless times simpler than ever. Boom. Guns long pressed the trigger to fire. Slender and mighty 125mm tank gun once again spewed dazzling fire. This time there was still no surprise. After the indestructible armor-piercing projectile penetrated the opponent's magical defense barrier like a hot knife cut tofu, it calmly flew into the huge demon locomotive. The next second clock, once again came the tragic explosion. Detonation signs skills such demonic power plant once again appeared. The whole explosion devil car floor into a pile of broken parts, also swallowed all the demons of life around. At the same time, a demon floor car catapults fired a huge spear. The spear hit the T-72 tank where Tony was. And huge floor car comparison would have been great volume of T-72 tanks, is like at or like small. Athanasius long spear hit directly where Tony T-72 on the front of the tank magic defense barrier. The huge resistance caused the spear to bend and deform, and then it was suddenly bounced into the sky, and fell to the ground not far away tremblingly. I have been attacked. Tony sensor field to the slight vibration, loud reminder to his companion. Aim to our fire bastard blew them go to heaven faster do not give chance to them to fire a second time! Exclamation mark. The seemingly powerful ballista did not penetrate even the magical defense barrier outside the front armor of the T-72 tank. Not this kind of attack is to consume energy magic defense barrier, so as soon as possible out attack to destroy their enemies. Are now considered key issues. Tony. It's a pity that the second ballista over the fired before he continued to fire, and a spear in direct collision where Tony T-72 on the front side magic defense barrier tanks, in the top left a ripple round wheel proliferation. Then, the spear was also bounced off, flew to the distance, and inserted innocently on the ground, showing his sense of existence. The aim of that were Tony tank cars tribal building cars. This time he was sent to another armor-piercing breakdown occurred in a violent explosion. Another vehicle T-72 tank locks the target, and it played to a deadly shells. The sound of cannons on the battlefield continued, and the demons on the opposite side also reacted. They found that their opponents do not seem the same. Then he would also like to imagine some of the more powerful. The commanders of these demons have all learned about human weapons and equipment, but now they find that they still don't understand their opponents. He had familiar 4 Technologies tank art features, but found that the opposite is not 4 tanks, troops composed of, more so that they are depressed. This new tank defenses, seems more than 4 tanks powerful and doubled more than. On the other hand, new people like tanks. Double the firepower upgrade is not so simple. In the attack on the accuracy of the strike, there is enhance the quality of these new tanks, on the strength of the attack, and the same is quite different in the past. The most terrible thing is that the rate of fire of the opponent's tank seems to be faster. In just 10 seconds. The stair car unit responsible for the frontal attack suffered heavy losses under the attack of the Alan Hill tank unit. Nearly the whole army is wiped out. Damn it. These human beings have new weapons, a demon general said as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists while looking at the car that exploded in the distance. His body standing to the side, and is another demon general's. The generals of his face is difficult to see the extreme, because he saw in the distance a car 1 block, is an attack helicopter came Alanxia, to wipe out most of it. Well quasi weapons equipment, and is easy to defeat the enemy, who on this matter of the body, it will be very uncomfortable. So, these would have thought that his own generals are fighting back demons, the situation of the war have a more clear understanding that his opponent, is not unable to attack. But the initiative to attack slow down the speed of Bale. Weasel class. We fell into the trap. They are actively luring our attack. A demon general's ferocious muttered. These demons don't know. In fact, Modler and Coreo are only worried that the attack speed will increase and the loss will increase, so they took the initiative to slow down the attack speed and lure demons to attack. This is really a little bit no relationship. Yes, Cunning Man class. At his investment as a war of those huge car floor, within a few minutes after it is wiped out, in charge of building a car generals commanding the demon nodded his colleagues around view. My floor car unit's over. Next, you will see who the infantry let the devil dog attack consume about these damn human Kyokyo their spirits. Standing on his body demon general's sides, according to Waste of the Sword. The replacement of the combat command. 2 changes today. Longling adjusts, and will continue to make changes tomorrow. 391 Consumption of humankind. I do not know the devil is how to think, but I know that this time the demons will taste the bitterness, great bitterness. An annual young people caught up in a quite modern vest. In his ante the velcro on the outside of the Dutch suit was tightened. He picked up the body side of that huge white helmet. On both sides of the helmet side is golden eagle emblem on one side and a seemingly vicious owl. His body stood apprentice side to help him check the body of all the equipment, including automatic pistol for self-defense, as well as magazines and maps and records of this package. Most installed equipment on the legs are 2 large pockets. Today's Air Force flight suit has a sense of great lighthouse view of both the United States. Wearing such a suit to go out to fight, I always feel that I can be invincible. Reaching out to open the tent, the young man walked out. He looked at the flat airport runway full of various types of fighter planes, and the control tower on the side looked much simpler. Too many frontline airports like this have been built. Basically, they are in a state of being given up and moved to a place closer to the front line because they have no time to repair the dormitory and command building. In order not to waste, many field airports do not repair pilot dormitories at all, so things like pilots sleeping in tents appear more on the front line. Moreover, this class field airport also has a feature that is built when highway rest area of the reference in the subsequent road construction. It can as a node supporting the construction of the entire highway work. This can be regarded as an economical way to make the best use of everything. A similar approach is to build a field military airfield on the edge of the city, wait for the army to attack too far, and then repair the military airfield after it is abandoned. The decent terminal building was turned into a civil airport and put into use directly. In this way, Alan Hill built many similar airports in the southern region, and also accelerated the speed of infrastructure construction in the southern region. In light of the pilot's holding his helmet to his aircraft, his side from time to time through the ground crew, pushing the empty car mount, his face full of nervous look. Those older than previous aircraft, Alan Xia put more and more new aircraft. These aircraft require more ground person staff to take care of course, also has a more powerful power. Now a fighter, even destroy a 51 Wild Horse fighter squadron, without any problems. If combined with other abilities, it will be crushed to the point where it can no longer be crushed! Raymond Lieutenant, aground refers to the commander walked holding the helmet, stood in front of their own aircraft island middle. Raymond Lieutenant body side, smiled and said, already, was ready to take off right away. I also quasi-ready, Yilan middle. Raymond followed smiled, then he climbed he has trained several times, long accustomed to every detail of a 10 attack aircraft cockpit. He sat into the narrow cockpit, took a look inside a variety of devices, and then under the command of the command tower, where his cockpit hatch, launched aircraft engines. A-10 attack hit that very special machines. Engines mounted on the back of the fuselage spin sent a huge roar. Then, Yilan middle. Raymond moved the joystick in front of their own, driving this super advanced attack aircraft, rolling takeoff, climb to the height of his comrades is located. One next to one of A-10 attack aircraft fleet in the sky. Then thick hemplin and rushed to the battlefield. Demon appears. Inside the headset, the enhanced channel was very lively, and the commander was repeating the attack mission of this takeoff over and over again. After arriving in the war zone, we used the dual aircraft formation as the basis to find the target to destroy. Pay attention to the position of the friendly forces, and we must accidentally get injured. A voice kept chanting in the earphones, instructing some novice pilots who have just entered the battlefield. Pay attention his actions, to maintain cover and protection. Priority use cannon to destroy the enemy's effective strength. Put those damn demons phalanx completely destroyed. Yilan middle. Raymond is not a novice, he was among the first batch of drivers EL-2 attack aircraft pilots to perform ground attack missions, and he pilots a period of years. More than half have been killed or promotion became finger officially slammed. Only he, who has the most record in the entire army, is still fighting on the front line. Because he likes the feeling when attacking the ground, like an eagle jumping on his prey. Air refers to the message of the Ministry of Play, we have entered the theater. Note the upper left. That's the cover of our attack MiG-21 fighter. Take it easy. Frontline commander's voice came from the headphones. Everyone under. Interestingly, he looked to his upper left. There really has lined up 6 oblique lines MiG-21 fighter with flying below these aircraft are hung Sparrow M missiles. It looks majestic. And those flying in the 5,000 meters high in the air A-10 attack aircraft, under the wings are covered with conventional bombs, several group, as thickly as hung under the wing of grapes. Devil Dog. This thing has detailed records on enemy arms manual, but they are too many to be more than I thought. With the remote controller operated vertical top of his head of 127mm caliber machine gun fire across the Demon Dog, Tony complained. Before the war, all the soldiers had been repeatedly trained and learned about all the types of troops displayed by the Devil, including Devil Dogs, Devil Bats, Demon Warriors, and even difficult dragons and demon generals. Of course, its real demon warrior can be divided into many types, including heavy armor of the giant devil, and the devil ordinary light armor soldiers. There are 2-headed demon dog, and 3 of. In addition, there is a long time there have been no 4-legged apes. Most of the soldiers in Alan Hill have already understood these demon units, and they also know some of the weaknesses of these demon units. And they even have undergone some intensive training to learn some methods to deal with these demons. Therefore, when the densely packed devil dogs appeared in front of the Alan Hill Grenadier, everyone did not panic. They just fired and attacked step by step, which blocked the devil dog's expendable counterattack. Countless devil dogs around Alan Xia assault troops, then numerous rain of tracer shells repulsed. This time Alan Xia main forces, and has been fighting in the territory of Druigan. The first 9 sets regiment army also not the same. They are equipped with better and stronger weapons, and they have received more training. Is offensive Alanxia soldiers immediately turned defensive. They very quickly build a simple defensive positions, and then use the G42 machine firearms propped up their defense. Countless AK-47 sudden strike rifle provides additional fire support. Cerberus, vulnerable in the face of this defense, simply cannot afford to lift any storm. One after the other, the devil dog was hit by bullets and fell down. While the companions around him bypassed its corpse, they were hit by other bullets and became new corpses. In just a few minutes, the body of the demon dog who participated in the counterattack was piled up into a low wall, and the black blood penetrated into the soil, which looked very disgusting. Standing tall looking at those positions toward the human devil dog, waging hand pressing his waist sword, demon general's triumphant look, companion to his side, open smiles. Our latest research, it is as a result, although human beings are very strong, they are definitely not invincible. His mouth, with fingers pointed to the far side of human positions, open, explains, before, I had studied human corpses of soldiers and weapons. Their weapons are relying on something called bullet combat. Every human soldier can carry a few hundred bullets at most. As long as these bullets are consumed, the opponent will be no different from ordinary sword fighters, and even weaker. When he said this, his tone became vicious, and his pointing hand tightened. Fist. At that time, if we throw in the main force again, they will lose the war. Devil dog. Me. I can be too much. Standing on his body after another demon general's sides hear each other say, but also proud of it, it seems. This war, we won. Just when these demons generals speak, to Tony on his head 127 homie goping dual-purpose machine gun replaced with a new cartridge links, and then retracted to their tanker. From just now, the third high-explosive shell of this T-72 tank was shot out at this time, and the 125mm tank gun suddenly moved backwards and then returned to its original position. Fully automatic motion loaders chose a high-explosive, very quickly completed a refill action, gun off to the side. His eyes did not leave sight. He chose a location with a lot of devil dogs, and then quickly pulled the trigger for firing. A cannonball rushed out of the muzzle and crashed into the place full of devil dogs. U-bombs explode, the shrapnel, countless flesh cut off all around. Black blood splashed everywhere, and a storm of blood spread among the demon dogs' queue, taking away the lives of dozens of demon dogs. Companions were killed. Demon dog more berserk. They continue toward Alanxia defensive positions. Even large E-caliber machine gun cannot stop them closer. I need support. Be so consumed by it, not to mention the attack, and even live in this defensive line of defense, is a problem. Tony penetration through the periscope, commanding the demon dog in front of their own goal machine gun fire attack. He shot tracer bullet trails, a demon dog then a fall. But the other party is still charging. It seems that there is no fear at all. 392 can't go back. Just as the devil dog rushed endlessly towards the human defense position, a dark cloud in the distant sky quickly pressed over. Mr. R. Freehand. Dive. And in a bumpy aircraft, command the front line of attack. Aircraft commander issued a loud attack. The first arrived on the battlefield is not A-10 attack aircraft. Opposite the airport is less demanding and easier maintenance of the old Deal 2 attack aircraft. These attack aircraft can take off from simply repaired lawns, and the mounted bombs are easy to produce and transport. What's more reassuring is that these aircraft do not require too many ground crews to maintain, and there are few special tools for repairing these aircraft. Unlike jet aircraft such as A-10, it even requires complex repair workshops and professional repair personnel. Therefore, these can take off from field airport, easy maintenance and repair of EL-2 attack aircraft. The Air Force ground support has become the vanguard. One next to an Iraqi Sol-2 attack aircraft fall from the sky, which mount the bomb, plenty of ammunition to join the fighting force. All of a sudden the dog demon troops suffered unprecedented losses. Almost without aiming, Iraq's Sol-2 attack hit the machine gun start to attack. The head of the pilots simply aligning the ground troops of the demon dog, and then easily pull the trigger. Tracer shells from the wing 20mm caliber cannon muzzle spewing out of the ground toward the target, then left 2 rows of white smoke thrown to the ground. While the plane was being pulled up, a bomb under the wing broke away from the bomb pylon, fell into the middle of the demon dog, exploded, formed countless shrapnel, and shredded everything around it. Without time to escape, these demon dogs with low intelligence are still attacking desperately. What they didn't find was that their corpses were farther and farther away from human defense. Pull up. Pull up, devil ball of fire. In a desperate attack hit Il-2 attack strike aircraft unit without a radio channel in an unexpected voice sounded. The demon troops were unwilling to be beaten passively, and they also began to dispatch more powerful troops to cover the attacks of the demon dogs. One after another huge demon infantry phalanx joined the battle. These soldiers were wearing armor, covering the 3-headed demon dogs in the team that could release magic, and pushed forward little by little. Magic origin 1 year old. A demon officer pulled out his waist accessories, stood a soldier in front of him throughout the Devil Square, to taking the steps, slowly traveling up. Accompanied by these demon forces advancing, there is also a stair car next to each other. These stair cars are much smaller than the previous ones. Of course, it seems that the defense is worse. The house earlier cars are evil magic to bring, not just those created by the improved. The huge demon was beating the war drum hanging around his waist, and the silent sound of the war drum inspired countless demon forces to continue their attack. Slowly forward in the devil into the square, numerous guns seize the sky, shining gun point flashing terrible light in the sun. Magic origin 1 year old. All the demons, soldiers shouting and went up, even at full blast on the battlefield. People can still hear clearly. And on such a cruel battlefield, one helicopter hovered behind the human defense line. On this helicopter with only a light machine gun as a self-defense weapon, the members on board are wearing binoculars and maps, as well as some rulers and an advanced rangefinder. One after the officers marked out a place on the map, he grabbed the side of the intercom, loudly shouted, "Take the standard 7549! Demonic forces magic square resonance bomb, ready to fire." At the same time, on the Al-Nqsir artillery positions near positions, one next to one of 109 self-propelled artillery high raised a barrel, put down the hands of the phone, responsible for directing the guns of the artillery commander lenging a cry, opening ordered, all the artillery, 3G ammunition base, firing coordinates 7549, position of the main forces of the devil. Boom. Accompanied by his command, the 109 cannons that had been impatient for a long time spewed out huge flames one after another. The artillery positions adjacent place, more 105mm caliber, Animal Husbandry Division self-propelled artillery, at the same time began to pour their shells to a position where the demonic forces. A Jaizuo, an artillery projectile is loaded hand to promote the barrel of the gun. A Jaizuo, a cannonball is shot, falls within the military array of demons. A few seconds after the bell, the cries of the devil explosion completely submerged, attached heard loud explosions start on the demon army positions. Sounded as if there is no limit in general, from the beginning never stop, as more and more people like to join forces to battle demonic forces of decline began to emerge. In the sky, the demon bats of the demon force were hunted down by MiG-21 and F-16 fighter jets. Even if the few dragons were thrown into the battlefield, they did not change the demon's decline. Those looks are first into demon fighter in front of Sidewinder infrared guided missiles vulnerable, and soon even these demons do not want to use the Air Force, and they just simply launch a ground offensive. It seems to want to use their own number, flooding the opponent in front of you. However, here's the opposite. Humans are doing the same intention. Model AI sold to frontline command, with steel drowned those demons once all-powerful army. Flesh and blood, Ying war real steel rain, it is an unprecedented contest, but also a brutal fight. Or it is more appropriate to slaughter the devil has not caused any trouble to humans so far, and a small number of casualties are also caused by bad luck. With sufficient ammunition, the combat effectiveness of Alan Hill's troops is it can be fully guaranteed. The sky once again swooped down Iraq's Soul to attack aircraft pour out all the rest of their ammunition. These planes drove away after they emptied their ammunition, leaving the demon troops in a mess. Countless corpses even began to hinder the demon force's own attack. The following demon phalanx had to step on the body of the demon dog to move forward slowly. Due to the existence of these bodies, originally neat square became a little messy, but as more shells falling, these messy square began to crumble a little bit. Some ordinary artillery shells fell on the magical defensive barrier on these demons' square head, stirred up a circle of ripples. Some shells passed directly through the magical defense barrier and exploded inside, blowing up pieces of demon soldiers. Are countless number of demons fallen troops on the battlefield. Even watching a battle of some demon generals, we have been deeply overawed in front of the fighting moment between their hearts even raised a wave and let them feel ridiculous idea, they feel that they are not human beings and fight, but in the massacre of a group of elite dragon. Once Alan Hill's troops began to attack, there would always be various supporting aircraft hovering over their heads. When groups of forces anneal to attack after attack aircraft ammunition left, IC-130 aerial gunship and out now over the battlefield. As soon as these suppressive aircraft, which carried more ammunition and attacked more fiercely, appeared, the demon dog troops, which had no impact ability, quickly fell apart. All kinds of weapons fire at the ground in the sky, and a whole area can be cleared in an instant, so that no piece of armor remains there. Even more exasperating is that, because of the relationship striking distance, air defense means almost demonic forces take AC-130 no way, so they can once again send his air force to try to drive the damn plane. Unfortunately, the devil bats as well as Tiamat back to the battlefield. When they are executed, airspace government mission fighter expelled. Due to the presence of early warning aircraft, the Air Force Alanxia scheduling workup more detailed and more effective. This new command mode greatly improves the efficiency of the Air Force, and also greatly enhances the combat capabilities of the Air Force. With AC-130 aerial gunship attack, helicopter gunships joined the battle. These Cobra helicopters carrying rockets use the tactic of hitting and leaving. They rushed for a certain distance, then fired the rockets at the target, and then turned away without any muddle. This is also an effective tactic developed to reduce losses, which is very effective. With these rockets, the Devil Dog troops, which had long since ceased to be a climate, began to collapse on a large scale. Let the demon officers work hard to drive out the orders. These low-level demons will not continue to move forward after losing tens of thousands of similar species. They also seem to feel a trace of despair. Of course, these low-level demons don't have such emotions, but they need to retreat and regain their strength and gather more companions in order to continue their attack. At this time, the distant horizon, A-10 attack aircraft fleet appeared in the vicinity of the clouds. These attack jets with roaring engines are more advanced, and the pilots who fly them are more sophisticated. He had twinkling of an eye flew over the battlefield, which is sprayed into the white attack aircraft appeared on the battlefield. Devil's senior commanders felt a wave of unusual momentum. Not before, they have not received orders to retreat. There are demons behind their city Vatican DSR, there are demons Sal Alex Prince, so they cannot retreat. Half a step is not possible. Keep on attacking. Put in more troops. For Prince Salux, for the source of magic. Go ahead. In the square of more demon soldiers, the demon officer who commanded them drew out their sabers and shouted hysterically. In the hoarse cries of those in heaven, A-10 attack aircraft began a dive attack. He drove his A-10 attack plane hit Ilan Middle. Raymond in front of the site. The pressure in a huge demon army phalanx above The third is later. Everyone can watch again tomorrow morning. 393 second plan. On the simply constructed defensive position, an Alan Hill soldier drew a smoking rod from his pocket near his shoulder, and pulled it away, causing it to emit dazzling yellow smoke. He threw the smoking stick not far in front of him, and then immediately retracted his head. At the same time, dozens of soldiers simultaneously threw this mark directly in front of themselves on the human defensive position, clearly marking the approximate location of the current defensive position. These smoking rods can be seen very clearly in the sky. In this way, those Air Force attack aircraft, especially jet attack aircraft, will not accidentally injure the areas under their control. And this time, as a dive of Ilan Raymond, facing the demon forces that obviously square buckle under its own trigger. A-10 attack aircraft, codenamed Lightning, on the whole is built around the famous GOR-8 Avenger cannon design and manufacture a super ground attack aircraft. When the design idea of one is the use of powerful GOR-8 Avenger cannon to destroy all types of ground targets, the so-called bombs and missiles, just A-10 attack Philhead attack aircraft design at the beginning of it. And he came over and said, GOR-8 Avenger cannon originally is A-10 attack plane hit stereotypical X-planned parallel project. The performance requirements of the cannon were announced in 1970, and the specific plan was designed by the competition between General Electric and Philco Ford. X-2 prototypes plans YA-10 and Northrop YA-9 former a quasi-preparation for installation of the weapon, but when the prototype development began GOR-8 has not been completed, so a 61 Vulcan cannon-style temporary replacement. After completion, GOR-8 full-line system exact name AA-49E6 gun-based system representing A-10 attack aircraft of the aircraft weights 16 around. I can responsibly say, the original A-10 and GOR-8 is to given most final product out of compromise. Thus, A-10 attack construction machine rather special attack, Avenger cannon and mounted in the fuselage slightly left of the axial position, while the landing gear is slightly to the right, thus ensuring the operation of the gun when firing the actual artillery. The tube is on the central axis of the aircraft. GOR-8 total weight 280 kilograms, while count fill weight after the missile and missile system of the Drum 1, 828 kilogram, nearly 2 tons of weight, all in a pile on the door cannon, which is never appeared to do. This artillery ammunition, the distance from the muzzle to the trailing end of the system is 5,931 meters, drum diameter 88 centimeters in full length of 182 meters. Ammunition cartridge once filled 174 rounds, but usually consignee equipment 150 hair. At the time when the emission of the combustion penetrators, which artillery muzzle velocity of up to 990 yards seconds, more nearly the weight lighter 61 Vulcan cannon of Formula 20 caliber cannon, same projectile. For the best results piercing, GOR-8 a standard ammunition arrangement in accordance with 4:1 ratio will warhead weighing about 425 grams G14B fuel firing armor piercing bullet with a weight of about 360 grams G13B high deflagration burn elastic high mixed. The warhead of the G14B is embedded in a lightweight aluminium alloy shell, and a core of depleted uranium with a smaller caliber is wrapped inside. The Avenger cannon is extremely effective against tanks and any armored vehicles. GOR-8 has a very important innovation in ammunition design, which is the use of aluminium alloy instead of traditional steel and brass. This allows the aircraft to carry 30 more ammunition with the same total load. There is also a plastic shell hoop designed to extend the life of the barrel on the shell. The ammunition is about 290 mm long and weighs about 069 kilograms. So sturdy performance, let the guns full of momentum at the time of the fire, combined with A-10 attack plane hit the terrible roar of the engine, attacking the visual effect is very cool. In Iraq, Raymond pulled the trigger moment, hundreds of shells on injection into the enemy's phalanx. These depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets easily penetrated the magical defense barrier above the square with their terrible rate of fire, just like cutting a piece of tofu. Then, these terrible ammunition fell on the demon forces in the square. 30 great artillery shells, with unprecedented power through the raging crowd, unstoppable. These ammunition pierced through the thin armor, through the body of the demon soldier, and through the others behind them. Most end up in these munitions hit the ground, on top of a piece of dust splashes, became filled with heartbreaking white smoke. Cut melon vegetable in general. This is Isle and middle. Raymond locked demon's phalanx late in time off their feet. The demon officer who pointed his sword to the front and ordered his troops to attack was penetrated by a cannonball. He was spitting out blood, clutching his arms that had been beaten into two by a cannonball, and looked at the sky desperately. He was not terrible cannon direct hit bombs, but as a shell-thrown gravel hit his arm, it hurt became the appearance in his body side. And some shells such demons suddenly hit into two parts. The upper body still linger alive, lying on the ground moaning non-stop howling. The place that was baptized by the GOR-8 machine gun was almost in a state where no grass was growing. The demon forces that stood neatly in the phalanx were completely collapsed on their backs. Imagine this weapon, how much power, puppet Empire tanks, equipped with nothing more than a single tube of 30mm rapid-fire guns only. This Alan Hill anti-aircraft weapon has long been discontinued. However, many countries have many production lines to imitate this artillery, and many countries still use this backward weapon. The Holy Demon Empire has been mass-producing this weapon until it was destroyed by Alan Hill. Later, Alan Hill took over these factories, and now they have completely stopped production and switched to producing other weapons and equipment. Puppet Empire until now, production is still 30mm rapid-fire guns. He had a lot of equipment that gun. One is mature technology, on the other hand also because their shells stock is too much. However, Alan Xia have put this 30mm rapid-fire guns onto the aircraft, and this gives stronger gun, higher rate of fire, with the more sharp ammunition, to raise it to an unprecedented height. Just need 1 to 2 seconds short shot strike. This Store Guards Avenger cannon can destroy each devil square. Even if the opponent opened his magical defensive barrier, still have to pay a heavy price. This time over the battlefield at the moment, so terrible A-10 attack plane hit, yet there are as many as dozens of aircraft. They interspersed back and forth, destroying all the demon forces they could see. In the sweep after a phalanx of demons at the same time, they will occasionally drop to bomb, causing heavy casualties and more. The demon army that had lost its commander was also in chaos. This phalanx had to start to retreat. The phalanx behind gave way to retreat and reorganized, while the brand new demon phalanx at the back continued to retreat. Push forward. But, not so close to the new phalanx of human defensive positions. It has been an A-10 attack plane hit patronize. The same kind of fire is a familiar one. The same bomb fell into the devil positions. The same explosion and a piece of white smoke is also a massive loss. Manipulation of the low altitude performance is outstanding. The turning radius of the odd small A-10 attack plane hit around in a circle in the sky. Ilan middle. Raymond once again the sight. The pressure has collapsed in on a phalanx of demons. He calmly drove his plane into the attack route, and then calmly pulled his trigger. Chug chug. 30mm cannon giant GOR-8 Avenger again spewed deadly fire, enveloped in the top of the demon forces. Homeopathic pulled his attack aircraft. Ilan middle. Raymond sense feel very excited. He likes this kind of hearty attack, and also likes the smooth attacking feeling brought by the new weapon. It has to be said that this new type of aircraft is really suitable for attacking large-scale cluster targets such as demon forces, and it is simply tailor-made for demon forces. The A-10 attack plane hit the trails, the devil floor vehicles have been destroyed, soldiers were also down one place, full of black blood, and the scene is a mess. On the high ground in the distance, a demon general looked at his collapsed troops. His expression was already ugly to the extreme. He originally had a handsome face, but now he looks a little distorted. Magic? Why do not the dragon troops out why? Question mark. He looked to the side responsible for directing the demon army generals Tiamat, open question, and said, "You look at my department team beaten. Today I have been a loss of 20 more than the magic dragon. There are 30 multi-shelf fighter. You think him standing here? Come watch." The other side is full of anger. Immediately opening retorted, "The demon air force has indeed been desperate today, taking off a large number of demon fighters. But not even an Alan Hill plane has been shot down. The few results were obtained during air defense by ground forces. It is just some of the down deal to attack aircraft, as well as a modified off-ground support type B-25 attack plane hit. In the loss of 20 a few demons after the Dragon, the Devil Air Force had to stop the fight for air supremacy of folly. A decisive battle with the Alan Hill Air Force, which has an early warning aircraft and F-16 and F-15 fighter jets, is indeed too reluctant for a force of the Demon Air Force level. I have troops on the ground is collapsing. Our well-planned attack, even so fail, pointing to the distant struggle of their own troops in the war, just to speak of the Devil generals once again opening asked. Too many, we can only perform the second set battle plan. Command of the Air Force Devil Demon generals think a little bit. This suggested, well, that can only be the case. Hearing this suggestion, the demon general looked a little better, nodded and said, let the devil dog behind. Withdraw the troops. Give the opportunity of attack to the humans themselves. Hum hum, woo! Exclamation mark. Following his order, the melodious horns of the demon forces echoed one after another, echoing in the sound of explosions. Following the sound of these horns, the demon forces began to retreat. 394 Departure and massacre. Listen, said, as long as they beat Alanxia, we can safely go home. A soldier holding his spear, squatting on the roadside, looking at his companion, open asked uneasy. His companion was not as optimistic as he was. At this moment, he looked sad and shook his head depressed. I don't know what's going on. Didn't you hear the sound of guns over there? I'm afraid that the mountains will be flattened. After the demon entered the Baemar Empire, in order to protect himself, whether he was stunned, the top leaders of the Baemar Empire began to force conscription and expanded his army to more than 2 million people. Most of these troops are just cannon fodder equipped with cold weapons, and some are second-rate troops that have been barely armed with the aid of the Cossack Empire. When Alan Hill's main force began to go south, these troops were basically in a state of collapse. As a result, they retreated near the demon-controlled defensive line and were thus intercepted. Those demons, how good you do not know. He who can hit us a few dozen hold weapons and soldiers still is hoping to hasten the victory of the devil, and then himself good to go home to see his wife and children. The same kind of sitting beside him sad face that soldiers still remain pessimistic, still shook his head and said, Alanxia, a soldier can beat us 10. He had seen the terrible shelling with his own eyes, as well as the attack planes hovering above him like vultures. So he knows Alanxia strong. A sage you do not have anybody's solution release. Anyone who has fought against Alan Hill will be impressed by such a unit. Their weapons can be far away, and even sometimes, the soldiers of Alan Hill have not yet appeared, and their artillery and rockets are enough to make people collapse. Assemble, assemble. An officer walked over with a pale face, pressing the long sword around his waist, walking along the road, and weakly shouting the order to gather. Those who heard the order stood up lazily, and then began to line up in a mess. Everyone's actions are different. It seems that the whole queue has nothing to do with the adjective neat. Scattered, people entered the queue one after another, and everyone was carrying their own spears, barely resembling an army. Then, these troops were ordered to move forward, but were not told any reason. These soldiers looked at the demon soldiers beside them nervously, not knowing what they were going to do next. This is not the direction to go home. This is the direction of the front. A sensitive soldier, meaning aware of what stared, look around. Loudly on their side companions shouted. His shout made others realize something, and everyone started to clamor. Didn't this let us go back to the front line? What's a joke? I have not go back. Back is a dead end. Alanxia, those guys is not people, they are the devil. Another soldier pushing and shoving the surrounding people, clamoring to leave. In his drum under dynamic, some soldiers shake up the entire queue are stuck down, congestion on the road. Looking at the mess the way are a headache. Seeing that the situation was in danger of getting out of control, the demon forces on both wings immediately waved their long swords and slashed directly at the peripheral soldiers who did not know what had happened. The blood suddenly splashed, and everyone was stunned. They watched their comrades fall down beside them, and then in the next second they discovered that they had cut down the long swords of their comrades and looked at their bodies again. "I have one of us, a soldier shouted hysterically, then edged sword bis hong neck, split. The whole people a chance to send out a scream and fell in a pool of blood. His body sighed, just a soldier also clamoring to go home. His head was cut flying sword, leaving a body peering fell on someone else's body, erupted stained with blood under the body of armor on another corpse. You have to do. What are you doing? One of the soldiers with guns pointed at the devil, screaming loudly questioning. Back before the line went. Regain your lost positions. Led by officers carrying a demon keep blood sword. Icy tone replied. Kidding, I have beat Alanxia people. The soldier said these words when the tone has been with a tearful voice. Unfortunately, no one pity him, taking advantage of the time he was not looking. The devil on the other side his proximity to the front. A direct axe split the head of the soldier. The young soldier still had horror on his face, but the helmet on his head had changed shape. An axe was inserted between his eyebrows, and his eyes filled with fear and despair. Useless people like keep only pollute the world. Led by military officers that were demons carried the sword to move a finger, ordered their subordinates, their insubordination. Kill. There was a scream after another in the distance. The soldiers of the Baimshire Empire who were unwilling to obey the order and launched an attack on the Alan Hill forces were brutally slaughtered by the demons. How powerless these soldiers are when facing the attack of Alan Hill, how powerless they are when facing the slaughter of demon forces. They have no ability to resist and can only endure the outcome imposed on them by the other party. Those afraid of Baimai State's soldiers, were driven to the devil on the battlefield, and then was forced to launch a suicide assault to Alanxia. His fate can be imagined. These ordinary people is not the devil, but that's even better than some lines move quickly devil dogs. In a later burst of intense gunfire, the soldiers' Baimexia Empire became muddy soil before military position where a cold body waiting for his loved ones come home, destined not wait until the soldiers come home that day. In just 2 hours, the frontline defenders of the Baimshire Empire lost more than 500,000. These soldiers were caught between Alan Hill and the demon forces, and were attacked by both sides at the same time. Countless people died here, so that all the roads were full of corpses, and the fields were full of blood and minced meat. Whole Baimai northern part of the country before the line, and at this moment it is hell no difference. There was a bloody breath in the air, and every step he took might step on an unfamiliar corpse. The war changed from here, and the demon forces began to implement their cruel plan to destroy mankind. He had driven humans to humans and decisive, if not slightly raised his knife to eliminate these disobedient troops. Not before. Let these demons be surprised, when they slaughter Baimexia Empire, Alanxia forces still did not have to put to demonic attack. Countless cannon shells pouring into the area where the devil troops. Bombers have also targeted attack behind the demon forces. Moreover, the confusion before the line blocked while Alanxia advancing troops, but also to the devil troops created a lot of trouble. To participate murder like those Baimexia troops entangled Empire remnants who eventually came Alanxia troops spite, then wiped out. The entire war zone was full of corpses, and the mixture of black blood and red blood made it even more disgusting. Tonnis D-72 tank was replenished with ammunition once, and then continued along the so-called highway. Then he discovered that his tank was not walking on a road at all. but a wilderness paved with corpses. The original road is not an asphalt road, but a dirt road with ordinary road conditions. Now that this dirt road is full of blood and corpses, it is even more rugged. T-72 tank crawler belt and devil mill in human bodies, slightly undulating bumps. The armors on those corpses were crushed and deformed by tanks, and then embedded in the soil, in different shapes like slightly undulating reliefs. With the car T-72 behind the tanks, carrying weapons, stepped over the bodies Alanxia grenadiers, some pale and retching from time to time look. The mud soaked in black blood hung on the soles of these grenadiers' shoes, making a crunching sound every step of the way, and it sounded a little creepy. Not before. Alanxia troops still advancing in the forward, self-propelled guns, as well as more supply truck behind tanks, as well as countless creeps. Empire has been filled into the Baymaxi or in the line of defense that no longer exists. And the devil this time will be forced to give up their offensive strategy began to turn defense. The choice is very painful, because the demons were forced into defense. We will have to face more, the Alanxia new weapons. Let the first 201 armored division to the flanking movement, to the first 13 armored divisions into space operations, spread armor as possible. Now that you've hit on the devil, then we do not need to worry about the demon forces of the counterattack. I have been having mastered the initiative on the battlefield. Modler immediately decided to invest more troops to attack. His goal marked the start after the defeat of the devil, and Courier of 6 sets group to form military wings sandwich situation. Once this pincer offensive is formed, all the enemies in the encirclement circle can only give up their positions and retreat. Quasi-prepared for a long battle in the southern offensive, Alanxia also have more cards. Does not light out of it, so long as the devil's main found, Alanxia troops have the guts to continue to build on this. At the same demonic forces rise. The prince in Sal Alex van Diersa, his men were looking at when his face became more gloomy, much gloomier than before the war began. The unlucky Black Shadow sending the message was once again killed by the angry prince, and now guarding the prince's side is another new Black Shadow. All tell me, if the human forces continue so crushed, we really have any way to stop them? Sal Alex's voice echoed throughout the large hall, so that all present were demons shudder. The second is more likely to be a little late. The dragon spirit is unstable, and eager to make changes, so the update is a bit messy. There are only 2 updates today, and the second one, let's get up tomorrow morning. In addition, a sense of Xenxi readers are reward adults, plus Dragon Spirit will remember more of. 395 The Devil's Doubt. The demon generals standing under the steps of the throne where Sarux was located, felt dull at this moment. He had vowed before the war to ensure that human can beat, but after the war, suffered heavy losses due to Ikijia defeated dozens of kilometers away. Although according to Alan Hill's previous advancing speed, the demons blocking battle has been very eye-catching, but for the high-level demon, they are not to delay the human attack, nor to defend. In the beginning, the devil's plan was to attack, relying on the superiority of troops and combat effectiveness to crush humanity. However, as the battle unfolded, in terms of combat power and strength, the demon was surprised to find that he was not actually dominant. That's why, at this moment, Prince Sarux became so angry that the demon generals under his command were silent. A demon generals whispered opening, explaining about the specific reasons for their frontline defeat. I have been trying to interfere with human communication. However, the puppet of the Empire and say not the same. Human communication does not seem to be affected. Empire puppetry search after development magic interference communication apparatus, to put these synchronization techniques demon aspects. Even through the through passage Kashik Empire, Imperial puppet magic interfere with some device prototypes, are sent to the hands of the devil. With these equipment, the demon feels that it can cut off the contact between the human forces and gain a certain degree of advantage in communications. This is also an important reason why the demon forces have the confidence to defeat the frontal human forces. Who knows, after the battle began, The communication jamming equipment built by these demons simply didn't perform as good as it should be. The demon generals responsible for the use of these devices, Open, explains, I have the power of interference has been open to a maximum load of magic equipment. It was only so much. It's real and he do not understand these foreign words. These terms are spread out from Alanxia, Trinity Empire by other empires, and defected to the imperial puppet traitor word of mouth, eventually became the continent universal vocabulary. After all, there are too many weird equipment that Alan Hill has produced. In order to accept these advanced equipment, he can only accept Alan Hill's name setting, most end. We knew it, Alanxia some new argument, gradually became a common saying throughout the continent. For example, said KM, such as the speed of sound, such as horsepower and so on. Of course, there is more general time as Alan Hill's exquisite desk clocks and pocket watches have become popular throughout the world. The time unit of hours, minutes and seconds has also become popular. Power, load, damn how words from your mouth is so easy to say it. Standing by him demanded another demon general's cynical edge. He discrimination depending on anything related to humans, and even despise those already in mass production for a long time. Demon Fighter. Although the Demon Fighters modified from the seismic electric fighters have suffered heavy losses, they are still the main force of the Demon Air Force. Only this kind of aircraft can fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters to intercept Alan Hill's bombers, and only this kind of aircraft can barely keep up with those Alan Hill's fighter units. Although, as the Alan Hill fighter force began to replace the third-generation aircraft, this Demon Fighter has been obviously outdated and backward, but it is still one of the best choices for the Demon Air Force. His questions for interference in charge of the machine is very embarrassing. Demon generals, only self-justification and said, you order for me to say these fucking words ever invented? How a principle we do not learn these words even if those damn devices. I don't know how to say it. But this kind of thing did not play the desired effect. The cynical hot satirical demon generals still in or cynical, the other side Xiobulati, very angry. At this time, another demon general opened his mouth and said, could it be the bastards of the Puppet Empire, deliberately deceiving us? He didn't really believe in the Puppet Empire either, but he was still more neutral than the general who spoke just now. Although he does not trust the Puppet Empire, but did not shock into even I do not believe the technology. In his opinion, the interference devices provided by the Puppet Empire may have hidden backdoors. It is not that the technology used by the equipment itself has a problem, but that there is a problem with the Puppet Empire. If people know the Puppet Empire, he had dutifully fulfilled the covenant, snatch theft and to share the advanced technology to the devil. The devil was so skeptical, they estimated to vomit blood 3 liters of it. Who could have imagined that the technological advancement of Alan Hill was so fast that even most of the technologies used by Alan Hill were not up to date? Indeed, some even newer are not really, you know. There are still forces in Alanxia use Morse 98K step gun too. Who could have imagined that the most advanced Alan Hill troops already use F-15 fighter jets, and even have sci-fi weapons like floating fortresses, but there are also troops using World War II level weapons and equipment. Therefore, when the Puppet Empire tried to suppress Alan Hill technically, their thinking was completely wrong. Not only was wrong, but also embarked on a path of no return. So, his approach is doomed to failure. Failure is questioned. It became logical outcome. The devil general assumption that in fact there are many people oppose, in which are demon generals to deny the opening said, deliberately deceive us any good to them that they have already succumbed to the magic origin. There is no need to do so. Exclamation mark. Who knows, these cunning of humans, even in this short a few hundred years, developed a technology so horrible. He who may already collusion good. We do not have equipment to deliberately effect this. The demon general looked a little bit arrogant. He casually who edited create chaos, so that the Prince of Sal host Alex sat up even more restless. Raiders people kind of area is his primary goal. The temptation has always been a puppet of the empire he is most proud of a move. Now, even this is no longer certain, which makes everything he did before become a complete joke. This time Alex shall at the moment have to consider a question. If not a puppet of the empire was really magical origin tempted, how he actually going to do? Not too soon, he would break free from this assumption, because he sent to people who witnessed the puppet troops and rival empire bit a fight scene. If even these are fake, then it would be too fake. Therefore, he still trusts the puppet empire. At least he feels that the temptation of the source of magic to the puppet empire cannot be easily resisted. Therefore, after excluding the betrayal of the puppet empire, Salux thought of another possibility, that is, the puppet empire was also deceived by Alan Hill. This kind of interference device is actually a complete scam. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it was possible. Prince Sarux turned his attention to the group of demon generals who were arguing over here. According to Puppet Empire of Argument, this Alanxia, not a few hundred years built up. He who came out almost overnight. Apparently, these demons generals still quarreling. He had to find a variety of doubt, to prove his point, but their views will be challenged others. A field session on the front line of the battle, and thus open the General Assembly into a proof of mutual suspicion collapse of the people. Sure enough, the other side also will be out of view. Let's sit for Alex Prince of Salon the first dumbfounding. So I say that these people must have been a puppet of the empire deceives us. Such an empire, how could it came out overnight? It's too early to draw conclusions. What we have to consider now is how to deal with the humans in front of us. Before Prince Salux had time to speak, the general on the other side emphasized how to deal with. We are not yet fully out of it yet. Let those damn good human beings. We experience what it's scary demon. The same kind of demon generals back to the other side of hate something. Keep on attacking. Put in more troops. Anyway, we have endless magical energy. Under this strong magical atmosphere, we can't be defeated. When he said this, a demon general clenched his fist, ruthlessly yelled fiercely. He did not know is that they just could not stop bickering when Alanxia Busters has won a series of attacks beginning of their goals. In the account after picking up these goals, the first 6 sets group army group, and 13 sets regiment military wings double a team group, has formed a huge encirclement. If this encirclement is closed, part of the demons' forces on the southern front will be caught in a dilemma, and will eventually be wiped out by humans. Several small inside when the human forces from the wings to move forward, played to approximately 40 gongli wide, 70 gongli long protrusion. These 2 protrusions extend forward a little bit, and are getting closer to the center a little bit. As long as these 2 protrusions converge, all the demon forces in the middle will be cut off. Enough. Finally, the unbearable Prince Salux interrupted the seemingly endless quarrel among his men. He patted his heavy armchair, then he stood up from his place on the stage down the order. Now, the most important thing is to stop the advance of human fronts to stabilize the tragedy is not the case. Go. Pass my command, so that 10 floating castle move forward. Cover protecting ground forces. Regain the initiative. He suppressed his inner anger, his voice full of hostility ordered. 396 The next era. The interior of a newly renovated factory building in Allen Hill in Ceres looks full of modernity. The meticulously renovated factory building is not for show, because at this time, Chris, the greatest emperor of Allen Hill, has already walked in, accompanied by the staff and security guards. Can reach invitation to His Majesty the Emperor personally visited the factory in this world really is running out. In the early years, there were few factories in Allen Hill, and many factories still had a strong royal mark, so Chris would often attend some factory establishment ceremonies. Later, with more and more such factories, Chris only occasionally attended the inauguration ceremony of an important factory near Ceres. Still later, Alanxia plant it is too much, and many are also very important. Chris has been no need to attend the ceremony of the completion of these factories. And this time, He took time again and even attended the rebuilding ceremony of this factory with Princess Vivienne, which shows the importance of this factory. The emergence of this factory marks that our world will become more and more beautiful. This is the most important turning point in the history of our human progress, and it is also the first step for us as human beings to move towards an infinite future. Chris stood in the factory building. At the doorway, he smiled and said to countless reporters, "Now, countless people are concerned about the all-out war that broke out in the southern region. And countless people are concerned about all aspects of the empire." But now, after hearing what Chris said, the reporters who participated in this interview all realized that they would never come home empty-handed this time. The last time His Majesty the Emperor said this, it was when Alan Hill's civilian communications network began to be laid. And now, at least in some major cities, Alan Hill's mobile phones have begun to become popular, and communication has become simple and reliable. The entire era has been accelerated by this feat. For the first time, human communication has become so convenient and fast. Mr. Hu, I am not claiming credit for this facility, only say that, in fact, the factory's products, and no special. Chris smiled and pointed his hand behind the factory premises. Reporters carrying cameras for all said. He paused, and then continued, "This is an ordinary factory of Manskell Automobile Company. It is just a car assembly line. Steam car, or the car. But not everyone is curious Malibu series, but cheap Manseger people steam car series." Chris, when pointing to the podium at the foot, said the cheap car spliced into a high platform. This kind of car is very cheap, and has been one of the first choices for civilians to buy cars since its inception. People brand cars are affordable and well made, and their performance is still very reliable, so they have spread to every corner of Alan Hill. All the people of the city can see the steam cars, the second generation of the people, even more expensive car than the first generation of the people, some of the car. Therefore, Chris said that the cars produced on this production line are nothing special. But it is really not an exaggeration. In fact, the People's Automobile under the Manskell Group has no technical advantages. The streets are everywhere, and even many people can repair some common problems of cars by themselves. With seen at the car, naturally not anything special, so we are more curious. What good? Chris next to nothing to say. Today, I have to show you, not a product, but a brand new mode of production. Chris spread his hands, made a world of inclusive gesture. Behind him, a huge curtain to two separate sides, a new production plant, and thus show in front of everyone. The next second clock, reporters have even forgotten to press the shutter on the camera himself, responsible for video cameraman, who was also in front of all, shocked, forget steadied their equipment. Indeed real, as Chris said, this is indeed a crosser plant, because this plant, it is not a worker. All the processes are completed by some strangely shaped robotic arms and manipulators. Each cars were produced, it is controlled by the machine. Those precise machines are moving up and down, carrying on precise production all the time. No one is supervising, and no one is lazy. There will be no surprises in production. Standard parts can be repeatedly produced in hundreds of thousands and millions. The sturdy manipulator arm installs the door on the already equipped car body, and the small manipulator around the manipulator arm flexibly tightens the screws at the designated position. Then, these machines continued to repeat the actions a few seconds ago, and the left and right doors of a car were installed on the body at the same time. More far away, or bare steel frame, are mounted on the vehicle chassis, no less accurate. The welding torch is precisely clicked on the place where welding is required, and it is in full compliance with the use standard, and the safe and firm solder joint is completed. There is no need for anyone's participation here, and it can even be said clearly that people in this production workshop are almost the only redundant existence. What's more frightening is that there seems to be no huge production roaring noise here. The whole factory can be quietly read and study, and even sleep. Of course, in order to prevent magical origin control, Alan Hill did not use puppet technology to achieve robot production like the Puppet Empire. After all, The kind of puppet technique is prone now all sorts of problems. It's okay if you take refuge in the source of magic, but if it is used by the source of magic, it is definitely a choice that outweighs the gain. That is why as such, Alanxia automatic production robots, only to be produced so late. Something indeed. Alanxia use of production robots, puppets and puppet technique empire is very different. The relationship during this period is complicated. Part of Alan Hill's robotics is actually a puppet technique that was born from the puppet empire. Because in some respects, puppet art is indeed a very advanced one, an advanced existence that the Earth civilization cannot understand. Because to have a magical presence, a puppet of joint technology, including linkage technology, can be done very delicate, which is the use of hydraulic or other means, it was impossible to do. So, in robot technology on surgery, Chris draws puppet technique, but reformed and innovation in the most central place. In order to prevent the robot from being controlled by the source of magic, Chris did not inject human-like mental power into these puppets. He let the computer control these flexible machines. Ever since, a brand new product similar to a super production robot appeared. With these machines, a factory workshop can be completely unmanned through computer control. Health and Puppet Empire the same production line, this time Alanxia may be mechanically raw production of machinery. Moreover, the accuracy is higher, the production speed is faster, and the quality is more guaranteed. Chris can be enough to imagine, as long as the device gradually began to increase, Alanxia capacity will be infinite expansion. Even in the foreseeable future, Alan Hill's production capacity can completely crush the world. As long as there is energy and materials, Alan Hill can continue to produce. Mr. R. Ladies, this is our fully automated production plant. Factory is the production of more than mechanized assembly line, more advanced future workshop. Chris confidence full, dragging along sound loudly announced. The source of magic. Standing in the center of the podium, Chris let out a sneer. Since you are so powerful and created a race of demons, then I will develop a Skynet. When I can use artificial intelligence to its fullest and turn on the Skynet of intelligence, it may not be inferior to your brainy energy body. By that time, T-800 big battle your puppet and the devil, who look stronger, right? Thinking of such a bad idea in his mind, a wicked smile appeared on Chris' face. He unchin, as if the whole show their force to the world in general. Before long, this workshop will be gaining in popularity, every aspect of production, all these will be fully automatic machine. At the same time he said these words, a car had been assembled, drove off the assembly bus, and was driven by a staff member directly under Chris' podium. Then, there was the second, the third. These cars were neatly parked at Chris' feet and circled the podium. Until then stopped no less steam until the car, Chris behind the production line until somebody shut down. After being cut off, whether the conveyor belt or their mechanical arm, they all stopped in place, motionless as if they had lost their soul. Future I have in the world is happy. It does not require physical exertion, can enjoy life. One day, well control our own destiny. Conquer this world. Conquer other world. Chris stop here live. Standing the motionless, waiting for the people below, to come out of shock and face the more powerful Alan Hill Empire. The scene remained quiet for a few seconds until Vivian, who was standing below, stretched out her hands and clapped gently, and the silence was suddenly broken. Wow! Wow! Everyone began to slap their hands. They, who had witnessed the history, finally knew why the Emperor came to this factory to attend this ceremony. Alanxia long live! A man excited moving his arm raised, loud cry together. His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. Everyone, all crazy cried, as if to see the gods of this era. General madness. The second is later. Everyone can watch again tomorrow morning. 397 Supply Station. In a small tank turret, Tony Voracious put a QAI biscuits into his mouth. Can be enough to have a look safer place to eat. This is already on the battlefield. A very enviable thing. Tonis next to the side. with his gunner's sight is monitoring the movement distance, which is to say in a century, although limited his vision. But someone looking better than no one to manage better. It's your turn, Thomas. Mouth biscuits not swallow. He opened his mouth. Vague said, rush, tight to eat. At this time, Tony and the gunner were very envious of the driver sitting in front of them. The driver can always relax and enjoy his food. After all, there are people who help to watch, and he doesn't need to operate weapons, so he looks quite relaxed. Gun Long nodded, put aside Long Bean, unscrewed the starch cans holding in the hands, with a small folding fork enjoy their food. He who is now at the place is close to a frontier demon forces. Any turmoil will cause a fierce battle, so everyone is very careful and handles every detail carefully. Armor Department Team Peripheral arranged Grenadiers position. In fact, they do not have to worry about a sudden attack coming. But the devil's patterns are endless, and it is better to be careful in everything than to be careless. Although the protection level of the T-72 tank is not high in modern tanks, and can even be described in a more general way, it still exists against the sky in this world. It can provide almost 360 degrees of strong defensive capabilities, giving all soldiers operating this tank with strong confidence. Body in the interior of the tank, there is naturally a very safe the whole sense of feel, at least from the water now. No one T-72 tanks were destroyed by the demon forces yet. Cold, there is no chance to heat it up. Aside chewing canned food starch, while the gunner complained he had to move forward today has more than 30 of kilometers, met sporadic resistance in some of the demon army, did not cause any trouble to them. Alan Hill's attacking forces have dispersed very far, and from time to time, the armored reconnaissance vehicles can be seen turning back to the original path to provide the tank troops with some specific information nearby, as well as the number and deployment position of the enemy. These light armored reconnaissance vehicles' strong combat capability, the equipment on the vehicle body 20 Vulcan cannon caliber, can also be some scattered demons. He often before the distance to the main forces 10 kilometers or even 20 gongli away, while the investigation, but also easily wiped out some of the single enemy. Some do not eat the wrong. Tony's mouth and swallowed hardtack, a sip of water, put the kettle lid tightened, hanging on hooks inside wall of the tank turret, leans in front periscope, looked around a bit around. Several vehicles loaded with soldiers in armored vehicles pulled up from behind, holding weapons of soldiers sitting on top of these tracked armored vehicles until stopped. They jumped off just spread out. Some soldiers in armored Lee cars, cigarette lighter, and some soldiers are added to the arrangement of the line of defense around in. He who are hitched behind came the soldiers, and they cover Tony soldiers. Emu forward is together. Along with the arrival of these armored vehicles, there are also several cars. There are jeeps and six-wheeled trucks. Jeep before the top of the engine compartment hatch. Car has a temporary soldering iron shelf. This shelf iron is neatly placed side by side with the tank. Sitting in the steam car when the soldiers had just parked the car and jumped down to, and then he had from the bonnet of the Jeep carry under those heavy drums, began to run to the hidden throughout the T-72 tank. Supplies here. Seeing these soldiers carrying oil drums, Tony relaxed. The logistics force arrived, which means they can get more ammunition and fuel. Crack. Lifting the hatch above his head, Tony leaned out half of his body and took a breath of smoke-smelling air, making the whole person feel more comfortable. Down to help. Several drums of carrying logistics team of soldiers carrying a Morse 98K step gun, walked next to Tony. Trudged tanks, loudly shouted, put a hand to put the fuel tank under his feet. He unscrewed the lid on the other fuel tank by hand. Tony motioned for the driver to open the fuel tank on the tank. He drilled out of the tank's turret and jumped onto the engine compartment cover behind the tank to help fill the tank. Yun lost to the shell of the car. Also, ammunition good compliment for a while. We ordered in this neighborhood to build a new supply base. Need your help. Pause. Oil drums. The diesel fuel poured into the T-72 fuel tank. Tank's logistics person staff grinned and said, originally, In order to increase T-72 stroke tanks, T-72 tank in the rear body there are two plug-in tank. Not two because fighting has been continued, the plug of the tank have been removed, leaving only the semicircular fixing means is mounted under the external tank, where exposed. Tony helped carrying their drums to poor diesel tanker, due to simmering breath labored without saying a word. A full tank of diesel is also very heavy, a person lift or very tough. At this time, there was another rumble of cannons on the distant horizon. Alan Hill's artillery began to attack again. The front has just stopped for less than an hour, and the artillery troops with increasingly higher mechanization have once again shown their sense of existence, unwilling to be lonely, with the gun hit more and more intense. And even here the shells have been heard, loud explosions, and then come these explosions into sky. Roaring rumble of listening is not real. More steam car to this piece of open space. This time Tony finally emptied the fuel tank in his hand. The empty tank handed back the next tank, waiting to get back logistician's tank. Yiliang next to a truck parked in the street. Some soldiers have been setting up tents in the core area. Armored tank maintenance vehicles, as well as simple cranes, have been opened here, and a lot of people start out in the cabin of the truck unloading down various types of caliber ammunition. Refers to direct traffic in human hands. Swing, cries after another. The heavy vehicles began to park according to the designed position, and a huge tent not far away was already supported. While the tent was being erected, someone had already buckled the camouflage net on the top of the tent. The camouflage net full of rags is very effective, and the tent instantly blends with the surrounding vegetation. The entire supply base soon began to take shape, and Tony had to get back into his tank and ordered the tank to be launched to make room for the subsequent supply vehicles. Trucks loaded with ammunition drove over from the nearby road one after another. Several tents had been set up. Some vehicles rushing to pick up the ammunition caused traffic congestion. But the situation soon changed from chaos to orderly. Several vehicles, M4 tank cars hanging converted car to work. The sky hovered a helicopter cover, this time also began to put back. Yiliang hastily rushed to the 4-mounted anti-aircraft missile launchers to take over the work in this helicopter, is responsible for ensuring the absolute safety of nearby airspace. You said why there are so many vehicles. Seeing more and more vehicles gathered, the gunner said with some emotion, holding his tin can. Tony leaned on the hatch, looked at the lively forward supply station in the distance on the slightly bumpy T-72 tank, shook his head and said, I was a TV seller. How could I know that these things are all? Where did it come from? Originally, I had still to fight with the sword. Gunlong's self-deprecating smile, the very salty canned starch are all poured into his mouth. Through the cans readily tanks, Mengwana waterway. Yes, 3 years ago, I never even think, I had one day at the battlefield, and demons fighting. Tony laments. Now, I'm actually in command of such a powerful tank battle. You say so. Advanced tanks, the production is not very mana. Gunlong beat a couple of his more favorite T-72 tanks, and opening casual chat channel. Tony laughed. Not necessarily be right. Xaser's factories, producing a tank, and produce a piece of clothing is easy. You can really dare. Gunlong is obviously not the letter, shook his head and smiled. Tony said. Tony is not anti-split, still talking to itself, and said, also Xu, there will be machinery, automatic production of this tank, followed by a one. Even the workers do not need it. You stretch of the imagination. Not to write small to say, pity. Gunlong been speculation. Tony amused, leaning slightly bumpy seat, shaking his head laughing. Of course he would not have thought that TV salesperson. Tony said so casually. In fact, he told the truth in a straightforward manner. Alan Hill's weapon production is indeed madly developing towards full automation. Soon, the time to produce a T-72 tank will be compressed to an unimaginable point. Far away, a motorcycle gallop. Car taxis soldiers from Tony the TS tanks began to yell very far. Tony took off his earphones and heard the opponent riding a motorcycle loudly reminding the tank company where Tony was advancing. Demon forces are found ahead. Lots, ready to fight. Slows down before forward speed. Tony has put on the headset, open the command said, pay attention to observe the surrounding grenade. Packing. Gun length on an automatic filling machine. Press a button. The automatic loading machine to select a grenade. The car quickly filled into T-72 within the bore of the tank. Keep the battle formation. Pay attention to cover each other. In his headset, the company commander's command also passed over. All the T-72 tanks immediately adjusted their positions and soon formed a wedge-shaped offensive formation covering each other. My Empire 398 suffered war. Dang! A bullet shell automatically withdrew and fell on the metal bottom plate in the tank, making a clear sound. The smoke extractor draws out all harmful gases in the barrel of the tank, so that the air inside the tank maintains a relatively good level. A thick smoke gushes out of the muzzle of the tank, and then the fully automatic loading machine pushes a new subloaded shell into the barrel. The action is continuous and smooth, without half a minute of lag. U-bomb ready. Guns after long heard the prompt. Immediately in front of the distant demon troops buckle under the enlightened 70 Masters battle tanks. The reaction rate is already very advanced. Tank over rapidly. Although it is not the best tank, it is still an excellent weapon with good performance. With the rotation of the motor, the turret turned to the direction of the Magic Snake in only a few seconds. T-72 tanks Athanasius long barrel, accurate pointing is constantly swinging Magic Snake body. Boom. Did not wait for Tonus command car length to buckle under the open trigger fire. A heavy armor-piercing projectile spouted out of the barrel and directly hit the Demon Snake's body. Because for the Magic Snake's body is in constant shaking, so this is not just a shell hit the middle part of the magic body of a snake, but slightly off a little bit. Therefore, this powerful armor-piercing projectile only hit a third of the left side of the Demon Snake's body. The huge power flew away from the body of the Demon Snake with the flesh and blood, and the pain made the Demon Snake crazily twisted. As Scoop spilled blood red, black blood everywhere on the battlefield. It is so moving and flirtatious. 2-2. As the shell hit the Magic Snake, the large E-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun controlled by Tony also sent a row of tracer rounds to the Magic Snake. These large E-caliber bullets flew away the scales of the Demon Snake, leaving more blood-filled holes in the Demon Snake's body. A few seconds after the time clock, just still raging Magic Snake in human positions, it fell to the dying human positions. At last it gasped, as if it was nostalgic for the air of this world. Until the end, reluctantly, it stopped. 399 Another class play. I really want to know, Your Majesty, is how to make such a bold decision. Staring at the map, at a young age is already the first one sets the overall commander of the military mission group Fertile Stewart, rub his asked suspiciously on his chin and face. In fact, when entering the Holy Demon Empire, Alan Hill's main force had already discovered that the enemy's road conditions were very bad. In order to make up for the poor road conditions, Alan Hill was frantically laying railways and building roads. On the one hand, the frontline troops are also being equipped with more cars to make up for the lack of transportation capacity. However, transport car is always a shortage of oil. Transport a car to the front, it will be spent another vehicle fuel. To support the consumption of a large army group, transportation by cars and airplanes is obviously very uneconomical. Val Stewart still clearly remember, in order to attack the cost of compression, His Majesty the Emperor but suffered a Dothan Empire more than 6 months before they launched the Campaign of the South. Throughout the Dothan area captured in one fell swoop, the achievements of the rise of the myth Alanxia. But now, in the Holy Demon Empire, Walter deeply felt the unfriendly local environment. Traffic Trinity Empire that was extremely bad, most of the roads are paved soil, and even roads are not really. The first one set group army group under such conditions of road offense itself is severely constrained. Originally, I had applied for 400 Liang transport vehicle, but above this time do not know why, no one granted to us. Ginseng Sik Long shook his head, looking slightly messy. Desktop, Opening complained, "I have the transportation convoy of China is already overwhelmed." Under this circumstance, there is no difference between continuing to attack and committing suicide. Ministry team of oil will be in short supply. There is also a lack of air transport vehicles to migrate their field airport. I have now is to promote the limit. He pointed to the critical point on the map, opening to General Walter. He said, then pushed forward into the 50 or so kilometers, I have myself would collapse. If in accordance with the current situation, let us attack Katayama defense, and that is the kiss of death. But I do not think, always attached importance to logistics of His Majesty, I would make such a mistake. War Technology staring at the map, still amused. In the bag after the Dragon surrounded Sikh, the first 1 set group army group and 3 sets regiment military forces group did not even hurry to attack. They are just on standby, on the one hand modification own communication system, while waiting for their supplies. General Command promised them enough of supplies. This is the first Empire ordered a set group army group and 3 sets regiment army group, even a prerequisite for a subsequent offense other army group. This offensive order came from more than 10 days ago, when Alan Hill was suddenly very conceited and prepared to launch a large-scale counterattack in 3 directions at the same time. You know, this is not a general counterattack, but a large-scale counterattack across the board. In order to prepare for such a battle, all fronts are frantically rushing to transport their own supplies. But even so, from the front line needed supplies are pitiful, even the trucks transporting these supplies are still scarce commodity. Except for the southern line, the Imperial General Staff came forward and barely gathered 4,000 new cars and formed some new car transport regiments to support the offensives of Modler and Courier. The remaining western lines and the southwest front line did not get a new car supplement. In other words, even if these troops have enough materials, they do not have enough capacity to transport these materials to the front line to support their own troops. Hope that this time, His Majesty the Emperor can solve our problem right. The first 1 set Chief of Staff Army Group Zhuangzuba Auction Group, some heavy tone, said, not a hope, His Majesty the Emperor will, I resolved their problem. War Technology will be a firm opening military notes. After the surrender of the city to be preserved Magic Luther Canal West, Shenglin Uosi River erected a new railway bridge on the tall, crowded the first 20 sets regiment infantry army groups who are carrying their own weapons, slow this wide by 30 meters large bridge. These soldiers, who have served for more than a year, have participated in very few battles, because they have been told in the first 1 and 2 set group, behind the army, occupied the city to receive, maintain local security. The task is not how much the storm. Moreover, these forces themselves how the equipment is not elite, generally only equipped with Mauser 98K Steps guns, as well as 4 tanks and other weapons. It can be said that these troops are actually World War I level troops, and the tasks they perform are not too important. After all, no matter how defying Alan Hill is, it is impossible to fully arm a modern army of 10 million in a short period of time. So, of course, the real mobilized 1,000-man Sakualan Xia combat troops, truly be called the main force, only about 200 Dao 300 million. Those remaining, most of them the first 20 sets so, filled up the implementation of low-threat task force reserve army regiment. What's that? Suddenly found that the sun above his head was blocked by something. A soldier squinted his head and saw a giant flying above his head. This behemoth is almost 200 meters long and more than 100 meters wide. The huge body is like a battleship, covering the sky in the true sense, bringing a strong sense of oppression to everyone who sees it. Oh my God! A captain, ignoring his restraint, raised his head and looked at the unprecedented and unheard of huge flying object, shivering subconsciously. These soldiers, who were equipped with 42 steel helmets, most of which were almost as equipped as the Germans in World War II, all stopped, looked at the things flying above their heads, and exclaimed from time to time, "He who does not know what exactly is this huge thing, but they can still experience an unprecedented sense of pride. Long live Alan Hill! I don't know who shouted first, and then tens of thousands of troops screamed frantically at the sky. Everyone was shouting hysterically, and at this moment they were sincerely proud of their motherland. Followed behind this monster flying in the sky, it is another monster, bulky, look the same, even the shape are exactly the same. Between the two behemoths, there are still two helicopters hovering. These helicopters are relatively outdated UH-1, which are hovering between two hills like a huge aircraft in general. More distant, another equally great, two similar aircraft and arranged in front of a straight line, looks more qualities of momentum. That cannot win if we then died altogether, forget it. The first 20 sets Group Army Commander looked up, looked at the fifth giant mountain flying their headquarters. On the side of Sirius, the Chief of Staff said with emotion, "Yes, I have any time, so strong." Even if I actually saw it, was Chief of Staff still have a deep sense of unreality. He also raised his head, agreeing with his commander's words. Says City, proud of, looked at Chris Vivian, the stunned Desire, who, opening, said with a smile, "You have thought I was out super battleship, really only battleship." He schwang Zuba Ork, erect, chin, opening, quipped, "People in the world of magic, he had to see things are too honest. I did let fly a castle, a city let fly. Even just to go, and when enemy warships pinsipe in Huo, don't they think it's too wasteful?" Here, Chris shook his head, that after the real, do not blame them, after all, they do not rely so Alanxia logistical nor Alanxia so many advanced weapons and equipment, so they have a floating castle. The first thing that comes to mind is to use it as a battleship to go to the front to show off. Chris out of a hand, with fingers pointed to his head. "I did not need to do that. So more comfortable we can play some." So you put those shortage of scrap steel in those ferry port city of shipbuilding, have taken advantage of them, welded together, made a large plate, then carved floating empty circle, let them float up. Yun losing massive amounts of supplies. Vivian raised her eyebrows and asked. She felt that what Chris was thinking in his mind was really terrible. He could always think of things that others could not think of, and solve problems that others could not solve. Since the floating array can fly a castle of hundreds of thousands of tons or even millions of tons, it can also fly materials of the same weight. This thing is much easier to use than some airships. As long as the magic energy is sufficient, it can run almost infinitely. Because it does not need war, there is no need strength too high. It's enough to keep the air on, so the technical difficulty is also very low. Only need to assemble some power devices, so that they can fly forward faster, and can turn. Everything is done. Frightening is so cheap. Superclass transport aircraft, even one can transport a castle so much so heavy supplies arrived at the front sufficient enough for a long time the army squandered. Moreover, it can be transported from the Sears arrived at the front. Transport goods directly, without transfer station, does not require a lot of energy consumption. The only drawback is that this thing is not strong. Enemy as long as the attack hit, it would take billions of coins worth of supplies crash. Chris nodded his head. To Vivian said, "It is simply not okay." Shortcomings. Vivian rustic view of Rand. Chris, because her T-800 puppet god. This time at the moment on these transport floating the ship. On top of Vivian got puppet, there are dozens of Air Force fighters responsible for protecting these transport giants, who can attack these transport giants under the escort of a dozen super god puppets and dozens of fighter jets. By Empire. 400 different kind of life. It is really not the development of the giant transport ships. Cannot completely blame magic civilization. After all, the degree of logistical supplies magic civilization, in fact, not high technology requirements of the logistics of civilization. There are transportation vehicles such as mountain beasts, which can actually meet the needs of magical civilization troops to conquer the enemy. After all, before the birth of the country of Alan Hill, There was no country that could fight on the front line with a force of millions of men. If someone wants to mobilize 300 million more than the department team, estimated that no enemy to fight, these people put their own to eat bankrupt. Only the first into the modern civilization had the ability to feed so many full-time military, have the ability to train these troops, have the ability to transport them to the front to fight. On the other hand, before the birth of the Aran Hill Empire, there was no empire in the world with such a strong combat force. Their troops lack cover and support, so if the castle can fly into the sky, everyone is definitely not thinking about using this kind of thing for logistics transportation. With such a castle, it is natural to fly above the enemy's head, attack the enemy from a high position, and cause huge casualties to the enemy, as well as psychological shadows that cannot be wiped away. Therefore, Magic Floating Castle Empire, all of them attack-hit type of magic castle, and no exceptions. Of course, these floating castle itself has a certain transport capacity, such as staff transport, transport of materials they used the castle and so on. So Necropolis Magic Civilization fought, at the beginning of the birth of too much to bear part of the transportation task. But then again, these floating castles do not have the same type of transport tasks as the transport giants of Alan Hill. Has been flown Alanxia floating transport ship in the vicinity of the Canal Luther, no heavy walls and no earth beneath these dead weight, totally dependent on structures made of steel. More like one can fly in transport ship in the sky. Its base is flat, the above is also flat, basically a block flying plate plus operating a longitudinal direction of the cockpit, equipped with a number of lighting night flying, even substantially complete. In the manufacturing process, there are only some strength requirements, and even waterproofing and other issues are not considered. Such a huge cheap transport ship, with the support of the floating magic circle, can transport billions of bullets at a time, and transport hundreds of cars or hundreds of tanks at the same time. If you need, it can carry more than 3,000 fully armed men at one time, allowing them to arrive at the front line at the same time. It is conceivable that such a huge device flying in the sky can transport how much food and oil can be transported at one time. Of course, it can also be clearly imagined how much magical energy such a behemoth consumes. In the raw production of Woolowa Magic Spar Mine, a magician mental and physical exhaustion drilled his own car. Mansijwe Group production of car people. This region is quite high-end sedan campaigns. Being able to drive such a car in Walavo is already a status symbol. He tugged at his neckline, and his overalls were clean and ironed. He works for the Volova Magic Energy Group and is a spar inspector in the Magic Resources Department. Almost every well it is processed, shape perfect magic spar, must go through him spar inspectors to check his work is actually very boring, but nor very important. These magic spars must be processed to perfection in accordance with specifications, so that they can be provided to the departments that use them. Each size and shape have strict requirements. These magic spars produced according to specifications are similar to bullets and batteries. They are consumables and consumables with unified specifications. The floating array on a giant floating transport ship as large as Alan Hill, and the magical defense barrier as small as a tank or car, all use various specifications of magic spar to provide energy. Its real magic spar. There are two common usage: a whole is pulverized, and then used directly formulated into a liquid. One is polished using a fixed shape. So polished into a fixed shape to use magic spar have a great good place, is very unstable liquid magical energy. If you encounter a strong stimulus, violent explosion may occur. However, there is a good fluid energy. The liquid is to ignore the problem of insufficient processing accuracy. Installation can accommodate various shapes placeholder. Therefore, Alan Hill, which has higher processing precision, prefers to use stable magic spar as energy, while the puppet empires and demons with severely insufficient processing precision use more unstable magic energy liquid. Honey, back. In light of the wife took the purse in the hands of the magician, smiled and took off to help her husband to overalls, open asked, Today's work went smoothly. Don't mention it, because of the heavy frontline tasks. A few colleagues and I didn't have time to eat lunch. The hostess slumped on the soft sofa, picked up the remote control beside him, and lit the TV in front of him. Great, how about the guard? Okay in school? After working in the unit for a day, when he returned home, what he cared more about was not what he was eating, but his youngest son, David, who was just 9 years old this year. His into performance has been good, you know. The child awakened magical talent, have a special interest class in school. He taught himself magic of your book yesterday. It has been adapted using the fireball was possible. Wives help. My husband poured a glass of water and put it on the coffee table and said, "Don't let him bully other children. If the other party doesn't know magic, he can't use magic." This is knowledge that must be remembered. The husband ordered, and his attention was drawn to the content on the TV. The TV shows the news about the attack on Ronchik by the frontline troops of Alan Hill, and the frontline cameraman photographed valuable battlefield information. All Lane War has been very concerned about the current political magician, staring at the TV screen inside a MG42 machine gun, facing the ruins of the fire screen. Tracer shells sweep out a fan, playing in the ruins opposite on, thrown a piece of white smoke. The soldiers of the Puppet Empire also fired back, and a bullet hit the Alan Hill machine gun position, causing the shooter to shrink his head involuntarily. Call for artillery support. Bombardment coordinates 2219. Immediately in the trench, a soldier shouted to another soldier. Photographer's lens in the slight shaking. Less than a minute. News clips of many shots with tanks push forward. There are soldiers to seize the building, but also the side of the Black Eagle flag, fluttering in the wind. Compared to the previous line combat troops, the magician's job is actually very good. In fact, he used to be a great warrior, with extraordinary martial arts and a high level of magic cultivation. But the war has changed, so there is no need for magicians to charge and fight. Many magicians have changed jobs and started to serve magic technology, and now they have a decent job with good abilities. For example, he said he was in the group in position quite aloof. Most people see him, soon to be called Mr. of. Otherwise, he would not have such a small villa in Walavo, nor would he have such an advanced remote control TV, nor would he use light telephones, nor would he marry this virtuous and gentle second wife. His first wife in Johnson went David to death, and now the wife younger than he was 11 years old, is immortal, young and beautiful. The only regret is that this girl works in a chemical factory and cannot give birth because she has been engaged in toxic work for too long. Technical surgery progress is not a good thing. It is also deeply hurting some people. It's just that, for the advancement of the entire human race, these injuries have been selectively forgotten. Girl to marry him. He also took a fancy to have a child, so that future generations will not, because there is no regret. This little family is very happy since its establishment. The three lived in Wallowo, a little bit not affected by war, and other new after the end of smell. Man has been sitting on the couch playing, snoring. His wife gently covered him with a blanket. The man squinted his eyes and said in a daze, "Qualified." Next one. At the same time, in Birkelin, the mobile capital of the Puppet Empire, a magician was carefully pouring a bucket of magic energy liquid into the center of a magic circle. After he finished the job, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. In this city, there are thousands of magicians responsible for making this magical energy liquid. Because of the war, they had to work overtime. They had to use some old-fashioned methods to make things that were made by machine roughing on Alan Hill. They are harder and more tired than their counterparts in Alan Hill, and they have not improved their lives at all, eating hard to swallow meals every day and lacking the resources provided by the servant states. After the war broke out in the Puppet Empire, the people's living standards have been declining. And Alanxia completely different. People here began to complain about the war. You know, the entire Puppet Empire can not only magician, they also have civilian. there are people who will not magic. And now, these people are no longer willing to continue and pay for the protracted war. When is ahead on such a day, carrying a large bucket of magical energy liquid. The magician shook his head and walked back to the door. And the big bucket he was carrying was surprisingly made of plastic. The barrel, in Alanxia sell 30 copper. In here, because lightweight, easy to use than the barrel, so probably the value of 30 gold about money this pleasing damn war. The other is later, and everyone can watch it tomorrow. My Empire.